until now, and I'm really happy to have you all here. So that's it. Yeah, thank you so much, Zoltan.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, so we are now live on YouTube, and we are live with the autumn edition of Tech Conference Europe, once again in virtual format. I remember that in June I told everyone that it feels like, I remember I told you guys in June that it feels like Groundhog Day, like in that movie, that every day you wake up is the same thing, but actually it's not, because it's like that meme on the internet that goes on that, wait, you haven't seen anything yet, because there's something new happening on the other day. So this is also in the technology industry, and especially in the blockchain, artificial intelligence, and fintech industry, which we are going to focus on with this edition. So I would like to invite Tal Ron to start his first panel, and I will see you guys later.
Thank you so much, Zoltan. You know, it's funny to hear you speaking so slowly. It's like, you know, when we're there on the stage in Prague or in Budapest, you know, we have all this energy and we enjoy the energy. And now we're trying to do everything like virtually. I can tell you, and you know, I've been speaking in several events, and your event actually tries and actually succeeds in capturing the energy of a real event, and I really like it. So this is why I'm here, and this is why we're actually sponsoring your events already for the 4th year. And for this time, actually, I was really happy to see some of my new friends that I haven't met before. I've been chatting with them for the last couple of weeks, and we already found a way to collaborate together. Hopefully, people are already here networking in the crowd, and the delegates are doing some business between each other. And if you see, we have really nice content. I'll try to do it short and sweet and dynamic, but afterwards, we have more panels also on payments. And the nice stuff is that actually Zoltan all the time finds nice topics for conferences, and these boutique conferences have an impact on the industry. And for this panel, I have an honor to have really 3 interesting people, and let's introduce them one by one. So first of all, I have my friend here from Sima. Sima is a very popular name in Tel Aviv, but she's from Istanbul actually. She was surprised to know that Sima is such a popular name here.
Yeah, but, actually, it's surprised. So I was surprised because yesterday I heard that it's also a very popular name in India and Latvia. So I have international name. Yes, that's nice.
Cool. Actually, Sima is really cool because she's one of the founders of Crypto Woman, and she's a founder of Global IB Law, Global B Law, and she's based in in Istanbul. And you know, when I go to Singapore, it's through Istanbul. So that's what I. And the good thing is that I actually know her from the blockchain industry and from the crypto industry. And she, as a woman, she has lots of impact on the blockchain industry. Actually, we're really unique in this panel because normally lots of the panels have only male speakers. Here we have 2 females, and both of them are very prominent in the blockchain and the cryptocurrency, both Victoria and yourself, Sima. So first of all, thank you, Sima, for joining us and hoping that we have an interesting panel. So thank you so much, Sima. Next, and I already mentioned here.
You're welcome. I'm also sorry.
Thank you. Next, and JP, thank you for your patience. We have Victoria Gago. Victoria also, like Sima, very well known in the blockchain, very well known in cryptocurrency, in digital assets. Victoria Gago is a co-CEO and the co-founder of the European Blockchain Convention and the European Tech School. She is also a director of the OBS Business School and 3 Points Master in Blockchain, and founder and president of Accelerate Network. I also saw her in many events, also in Europe. I remember also in the North America also. I remember I saw her, and beforehand she was also in private equity and in asset management, which comes like from, let's say, the conventional conservative background to the more, let's say, challenging background. And I like that you did a very nice shift, Victoria, in your career. And now she deals with lots of interesting topics regarding cryptocurrency, specifically on the governmental side, and we'll discuss it later on in this panel. Last but not least, Mr. JP Fabry. And the name sounds very French, like because JP is always either Jean-Pierre or Jean-Paul. And JP in this case is Jean-Paul. Everybody in the industry know him as JP, but people who actually know him more on the personal side know that actually JP is Jean-Paul Fabry. And his family is very well known in Malta. You know that in Malta there are several families that actually rule the island. And actually, I'm saying it's in a good way. He looks at me in a disturbed way, but JP Fabry is actually very well connected and very, very well known in the industry, also in the blockchain industry. And he's a co-founding partner of Seed Consultancy, which is a boutique advisory firm in Malta. He was also the personal economist to the former Prime Minister of Malta, and he acted as an advisor to 9 governments on economical resilience. He's also a visiting lecturer at the University of Malta, which is where? It's in Valletta, JP?
No, it's in the university town called Pieta in Malta.
Where is that? I thought actually that I knew all the places in Malta, and now you tell me Pieta.
Pieta, yes.
Okay, where is it located? Like near St. Julian? Where is that? I just want to know more.
Between Valletta and St. Julian's.
Okay. It's such a small island, so probably, we need to know everything about it. So, first of all, I'm really happy to have all these speakers here. And, let's ask, first of all, a global question, and then we'll delve into a bit details. Look, 2020 has been a bumpy ride for many innovative companies in the financial, in the blockchain industries. And I want to ask you a question, and a macro question, and to understand what makes a business succeed, and what can make business resilient to all these changes that we had in 2020. And let's discuss specifically businesses that you deal with. And JP, I would like to start with you, please.
Yeah, I think 2020 has shown the importance of, as you said, being resilient, but also being agile and nimble to change. So we've held a number of companies that were hard hit, given that they were operating in the tourism sector, but they were agile enough to transform the business model accordingly. So I think the key messages that came out in 2020 was definitely the importance of the board and the C-level to take decisions that can actually change the business model. But I also believe that it was key for those companies who managed their cash position properly in the previous years.
Amazing.
Companies that were leveraged or heavily exposed obviously faced particular or additional challenges.
If I understand correctly, and I will repeat what JP Fabry just said, you speak about actually agileness. I don't know if that's the word, but to be like, if I understand responsiveness by the executive management of an organization for these changes, and that is instrumental for that. Did I understand you correctly, JP?
Yes. Okay. That was to us the most important thing, because we saw companies that took the decisions to take pivotal decisions and change their traditional business model as well.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And I cannot do anything but agree with you, JP. And JP, you're based now, your home is where in Malta? I'm just curious.
It's in the center of Malta, Lia. So it's a small town in Lia.
So each one of us are now based in different places on the world, and that's so cool. So Sima from Istanbul, currently in Istanbul, right? Based in Istanbul, speaking with us in Istanbul. You're muted now. Very good.
Yes.
So Sima, thank you. You heard what JP Fabry just said. In your opinion, what can make a business succeed in such a challenging year like 2020?
2020, 2020, it showed that like your question is correct, because you show that like local business are really locked down, and then it's you can see that, and most of like restaurant, bar, and art and concert are canceled, and so many people unemployment. But at the same time, for example, like when in pandemic time, most of my friends and my environment, they are just stuck in at home like me, but they couldn't work because all the job is connected with the outside, with the third parties. But I worked a lot because my job is connected with the technology and
Exactly.
online system, such as cryptocurrency and also esports and payment system. So those kind of fields never locked down, and oppositely it's go up. And like you can imagine, like what's happening now in cryptocurrency and Bitcoin currencies go up every day. But not, and so it shows that like the new technology and the online technology will be the main job for everyone. So we need to follow up kind of this work. So
Amazing.
I realized that 3 years ago when I start this business, I say cryptocurrency online system will be the just one topic like all the industry, and it will be like occupy so much industry, and like also e-sport or something like that. So that's why I thought for other business, I'm super sorry, but for this kind of job related online, it will go up. So I recommend so many people from this out of this space to include and be part of this community. So this is very great opportunity for unemployment people also, something like that. I can say.
Amazing. It's interesting. Let me repeat some of the topics that I heard from you, Sima, and thank you. Sima actually said, listen, we're all here in the online industries, so most of these online industries can work from home because they're very technological based. And you say, and I agree with you, no, we are also, I'm a lawyer and I have a global law firm dealing mainly with iGaming and financial technologies and high tech. We don't see any decrease in work. We see much more because many of those casinos have much more work now, and many of those e-commerce companies have much more work. The only, let's say, sector that had some kind of an issue was sports, not esports actually, but sports, because they're not global. So you say, and I agree with you, if you can work from home, you can still have lots of interesting stuff. We have a hybrid model. Like today we're here in the office. I'm actually all the day working now from the office. But some of the employees are still working from home, and we do have an here hybrid model. If I understand correctly, Sima, so you're mainly now working from home, and you actually meet most of your clients via Zoom, right?
Yes, but yeah, recently, like last 1 month, we met in office, but we will be online again. So because
very nice.
Now it peak again, COVID cases.
Exactly, in Turkey. Okay, let's hope that things will go better. Victoria, you heard also what Sima said, and you heard what JP Fabry. You're actually coming again from a similar sector, but a different sector. I want to hear from you, what can make a business succeed in such a year like 2020? What can be happen? What's the best way to do it if you think you can know it? Yeah, thank you, Victoria.
Thank you, Tal. Well, I believe that 2020 has been a year where we've all been forced to become digital. I'm originally from Copenhagen, so I would say my life has been quite digital. We have a digital identity. We almost don't use cash. But this is only, relevant for Denmark and Sweden, I would say. But now 2020 has been a year where we've been forced to become digital. And I think this is very interesting in a lot of settings. I mean, just for us in the European Blockchain Convention, obviously, it had to be digital. And I think everything related to audiences online are very important now. Because, I mean, in the future, if you have, good audiences, this is very, very powerful. This will be a new kind of like data, because with these audiences, you can provide different kind of, services, and we'll see much more in terms of that. But also thinking of the financial world, in 2020, we saw just a month ago that the European Central Bank issued their report on a digital euro. So, I mean, we are not far away, I think, on issuing central bank digital currencies in the next few years. And this is also thanks to, somehow COVID.
So if I understand correctly, Victoria, you are actually from Scandinavia. You are born and raised in Copenhagen?
Yeah. But I'm based in Barcelona now.
Based now in Barcelona. I would actually assume that you're somewhere coming from Eastern Europe in the roots, but no.
I have actually, if you want to talk about my roots, I was raised and born in Denmark, but
Okay.
my dad was Polish, mom was Spanish. So
Okay.
I'm European.
That's cool. I really like Copenhagen. Also, it's a really cool place. I like the Tivoli. I like, all the NIMB and all these areas. Like even what's the name of that? All these hippies. It's really cool. Yeah, that's it's so cool. Even the way that you pronounce the words, it's so cool. But you're dealing with central bank digital currency, and on this aspect, you're very, very an expert. And this is maybe it also brings us back. What is the motivation actually to issue this type of currency, Victoria?
Well, there is several motivations, but just I think one thing that is important to understand that we have two types of central bank digital currencies. We have a retail and we have a wholesale. The retail central bank digital currencies goes for the individuals, for the small shops, and for corporates. And then you have a wholesale central bank digital currency, which is basically for financial institutions. So they can deposit, have the deposits in the central banks. So when we have those two clear use cases of central bank digital currencies, I think the motivation for the wholesale, for the financial system, is basically to have a more efficient infrastructure, financial infrastructure, because with central bank digital currencies, having those on blockchain, we can have instantly settlement and clearing, which is very, very interesting and a very powerful feature. And
what about chargebacks? Chargebacks can be, how can you cancel, let's say, transactions, Victoria? That's something that I know many merchants are really pressing to know, the status of chargebacks when you have this type of stuff. Is it like cash?
I mean, you can cancel transactions. Okay. There is also a big difference between a blockchain and what is DLT. Basically, blockchain is a DLT, but when it comes to DLT, you have much more functionalities and you can delete and erase and so on. But thinking of the retail part, I believe, at least if you see, that you have so many big tech companies coming into the payment system and providing a lot of payment services, and also with having the use of cash going down, one motivation is basically to have, a bit more control over your money as an individual, and not having all your money through these big techs, right? As could be Facebook, as could be PayPal,
of course,
and so on and so on.
That's very good. So if I understand correctly, I will summarize. Actually, it's some kind of an alternative that actually will also let the industry go and move forward on an independent way on one hand, but also on an agile and stable way. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And can you let me know a bit more about you're coming from this convention, and hopefully when everything will come back to normal after, there will be, everybody in Israel and abroad are trying to win the race of solving this COVID riddle. When will be the next convention held?
Well, I mean, we believe from the European Blockchain Convention that 2021 will be somehow similar to 2020. I mean, even though we will have more freedom. So when it comes to gathering hundreds of people, we believe that this is something we have to wait for 2022. So our next convention will take place from the 12th to the 16th of April online.
Wow.
Yeah, online again.
Again, but, online.
We need
hopefully it'll be cool.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Victoria. 2021, again, Zoltan says that 2021 will be the same. That is what Zoltan, I hope that it will not, but, as we know, we all want to be agile, and we're trying to do the best. I know that probably, let's see what will happen. Mr. JP, you have something very interesting in Malta, naturalization by investment and all this citizenship programs, and you've been dealing with lots of interesting initiatives recently. I remember that I was last year in Sigma and I met you there, and I heard very interesting stuff from you. Again, I want to say hello to my colleagues here that are with us and seeing us from Sigma and from SBC and from ICE and from Clarion. Many of them here, I see the delegates here, and again, thank you all for keeping this industry alive in these and the not only industry, this conference industry alive and let us meeting all together. JP, please, can you elaborate more about those initiatives?
Yes, so the Maltese economy over the past few years was one of the fastest growing in Europe. It happened because we continued on our tradition of finding niche sectors in which we can flourish and really attract investment. So we have the remote gaming sector that continued doing well, financial services as well. But in the past few years, we also launched a naturalization program by investment. And that has attracted quite a lot of individuals and then they bringing the corporate structures into Malta, which obviously has helped the economy grow, support demand as well for a number of services. But we have also seen a very increase in real estate also demanded by the program itself. So only last week, Malta has issued its new program by naturalization, and this makes the Maltese program one of the only ones, if not the only one in Europe, because Cyprus has currently suspended its own. So I think Malta has always continued to develop new industries. We're also seeing medical cannabis, for example, which has been attracting quite a lot of investment. We also had the blockchain law, but there we had some issues in terms of the ecosystem. So at first we attracted a lot of companies here, but this has not worked to its fullest potential.
So if I understand correctly, Cyprus was your main competitor, and now JP, you don't actually consider it as a you know, let's say as an attractive competitor based on several reasons, and you aim to be one of the leading in the EU on this program.
Yes,
and also, it's also, I think that I'm telling you as a lawyer, a notary, the thing is that you'll still need to make sure that everything is clean on the AML front. And this is not only regarding Malta, regarding every country, to make sure that money is not laundering through these programs. And I think that probably you already take this in consideration. And knowing the efficient regulators that you have there, hopefully the things will be taken care of. And the thing is that I really like in Malta, the regulators were both efficient, but also very friendly. You see them in events. We saw them in Zoltan events, like last year in Prague, and these people are also very intelligent, proactive. They speak with the industry, get good feedback, and implement. This is what I like in Malta. And actually, you are working also, JP. You are working in different governments tenures, right? You are, and like different governments, you are still there. Correct. So JP, thank you so much. Let's hope that we meet again in Malta face to face, and
yes, looking forward to it.
We will continue with these hybrid events like these, but I think that we're all missing the physical events. Sima, and I would like to ask you, thank you, JP. Sima, you're very well known both in the blockchain industry, also as a very well-known female founder, entrepreneur, and even though you're based in Turkish, it's funny that I have many Turkish clients in the financial sector, and you don't even have a Turkish accent. You have a very, very, very small Turkish accent. So probably, I don't know. I believe that many of your clients, like we have, are I have an Israeli accent, but even though I was raised in New York.
Yeah,
but,
I was living in New York for a while. Maybe that's why, I don't know.
Exactly. Because, I don't want, I don't want the people who say I'm laughing, but, it's like I can know, and I can do the Maltese accent very well. I already, JP, you know that I like the Maltese accent.
Yeah.
I like it. I like also the Turkish accent. I can also try to do, but
really? I wonder how is it?
The Turkish accent, they do it like with a like it's really, really cool. I have lots of clients which are actually Turkish, you're living in Germany, and really, really cool people. And I like it's fun. Every place where we go, people are well connected, and it's fun that gaming and actually technology has no boundaries. We can have fun and have business with people all around the world. I'm from Israel. We don't have even diplomatic relationships with many countries, and we started to do businesses with places that even before now, we have diplomatic relationship with the United Arab Emirates, and it's like it's a game changer for us. But for me to hear from you, I would like to hear from you, and that's interesting very much more about the payment licensing and actually the crypto licensing, but it's on the general topic in Turkey, because Turkey for us is a mystery, you know? We don't know much, and maybe you're probably, you're actually the first speaker that I met from Turkey in these events, and not only these events and other events as well. So maybe let us, and then we can wrap this panel to know more about the regulation of payments in Turkey and how does it go there.
Okay, actually, it's not so much mystery, because Turkey is one of the high trading marketing in Balkan countries, in Middle East. You know, we are bridge between Europe and and Asia. So it's because Turkey is youngest country in Europe.
Youngest country.
Yes, we are youngest country in Europe. So that's why we have so much young people, because in cryptocurrency world is mostly young people are interested.
I agree with you. So, I agree with you.
And it's another thing. So we are #1 online banking user in Europe.
Wow.
Yes. So also there is another report from ING Bank. The highest crypto trading is in Turkey, like on the Bitcoin. Yes.
Wow.
So these things, most of global companies say, what's going on in Turkey? We need to come there. So that's why like Huobi, Binance, and other big companies settle down in Turkey, and they try to do business and cooperation here. So it's quite a hot topic right now here.
Yeah.
And what about law and regulation things happen? We don't have nothing right now about regulation yet.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have such a specific cryptocurrency law in Turkey.
Like many other countries, it's not, you're not unique on that. Yeah.
Exactly. So, but the other things, the cryptocurrency exchange doesn't have to get license in Turkey, because there is no license requirement yet. So that's why it's quite easy to open a company here, but it's not really easy to convince the bank to cooperation.
So
you need to have good reputation backgrounds.
Amazing.
Yes, you can open very easily company, but you have to have good reputation and financial
clean reputation.
Exactly. Because
clean.
there is no license, there is no law, so banker have strict rules, because they make check and balance, I think. So
of course.
And for money license, yes, there is law, and you need to get license. We have where we have not so much strict law, but yes, it's just one thing should be happening in Turkey. A Turkish government doesn't accept cloud system. And they say it should be all the data should be also in Turkey.
Of course, so, like Russia, like China. Yeah, we like it. We like it. Democracy. Probably in Copenhagen it's not like that.
I don't know. It will be changed, but now it's like that because of data security. I don't know in your country was this. That's why PayPal is not anymore in Turkey.
I know. Victor, I already have your signaling from the organizers. First of all, I really enjoyed to be here, both with Sima, both with Victoria, both with JP. And JP, you're staying with Genia for the next panel. And I really want to thank all of you here, Sima, Victoria, JP, Zoltan, Betty, all the team here. Let's hope that we will continue to do business together. I'm Tal Ron, I'm from Tel Aviv. Thank you so much for coming to my panel, and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Tal, you can still remain here for 10 minutes as Jana is just going to join.
Okay.
Well, I think he already left. So how has it been so far? Have you guys been attending many virtual conferences in this time, or?
Yes, well, yes, especially local ones, but we've had a couple of international ones, whereby not all of them were live. The ones that I attended primarily were pre-recorded, and then shown or streamed on another date.
Okay, so to the viewers that are watching us live now on YouTube, this is not a pre-recorded show. We are actually here and we are discussing. Victoria, how did this period impact you in terms of the conventions? Because we are in the same niche.
Yeah, well, I guess as for many people doing stuff in the physical world, it was a bit like, oh, wow, what do you do now? But I think, I mean, somehow it's great sometimes when we have these crises. I mean, well, when you look at how it forces businesses to innovate. So for us, it was actually great to be forced to become somehow 100% digital. Obviously, it's not the same to meet people, you know, like this. I would love to meet you, you know, face to face. It's very different, but I still think it's great that we can do these sessions online. And also, I mean, I really believe that in the future, we will continue to have much more meetings online and much more events online, even though we will be able to fly around. Well, there is no need to fly around all the time. I mean, we can do these kind of meetings, right? And I also think what's very interesting is to figure out how you can, you know, get the most out of your audiences. I mean, our audience is obviously around everything related to blockchain, and that's very powerful, you know, because audiences will be much more online. And how can you work? How can you provide value? And how can you make money with those audiences? That's very, very interesting. And I think we'll see that much more in the future. But obviously, when we will be able to meet face to face, we will have the edition in a physical, you know, space, and probably part of it online. So hybrid.
We actually were lucky enough to host a hybrid conference in August, which was in Tallinn, which was actually 50% of the people were in the room, and even speakers and moderators were joining online. Even us as organizers could not be there in person, so we had to do it via TeamViewer to set up the streams and everything. It was really a challenge, but we did a survey afterwards, and people starting to like this hybrid thing, maybe because it's the first time they went to a hybrid conference, and I think there weren't any afterwards because the second lockdown came. So I see hybrid maybe happening next year. Maybe some conferences would happen in the summer, but I think all throughout the year 2021 is going to be the same with the conferences. But I'm not sure 2022 will go back to the normal state that we
I agree.
Because even now businesses are considering that travel costs are now cut, so you don't need to, and also attending a exhibition, you need a large budget to fly all that in and everything. But now with the virtual conferences and the virtual expos, which I don't like actually, but it's something that people should do, and we should be grateful that we are lucky enough to be in this type of working in industries like this, because not many people are so lucky. Some have closed their business and everything.
Indeed. Well, I mean, I agree. People, companies need to reduce their costs, and they will continue in the future in terms of travel costs. But it's also about being more efficient. You know, when you have to travel, from one part of Europe to the other end of Europe, you waste so much time as well. It's not just about cost.
Yeah, but I want to say something, that there's nothing like the personal contact, and nothing like meeting people and shaking hands and looking in their eyes. And as much as we're doing it virtually, there's nothing like doing business in the old way. Not that I'm a big fan of flying, and thank God I'm so happy that I don't have to see a plane, even though I still do fly. There's nothing like meeting people face to face.
But
I knew I heard familiar voice.
I'm probably sure what you just said now, I guess when people start using, the phone, I'm just thinking back, I don't know how many decades, probably people will be like, oh, it's not the same to have a conversation on the phone, right? Right? But
it's when somebody calls me these days and not sending a text, I look at it funny. I'm like, what's going on? Why are you calling me?
Sima, what has been your world nowadays?
Yeah, it's quite busy. I just thought that before because our law firm is working in IT law and all is connected online. So most of business are locked down, but the other business is going up. So most of also foreigner company wants to extend, like open the business in Turkey because of, I think, online system is quite grown up in here. So yeah, it's for the business, it's quite busy. For the general life, yes, I try to be integrate this new system. Actually, I was always proud of to be very technology and connected and phone and things, but it's now enough. And I really miss like face-to-face meeting and this kind of facility. Yes, maybe because of budget, we are very advantaged, like because of traveling costs and exhibition costs or something like that. I prefer to spend money right now.
Yeah, I remember about 2 years ago, we started writing some articles and focusing heavily on how law offices and law companies will integrate artificial intelligence. But I think that got somehow put away now because they needed to switch online everybody with their meetings with the clients and everything.
Yes.
Okay, good. I see that Jania is here. Jania, are you here?
I am here.
Okay, so I will pass on the virtual microphone to you. Everybody can stay in this room.
No problem. But I think we're still missing 2 speakers, right? I noticed it. I know this is on the participation list, but
yeah,
he's here. Oh, there he is. Hi. Hi, nice meeting you.
Hello.
And Johan, which I'm not sure who will join us.
He's here.
Hopefully you will.
Okay, so I will let you do some introductions and we'll see you later.
Okay, sure. Sure. So how are you doing, guys?
Doing great, thanks. How are you?
All good, thanks.
Good. Oh, there he is. There's John. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Good. You know, actually, you were listed on the agenda as a speaker also on the first panel. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I thought it was only.
Now you know. Now you know.
All right.
Okay.
Sorry for that.
Okay, we'll try to make up for it in this panel. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry for that.
Okay. Sima, are you joining us, or you're just you know, you'll be listening to our panel?
I will be listening. Sorry, I will just shut down my camera.
No
and good
problem.
luck with your panel. Nice to meet you guys.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you for joining us on this beautiful day. It's pretty cloudy here in Tel Aviv, but the weather is nice. Hope it's the same where you guys are. I have fantastic panelists here with me. We're here to discuss the topic of today is payment processor and the need to adapt. I have my esteemed panelists here. Isaac T. Armoni, who is the CEO of Walter Payments. I have Raitis Bialuskus, CTO of CoinGate, JP Fabry, the co-founding partner of Seed Consultancy, and John Ferris, the co-founder at Zimpler. How are you doing, guys?
Great.
Very well. Thank you for having us.
Okay, guys, let's start. JP, please introduce yourself and your company.
Yes, so good morning, everybody. Thanks for the invite. My name is JP Fabry. I'm an economist by profession. I'm a co-founder of Seed Consultancy, which is a boutique advisory firm in Malta, working in financial services as well. We have a specialization in payment services and PSD2. Prior to founding Seed, I had acted as an advisor to 9 different governments on economic policy building and strategies. And today I am also an ISO committee member on building blockchain standards and smart contract standards for RegTech and financial services.
Okay, thank you, JP. Isaac.
Hi guys, good morning. My name is Isaac Armoni. I'm the CEO of Walter. We offer a variety of services in the payment industry, SEPA, IBANs, prepaid debit cards. We also have linked cards into the accounts. We offer payments in 100 local currencies. We do all kinds of FXs into almost 100 currencies these days. We have 3 licenses in the UK, in Europe, and in Singapore. And we also soon rolling out the cryptocurrency exchange capabilities on our platform, which will be introduced in Q1, hopefully a little bit before that. That's what we do.
Okay, thank you, Isaac. Radis.
Hi, I'm Ritis. I'm a CTO at CoinGate. What we do is we provide programmatic solutions for businesses who wish to accept cryptocurrency payments in their online or retail store. So plugins for various e-commerce systems, APIs, payment buttons, etc. And we offer instant conversion at a fixed rate to a fiat currency of their choice, like US dollar or euro. And in this way, we protect the business from the value fluctuation. We also allow physical private persons to buy or sell cryptocurrencies, but we are not like an exchange, but more like a broker, because people buy directly from us or sell directly to us.
Okay, understood. And last but not least, Johan.
Thank you. My name is Johan. I'm the co-founder of Simpler. We are an instant banking platform, allowing merchants to accept money from their end users instantly, both for deposits and payouts. We currently hold a license to operate in all European countries, but we're soon entering into other continents as well. We're a small but growing company, 50 employees, but have growth of year on year 1,000% or so. So our focus is growth.
Okay, thank you, Johan. And I'm Jenny Golevich. I'm the head of banking and payment services at Talon Dreiman Co. Law Firm. And without further ado, let's dive right in. So first question, 2020 has been a bumpy ride for many innovative companies. Some businesses thrive and others barely survive. Is it even feasible to foolproof your business? Johan, let's start with you. Johan.
I think 2020 has been a bumpy road for, globally. But when you're into any business of transactions, it's always a bumpy road. And I guess, one week it's regulation, another one is something else. So it's I think, from a payment perspective, I think 2020 has been no different from the other years. I don't know if that's bad or good, but it's just a brief reflection.
Okay, thank you, Han. Isaac?
2020 is a challenging year. Most of our clients are e-commerce related. For them, it's been a phenomenal year. I think that we have experienced 30–40% growth only on those fields of e-commerce. When people were locked up at home, first round, second round, third round, wherever it is, they are on the computer, they are buying, they are selling, they are transacting. For us, we have seen a surge actually in transaction, and our volumes increased tremendously and accordingly. 2020, thank God, is a remarkable year from our side of events.
So the 2020 year has been a great year for if you're in the online industry.
I think so.
JP, do you agree?
Well, yes, as in the year has shown two sides to it, right? Some companies were largely affected negatively, especially those depending on human contact, human interaction. So if you're looking at hospitality, tourism, and all of that, those have been hard hit. And then we've also seen companies that have managed to transform their business model, right? especially those companies that were able to pivot digitally and establish their online presence. And there, on the other hand, we have seen an increase or a very good surge in transactions happening from the online sources. So I think what COVID has shown is that ultimately the world is all about digital, and there has been an acceleration of companies to actually transform themselves digitally.
Readers?
Yeah, I agree with what Isaac and JP said, and just for us, for a technology companies, it was quite easy to move to working from home, because we already had some of our employees working from home or from other countries, so it was not a big challenge to move working from home completely.
Okay, I see we have a question from the cloud. How did 2020 impact your business? I think we'll touch it a bit later down the road, because our next topic is exactly that: what challenges your company is currently facing, and it can be anything like cost, regulation, fines, apt employees, etc., and how your company is coping with it. So, Ritas, we can get back to you.
Yeah, so the main challenges come from regulations, and I would say from the regulators' inability to sometimes understand the newest technologies. So first of all, some regulations and how they are implemented are not suitable for, let's say, crypto businesses, or even if they are meant for crypto businesses, they are meant for crypto exchanges, but not for companies like ours, which mainly collect payments and not send them out or trade them. And also there's a lack of knowledge at the regulators, but of course we try to help them, we try to teach them, educate them where we can, and we hope in the future it will improve.
So you're saying there's like a conceptual gap between the industry and the regulators. That's what you're saying, and the industry is always trying to catch up and educate the regulators. That's what you're saying.
Yes, from my experience, that's the case.
Okay, that's good. Johan, you have anything to add?
Yes, I mean, I agree on the regulatory aspect. For us, there's mainly two. One is, I mean, during next year, we will need to double the number of employees. That, have a lot of sort of challenges. How can we even onboard so many people? But I do agree with with you also with the regulatory things. I mean, sometimes when regulation is changing, it's difficult to adapt to that. Not when it's written in black and white, but rather when it's unclear, which is often the case. That is an ongoing challenge when you work with different segments that are heavily regulated. So those two are the main ones.
Yeah, and how your company is, dealing with these challenges.
I mean, for us, it is in close cooperation with the partners that we have, in close cooperation with the lawyers and lawmakers within the different fields, because it is a bit of a puzzle where each and every one of us do not have the full picture. So we need to sort of align and sync with everyone more or less to get a consensus of how should we interpret this new law. How should we act upon it? Because when it comes to new legislation, there's nothing black and white. Everything is, gray. So we need to really align with many different people.
Yeah, exactly. Isaac?
I think that the challenges were mentioned mainly by my colleagues. I would say that working remotely has been a challenge. It's a challenge to manage people remotely. It's a challenge to connect with people.
In what way challenge? Can you elaborate on that?
I will tell you in what way is a challenge. I don't know if you know it, but when you're in the office and you have an issue or a problem or something that or challenge, you call one of the manager, you call one of the employees, 2 seconds, 3 jokes later, and everything is resolved. Today, Zoom and another Zoom and another Zoom, and maybe people understood what you said and maybe they didn't. I definitely see it as a challenge. I think that working from home has also had its benefits. We have seen far more productive employees, especially in Walter. People were turning off their computers at 9 and 10 and 11 o'clock at night. It was insane. We actually had to ask them not to work so much and so late because we wanted to keep them fresh. And again, this virtual world, when you want to meet a fellow CEO, you want to close a deal, you want to do a transaction, you want to help a client wants to, we're in the banking business, a client wants to talk to you about his most intimate things. It's very, very difficult to do it over Zoom. You are missing the human contact, and I'm sorry to say it, but for our business, as digital as we are, it is very, very important, and I see it as a challenge. We overcome this challenge, but it's a challenge. The regulator is, I don't even know how to say it, but the amount of requests that is coming out of the different regulators, left and right, Monday to Friday, requires us to get manpower to only the legal costs, the compliance costs, the costs within the company, just to, and even in the R&D department. And I think that the regulator sometimes doesn't understand that any payment company, no matter how technology based it is, you don't push a button and things are happening. The R&D department, if I ask them something today in November 24, I'm lucky to get it sometime in Q1, maybe, okay? And I have an amazing R&D team, but it takes time, and we are not always keeping up with the regulator requests, even though it's our intention. So they sometimes need to give us a little bit more time to adopt. And I think that the regulator needs to take a standpoint of guiding the market participants versus punishing them and making sure that all day long they are giving fines and putting people exposed. It's the wrong approach and the wrong message to the market.
Okay, I agree. JP, what's your take on that?
Well, yes, I mean the challenges I think are multiple in the sense that our line of business is a bit different to the rest, as in we are advisors. So this year has been a lot of firefighting for clients, helping them liaise with ministries to get the aid schemes to help them transform themselves, and all of that. So we've seen as well, unfortunately, I would say, even from the regulators and the governments, a lot of firefighting in terms of COVID rather than coming out with new things and finding new areas of growth. Internally, I would say we're working all remotely, so a lot of efforts are put to keep the staff motivated, to keep the culture as part of the company. So, you know, lots of regular meetings online, which obviously takes its toll as well, ultimately speaking, for a whole day in front of a screen. Also gets tiring as well. So it's been quite a mix and the requirement of different skill sets as well.
Physiotherapy, JP, you have a physiotherapist.
Yeah,
my back is finished, you know.
True. So yes, I mean it is what it is at the end of the day. Hopefully next year, I think we're already seeing that there is a good level of optimism once the vaccines are out. So hopefully human interaction can start becoming much more of a normal activity as well.
Yeah, that's right. I agree with you all guys. Like, despite the business is digital, but I think the foundation, the basis is like human interaction, where you know we're social beings and we need this, you know, this warmth and interaction. And hopefully 2021 will bring much better things. Okay, moving on to our next question. Do you think the rise of EMIs, which is electronic money institutions, on the expense of brick and mortar banking is part of the digitization of global finance? Why is that? What other aspect this digitization has? Who wants to take on that?
I can take, no problem.
Please.
I think that there is definitely in this world of payments and banking, there's a lot of room for
Let's start with the difference. What's the difference between EMI and, you know, brick and mortar?
The difference between EMI and a traditional bank is a traditional bank, a brick and mortar bank has millions of clients. The service is not personalized. It's not tailored to the client's needs. The risk appetite is different. The onboarding criteria, the KYCs, the AMLs, they are completely different from the services that an EMI can offer. So while in the United Kingdom alone, there's about 6 million accounts that are being rejected every year. Okay, 6 million accounts. There's no reason.
Just a second. It's not necessarily mean there's something wrong with his account, that with his application.
No, I will give you an example, a very simple example.
Exactly.
If let's say that I am, you know, I'm living in Milan. I'm Italian. I've been Italian for 700 years. My family owns a house in Italy for generation to generations. I go to the UK now. I open a UK corporation. I would like to start hiring people and giving some R&D services. Good luck opening a bank account with HSBC or Metro or any other bank, Barclays. And the reason of the residency, the fact that I'm a resident of a different country and I don't reside in the UK, is a major issue, and boom, the account gets rejected. Okay, so we're happy to take this business. Okay, we can provide them services and we can do all the AML and enhanced due diligence. The EMIs have tools to do those enhanced due diligence, to examine the clients more deeply, to make sure that the transactions are happening. I think that in our organizational structure, we're also quicker to respond to the regulatory requirements in the sense of digitalization, in the sense of R&D, in the sense of giving digital solutions to our clients. And I think mainly is making our solutions more personal to our client base and giving them a better service. When I open an account in HSBC and I fill out an application online for about 3 hours, and then later on I get a response or an email, somebody will call you, okay? And then a week later, somebody sends me, calls me. The interaction is not personal, okay? And a lot of the time it gets lost on the way. So we are here to provide a personalized experience. We're here to assist and to help. And it doesn't mean that our guards are off. It doesn't mean that we, anybody that walks in, we take his business. No, and no. It just means that we can analyze your business in a more intense way than a bank can. They don't have the resources that we do.
Exactly. Ritas. Yeah, your business is crypto oriented. What's your take on this question on the digitization?
Well, from the compliance side, so I can also comment that I agree that businesses which are more technology oriented can adapt to navigate the risk better than maybe some brick and mortar bank. They can do better methods for KYC, AML, and so on, and onboard.
So it's not just faster; it's better.
Yes, definitely. It's both faster and more secure. I wouldn't even say that it's always faster, but it's definitely, I would say, more secure and better.
Amazing, amazing. Johan.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. Adding to this, I would also say that the main driver is innovation and answering to the end user's needs. Because a traditional bank, if you so wish, they don't have to adapt to the end user's needs, but a new payment provider or a new kid on the block will have to do that in order to even have a reason to have a business. So innovation and is the main driver. Also, one of the things that EMI have, which Brick and Water doesn't, is legacy. Even if a very innovative bank wish to produce a lovely new sort of solution, they more or less can't, because they have too much legacy. And we see a trend now that big banks, they start to, instead of compete with innovative payment companies, they instead start to invest in them because there's two different. Exactly. But I think that, I mean, everything goes down to end users' need, and also sort of a paradigm shift that the next generation and this new life. We talked about COVID and how that affected and have changed our life. It will change how we pay, and the new companies will drive that change.
Amazing. JP,
we're already driving, Johan. Already driving this change, not will drive.
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah, I
JP,
yeah, I think it's the element of legacy which is very important, and also I would say the different cost bases, right? So traditional banks have a very high overhead, especially with the branch network, human resource network, lots of bureaucracy in terms of reporting lines and all of that. So yes, they did lose their agility, and I think the regulatory frameworks, especially if we look at PSD2, has enabled third-party providers to actually operate very much similar to banks, and actually fully utilize the power of technology to process data, and also as a result of that, supporting them in KYC compliance, credit risking, and all of that. Unfortunately, the banks were not able to tap into this or to realize the advantage that such regulatory frameworks can actually help them leapfrog stages of internal development. So now what we're looking at is banks as either investing in these new companies or as partnering up to make sure that they do not lose out, because I think traditional banks are realizing that if they don't change, then TPPs can come in and basically take over significant market share. Also by adding, as was already said, this personalized feel to banking. So banking here becomes a more personalized experience, customer-oriented experience, but also support customers in other value-added services as well, which banks will not traditionally give. So I think the onset of regulation, also we must keep in mind it is very much driven by the increased use and proliferation of smart mobile devices, which has brought the banking experience much closer to clients than ever before.
Yeah, I totally agree with you all. I think like the personalized solutions, providing fast service, guys, if in the past years it was, small fish, big fish, nowadays it's like fast fish and slow fish. And if, you provide your services, on faster pace, and then obviously the customers will come to you. Okay, so at our firm, we focus on online industry, and we believe that efficient service, being creative in the service you provide, it provides much better value to the clients rather than pricing. That's our motto in our firm. What do you guys think that brings your clients the most value? It can be, personal approach, which we discussed, stability, integrity, reliability, compliance, pricing, technology, bespoke solutions. What do you think, JP?
Well, yes, from our end, it's basically what we see our clients, right? Because we're an advisory. We're seeing that it's the user experience is becoming very important. Obviously, there are security concerns, right? But the way payment institutions, EMIs, TPPs make that user experience, that journey as easy, simple, streamlined, and then process all the KYC and the back office in a seamless manner, I think that we're seeing that clients value that much more. So we've seen a lot of investment going in UX design, that sort of thing, whereby the needed operations, especially from a KYC compliance, happen at the background without making a client's life difficult. And this has been the main USP as opposed to traditional banks, right? Whereby you always need to go to the bank, sign documents, paper documents, and onboarding has become very, very problematic. On the other hand, through carefully crafted UX design and also very strong RBA, business automation and processing, I think that is the key trend whereby we're seeing a lot of investment going in.
Okay, thank you. Johan, what do you think brings the most value to your clients?
I think everything that you mentioned, more or less, but it depends on where our merchants, where they have the biggest pain at the moment. I mean, we're into instant banking, and the cost of instant banking transactions will go down like a slippery slope over time. So for us, we need to create added value services, and that could be so many different things over time, and depending on what kind of business that operator is driving. But I think that, I mean, looking ahead, the cost of transactions will be close to zero in the future. So it's definitely important to identify where the different merchants in the different segments have their biggest pain, and then become really, really good at solving that. Because, I mean, quite frankly, the way we see ourselves is that the end user hates payments. They don't want to spend time on payments. We are the only payment nerds here. The merchants, quite frankly, have to spend time on payments, but they don't want to. So that's our main objective, make sure that they don't, spend time on that. Things should just work. So that's our work, more or less, to find that.
Yeah. Isaac, what brings the most value to your clients?
I think that what brings our clients to Walter is mainly the personal approach, the integrity, the reliability, the knowledge that Walter does not compromise on its compliance procedures. We have a really good technology and a user interface, which allows our merchant to have a one-stop shop for a lot of their needs in the corporate world. I think that even having the ability to sometimes send a WhatsApp or a text message to the CEO of Walter. Imagine that you call the CEO of ING, or imagine that you call the CEO of HSBC. I doubt he's going to answer you. So when they call me up at 8 or 9 or 10 o'clock at night and they have to consult, and you know what? There are a lot of times when the consultation is not very related to Walter. It's not a transaction that's going to happen, but they want a piece of advice. And that is something that you cannot get elsewhere. And I think that keeps them coming. I differ a little bit from what Johan said in the sense of the pricing. People know that when they come to Walter, they get a very strong, reliable platform. The costs of compliance are rising and rising and rising. The cost of regulation is rising and rising and rising. To keep up with all the different regulatory requirements, it costs money. So maybe the cost of the actual payment is not that big, but the added and the ancillary costs are so big that you have to cover it somehow. And I have to admit that people understand that today, to have a reliable solution that gives them a constant, stable solution over a long period of time, they understand the value of it. Okay, so it's not always pricing or cost efficient. And I think that we have a lot of clients that are coming back and back and back and increasing their business volumes, bringing more corporations that they own, other businesses that they're involved in to Walter. And we really see this trend because they understand that, you know what, they are tired of all these EMIs that are coming up left and right, offering services, disappearing, 5 minutes later. And they want one reliable, strong player to give them these solutions.
Thank you. Redis?
At CoinGate, our vision was always to be at the forefront of innovation, to be the innovators, and that's especially relevant in an industry like cryptocurrencies, where innovation is extremely fast and a lot can happen in half a year. So we were the first cryptocurrency payment processor in the world to integrate Lightning Network payments for Bitcoin and Litecoin. And for a lot of other technologies, we were either the first or one of the first. And for comparison, like some of our largest competitors technologically are behind like by a year or two. It doesn't seem a lot, but in cryptocurrency sphere, it is. And so I think that's our main benefit, and we strive to keep it in the future as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. In our firm, we believe that compliance is key. That's what we always say to our clients. You have to, you're here for the long run. You're not trying to make a quick buck. That just defraud your clients and make a quick getaway. You have to be compliant. In order to stay in this industry for a longer period of time. You have to be loyal and reliable to your clients. You have to be transparent. Regulation and compliance, they are not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, this is something that covers your ass, if I can say it on live. But we think it's like it's a big advantage. It's a big advantage. Okay, moving on. There are new PSPs opening every week. Why having a reliable banking payments partner is such an important factor in the resilience and prosperity of tech companies. Redis, would you like to start with this?
Sure. So, there's still some of a problem, maybe not as much as it was a few years ago for cryptocurrency businesses to find a banking partner. And of course, it's important when you need to deal with fiat currencies to pay out withdrawals or let people send money to you. But I hope that will change as now the fifth AML came into effect, and maybe the banks won't be so scared because it will be much more clear for them who they are partnering with, and they will be able to measure the risk when previously, when the regulations were not clear, they weren't even able to measure it. So of course they didn't want to deal with it.
JP?
Yes, I mean, this is always, I think the future of the payment services industry is going to be one of the most transformative that we'll see. I think the European PSD2 directive has ushered in a new era of innovation. Definitely, we will need good supporting banking structures, but we're also seeing that the European Commission only a couple of weeks ago or a month or two ago issued as well its plan for a digital finance, which in essence is an open finance banking idea. So I think we're going to continue seeing a lot of changes in the space, supported by technology advancements, but the whole regulatory space, I believe, is going to shift things around, whereby we're going to see new players coming in and actually threaten the banking setup as we know it.
Okay, do you think this, and this is a question from the audience, do you think at some point we'll go cashless?
Well, a number of societies are already making a lot of progress, especially the ones in the Nordic countries. New technology, NFC payments, these are all supporting that. I think the element of going cashless is also very much a cultural phenomenon as well. In the sense, if we look at the southern countries, so even if we're looking at Italy, Malta, those, for example, have structural issues to actually go cashless. We've done some research locally, and you see that payment habits by cash remain excessively strong. Whereas in the Nordics, there is a national strategy to actually go on the digital cashless side. So I think it very much depends on what national governments really want, and then ensuring that the whole population, or as the strategy is, as inclusive as possible. But definitely, I think the future is open banking, open finance, and the future of payments is also cashless. But the speed to achieve that differs on a number of elements as well.
Okay, understood. Isaac, you know a thing or two about payments and banking. Why do you think banking a payments partner is such an important role? And do you think we'll go cashless at some point?
I think that having a banking partner is definitely an important position to have for any business. For ours as an EMI to have the corresponding banks, and for our clients to have a relationship with us. Ritis just talked about the cryptocurrency. So very early on, we understood how to handle cryptocurrency clients on the fiat perspective, as our license permits us to provide them services that are relating to fiat. They're not related to cryptocurrency at all. We know how to analyze them. We know how to onboard them. We're not afraid of them. And we were very initial in the market to do that. So definitely this partnership and this strength for both sides. For them, they want to do business and innovate. They want to do something quick. Today in Asia, you can pay with Bitcoins, you can buy with stuff. We are here in Europe. It sometimes seems like we are 500 years behind them. When you go to Asia, you sometimes say, whoa, all the dreams that we have, they're already living them. Regarding the cashless,
they don't have Corona anymore.
I wish not to comment. The cashless, I definitely think that it's now, especially with Corona, when I walk into a store, the first thing I do is I ask if they have contactless. I don't want to pay. I don't want to touch money. I don't want to touch coins. I don't want to touch other people who touched other people, through this money. It reminds me of a story when I was in Nigeria. I went to the hotel reception. I gave them $100 and I got a mountain of cash that was so dirty that I said to them, please give me back my $100. I didn't want to deal with it. I didn't want to carry this much notes, and I think that the world is definitely going in this direction. COVID is actually pushing us to be more cashless. People are using more, I don't know if you know or not, but Apple Pay and other services like that. The first few years have not been so profitable for them as much as they expected. The analysis that was done by the Boston Consultancy Group was not that profitable for all these services. And 2020 started all their business. People are now using their phones. They don't want to touch anything. I think it's amazing. I think it's definitely getting stronger. And like JP said, we are going to see here and there some countries or regulators which are going to oppose it. But we have to remember what is their ideas for opposing it. Countries that are very tax evasive or dealing a lot with black money, they have no interest to approve such contactless. But if you want to connect with global trends of AML and money laundering, contact cashless is amazing. It's an excellent response to that.
I agree. Johan,
Okay.
what's your take on that?
No, I mean, to answer Zoltan's question, I mean, in Sweden, where we Simpler is based, we have gone from in 2010, 39% cash to now this year, 9% cash only. The rest is digital. So it depends on, as you mentioned, I mean, which in some countries, even though it's rare, I mean, the cash is increasing. So it's weird. But I think that where, again, going back to where we started, where there are end user demand, innovative fintech companies will drive this change. As Isaac corrected me, is already driving this change. So I think that we will increase this trend more and more if all of us listen to the end users' needs.
Yeah. Ritis, would you like to add to that? If you think we're going cashless or not?
I think it's inevitable. It's only a question of when, not if.
Ah, I see. Good answer.
Strong
Okay,
words.
guys, we're here to our final question. As a veterans in your field, where do you think your industry is heading in this decade? Ritis, let's start with you.
Well, as the trends show that all of the cryptocurrency, like whatever measure you take, besides the value in dollars or euros, it continues rising. There's more and more new merchants accepting it, more new transactions happening every day, more users, and so on. So I don't see any reasons for this trend to stop or reverse, and I believe it will continue. And I think it will continue following the same trends like internet did. Like in the beginning, it was like a thing only for geeks and criminals and so on. And the average public wasn't interested in it. And the cryptocurrencies are like basically at the same stage right now. People think they are only for geeks or computer criminals or so on, but I think step by step they will move into the mainstream. And just like with internet, like the biggest proponents thought it would happen faster than it did, but bigger opponents thought it would not happen at all. So I think with cryptocurrencies, it will be the same. Maybe it won't happen in 5 or 10 years, but it will happen eventually. I don't doubt that.
Thank you. JP, what do you think?
I think the industry, from an advisory point of view, I think advisors need to start becoming very much more attuned to technology developments, right? Understanding the whole technology ecosystem. Lawyers, for example, getting much more attuned to smart contracts, how that will change banking and trade finance and a whole load of financial services. It's also, I would say, understanding as well the clients, the sort of psychology behind client decision making and why they are shifting much more to wanting personalized services. So there are lots of changes happening regulatory. I think the speed of regulatory change is becoming very, very fast. And then you need to be in a position to advise clients as well on co-locating, because I think the future is becoming even more so, having different licenses in different jurisdictions. We've seen what happened with Brexit, case in point. You know, lots of companies based in the UK now need to have a plan B so that by January they can continue operating in the EU. So I would say it's the future is all about change. You know, change remains the only constant, and it's about and then making sure that your clients are always ahead of the curve, knowing exactly what to expect and what key regulations will be happening in the coming months to make sure that the business is resilient and is able to face these changes in an innovative manner as well.
Okay, thank you. Johan.
I fully agree with everything that JB said. But adding to this, I think that from our perspective as an instant banking platform, we're currently here to fuel the shift from sort of card transactions to having users use the banking solution much more. And as I mentioned earlier, which Isaac also stressed, is that, I mean, the merchants do not wish to pay for the transaction, but they would love to pay for the service, for the trust, and for the relationship, and for added value services. So I think that, but the main thing, if I have to conclude just one remark, and that would be, again, innovation. The most popular payment solution in Sweden right now was not even on the market 8 years ago. So whatever will be the future have not yet been sort of invented yet. So I think constant change, as the JP said, is one good concluding mark.
Okay, Isaac.
I think that the industry is going, in the next decade, it's going to go into open banking. We will see much more interaction with other companies, banks, users. I think that cryptocurrencies are here to stay. PayPal being just a very small example of this trend. It will be here in the market in 10 years. It's going to be part of our lives and no longer something that we have to talk in a secret. I think the cashless is also a trend that's going to happen in this decade. And anything that has to do with mobile, quick spending. I want to say that in the research, in a recent research in ING, they found out that 25% of their clients, 25% of all the ING clients around the world, we're talking about millions of people, they have never been to a branch, they never logged online, they have never spoken to anybody in a customer service, they have never, nothing, everything happened on their smartphone. Okay, so this is where we are. Johan said it, and I will agree with him. We are leading this market. We are going in this direction. We are offering these services. Our clients want to be here, quick, fast, reliable. The same thing like Riti said, they want to be able to buy and sell their cryptocurrencies, to transact. Company wants to sell, and the other company, Bitcoin. It's reliable. The Bitcoin, I think exchange rate rose over 50% only in the last 6 months. Okay, so it's even a good investment in that sense. It has yielded a very good investment. That's my humble opinion.
Okay, thank you for your opinions, guys. Thank you for the amazing insight that we shared with the audience. Thank you so much, the great panelists. Thank you, Zoltan, Alex, and the team. We wish you a pleasant day and enjoy the rest of the
year, a healthy year, and a healthy day.
A healthy year, coronavirus free.
Yeah, let's have a round of virtual applause for the panelists. They were so good.
Thank you. I had an absolute.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now if you thought that financial innovations are interesting, wait till you see our next session, which is about cyborgs, and it's about improving the human species. So this is actually a recorded session for our 2019 conference in Prague, where we invited a cyborg who has an implant in his brain to talk about how the evolution of humankind can go further. So I would just like to ask my team to start this video, and after this short 20 minutes video, we will be back with the next live session. But this is very interesting. Just hold on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So we are also working on fixing the sound for this video, as there's some issue with it. Just bear with us for a few seconds.
rain, like specifically. And this time, instead of just having like a spiritual or like spiritual connection, let's say, I wanted to create like a physical connection or going deeper.
Yeah, hello. I hope everybody had a good lunch, and now we have like a meeting of the worlds, like we found out yesterday, and we welcome MANEL MUÑOZ. I hope I said that correct. And what is special about Manol is he is a cyborg. And what does it mean to be a cyborg? He will explain it. So what does it mean to be a cyborg?
Yeah, well, to be a cyborg could be defined in different levels. But for me, to be a cyborg, in which part is an identity, you could feel a cyborg with no having any technology implanted in your body. In the same way you could feel that you're not a cyborg, but you have technology implanted in your body. This is something that happened to a lot of people that has like medical implants and blah, blah, blah. And in another level, to be a cyborg could be, to identify, like to recognize the technology that you have in your body as part of your identity as part of your persona, let's say.
And like you made some implants, so like
Yeah.
you really took it to the next level because.
Yeah,
What?
in my case, at the back of my head, I have like an organ, cybernetic organ, to connect myself to the weather, and it allows me to perceive the atmospheric pressure changes through beats in my skull. So depending on the speed of these beats, I perceive the intensity of the atmospheric pressure. If I feel that these beats changes, I also feel that the weather changes. So this is giving me a deeper connection to the weather and to nature, basically.
So basically, if I understand it correct, you have a device that constantly extends your perception of the world, and can you switch it off? I mean, like, or is this always there?
It's always there as the other organs. I didn't want to make it as a device that you can switch off and on. I always want it on because the other organs are always on, and I didn't want to make it like different than the other ones. So
when I understand correct, it's like when there is a change in atmospheric pressure, you have some knocking on your head?
Inside the head.
Inside the head.
Yeah, because the input is make it in the skull, but this is it travels through the bone. So at the end, I feel like these beats, I feel them inside the head. It's like, I don't know if you know a candy called Pop Rocks, but it's like a candy that when you eat it, you feel like split inside your head. So I would define it as something like this, but it's a little bit lower and a little bit more electronic. So it's like in a sparkle, but in the background of the head, and it's a different speed. I feel it all the time, constantly, but it changes. The speed changes at the same time that the atmospheric pressure changes. So it's my way of perceiving the atmospheric pressure.
And why weather?
Because all my life I've been interested on weather. Well, always, all my life I've liked rain, specifically. And this time, instead of just having like a spiritual spiritual connection, let's say, I wanted to create like a physical connection or going deeper with it, because I discovered the possibility of creating new senses and new organs through technology, and I choose to create one to connect myself to the weather. But because I love the weather, but there's lots of possibilities. I have a friend that was exploring movement, and she created a sense to perceive the earthquakes of the whole planet. Or I have a friend that is obsessed with the space, and he's creating a sense to perceive the cosmic rays. So there's lots of possibilities.
So speaking about other use cases in the France, so you also was a co-founder of the TRANSPECIES Society. Maybe you can tell us something like what is this TRANSPECIES Society and what is your mission or goal there, or what are you doing there?
So the TRANSPECIES Society was created, it's an association in Barcelona that we created in 2017. And the aim was to create an association for people that identify themselves as non-human. And also was an association to create like a lab to create new senses and new organs in community, and to defend the right that we all have of designing our body and our minds.
So when I understand correct, is that your goal is like to add additional senses which we don't have yet as a humans, or repair? Yesterday you told me some story about another trial what you did, but technically didn't work. But so your motivation is more like that, to reconnect with nature, through technology. Because at least for me, when I hear cyborg, I have more like a dystopian picture, which is transported by most science fiction series. That is like the technology takes over the humans, but you come exactly from the other direction, as I understand that. Yeah.
My aim is I've been seeing like humans are like quite isolated from the rest of the species and nature, basically. And my aim or my goal would be to restore like my like balance with the species diversity. So my aim is like to go to a non-human future for me, and don't be more isolated from the rest of the species in the planet, and also to connect myself to nature in a deeper way. So yeah, it's my aim with this project is reconnect with nature and the rest of the living beings that we live in the planet.
And you said that like your friends or your co-trans-species members, they had a project similar to yours, but still different. Can you tell us a bit more about the earthquake thing? Because I found that.
Yeah, there are different projects. For example, I have a friend, Neil Harvison, that has an antenna to hear colors. So he has a chip implanted in his skull that vibrates at the same frequency than light. So he's able to hear the frequency of colors. Also Moon, that has this earthquake, well, used to have, she's not having them anymore, but used to have like 2 implants in her feet to perceive the earthquakes of the whole planet. There's another guy that is creating a sense to perceive the ultraviolet light. Another guy that is working on the cosmic rays sense, or another one to feel the pollution of the air. There's lots of possibilities. Yeah, I could start like go saying different ones. Another one that we created that is like a finger that through another app you can connect yourself to different planets. And for example, if you are connected to Jupiter, you could point to the space and then vibrates when you are pointing to Jupiter. So this allows you to have a cosmolocation, to be cosmolocated in a cosmo level.
And where, like, yesterday we had quite a good discussion, like when I introduced you to virtual reality, which like it's totally the opposite actually of what you are doing, because you're it's like you call it revealed reality. What you're doing, so you reveal things that are here in reality to your body, as opposed to like what everybody thinks that cyborgs are doing. Can you tell us more about the concept of like the revealed reality? Because I found that very fascinating.
Yeah, we call it revealed reality because with these new senses and organs, we are revealing a reality that already exists. So we are not creating, I'm not creating the atmospheric pressure that is around me, or Moon was not creating the earthquakes that were happening in the earth. It's just that we are revealing this reality to our bodies that they are not able to perceive these elements or these situations. So it's not as the virtual reality that you are creating from new, something that wasn't there. It's just something that we are, like revealing a reality that already exists, but we can't perceive.
And how do you see? Because there's already a lot of people who say that actually we are already somehow cyborgs, all of us, just not with implants, because in the moment, since we have smartphones, we extend our senses, because we also know, like, if we want the atmospheric pressure or the temperature or anywhere in the world, like.
All right, so hope everybody found this recording interesting. Like I said, it was from 2019. I've sent the link to the full video here on the chat. So if you want to watch it in full, it's really interesting. In the meantime, Manel has more implants. He has some fins to feel more pressure, atmospheric pressure. So I would like to bring Simon online with his guest, David and Roxana. Simon, can you hear us?
I can hear you very well.
Okay, super. Good. Okay, so I will let you start the panel. Hi, Roxana. Okay, so you can start now.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much, Sultan, for having us at this panel. I think we're looking at a highly interesting topic, and I'm very pleased to have two fabulous speakers with us today. It's Roxana Nazoy and David Stansel. I'll just say a few words about them very briefly, and then we'll jump without any further ado into our discussion. So we have Roxana, who is a strategic advocate for privacy and open source, with a special focus on finance and e-health in particular. She brings more than 10 years of experience in digital markets with her. And her most recent roles include CSO at I25S Apps, the company behind the Tachyon project. And she also serves as head of communication at Hong Kong Israel Trade Association. I'm then very pleased as well to have David Stansel. He currently serves as CTO at Fumbi Network and regularly writes on crypto developments in his newsletter, which is coinstory.tech. David studied economics in the Czech Republic, and he did his master in digital currencies at the University of Nicosia in Cyprus. He also co-founded an NGO, the NGO Blockchain Slovakia, and he lectures courses on cryptocurrencies at the Slovak University of Technology and the University of Economics in Bratislava. So both of you, very pleased to have you on this panel, and I'm very certain that we will provide some good input to our audience on financial inclusion and DeFi. I believe we have agreed that we first wanted to speak about the very notions themselves and maybe elaborate whether DeFi is the best term in the context of inclusion, or whether maybe open finance might be an alternative term. Roxana, would you like to start on that?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for having me. Apologies for the background noise. I think all online conferences start with something about the background noise these days. Yeah, I think you know, we were talking the other day, preparing this panel, that there are countries that are being left out of the whole narrative, and we talked about two types of unbanked, basically, which are the people living in developed countries that do not have access to banking. And then there are the unbanked, which we know of, that are people living in third world countries or underdeveloped countries where banking is pretty much immature. So it's not that they themselves don't have access, but you know, the entire infrastructure is not there to support banking. So I think that's an important aspect to cover. And also we were talking about the nuances between decentralized finance, or DeFi as we know it in crypto, versus open finance.
Thank you very much. Well, I'll pass on directly to David.
Hi everyone, thanks for having me. It's really great to be here with you today and talk about this very exciting topic, especially at this time when we see actually Bitcoin getting closer to its all-time high almost, and so many things are happening in the crypto space and in the DeFi space. Maybe it's worth to mention that just a few hours ago it was finalized that the Ethereum 2.0 will start on time on the 1st of December, which obviously has a lot of impact on the DeFi space, as Ethereum is still the platform of choice for many of DeFi projects. So it's really great to talk about these things right now, and I'm really looking forward to this discussion.
Wonderful. So we did mention some of the differences of between DeFi and open finance, and it's probably fair to say that the term open finance encapsulates well this dimension of DeFi, which is about mechanisms of lending, of including more people to the financial circles, and that's a traditional problem in the traditional banking, where some people are simply excluded from these circles. So we have foreseen to deepen a few issues in this panel, and I believe we wanted to start off with a short presentation composed by Roxana. So please, Roxana, the floor is yours.
I'll try to share my screen. Let's see if it is. Can you see it?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I think we should start with, defining the types of stable cryptocurrencies or stable coins that are out there. And from our research and what we found out is that there are basically 4 types of stable cryptocurrencies. There are the ones that are one-to-one backed by fiat. So you have USDT, USDC, Gemini dollar. And the most important aspects that we found for these are that there's a central broker and a central governance, not that much transparency, and it's fully dependent on all the financial monetary systems. And then on the second type of stablecoin that we have are those that are asset-backed or commodity-backed coins, right? So you can think about the plan with Libra, and how far they got with it, or Pax Gold, and they're not bound to one currency. There is a central broker and governance, and they're dependent again on the old financial system. And then the third type of stable coin is the ones that are crypto-backed coins, right? So you have DAI, which is linked to Ethereum, and then you have wrapped BTC basically, and these have a decentralized clearance, sort of decentralized governance, but somehow they're still bound to the value of the US dollar. And then on the fourth side, you have alternative monetary systems. And I know that a lot of you don't agree with the idea that Bitcoin is DeFi, but I do think that Bitcoin is DeFi because it'll gradually stabilize its price in time. So I included Bitcoin and Lightning, and obviously TAG in the project that I'm part of. What we define alternative monetary systems have intelligent money supply. It's either capped or capped to a certain point and then further released in time. Decentralized clearance and governance, and there's no asset backing. However, there's something that I called timed release value proposition. So it becomes more stable in time. The more adoption it gets, the more users have access to it. Yeah. Then I think, we were talking about lending, and we were also talking about how people use money. And I think maybe we could cover a bit the idea of remittance. So maybe, David, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, sure. And yeah, thanks for bringing up this topic, actually, that Bitcoin is for sure part of DeFi. Or I mean, maybe this gets us back a little bit to the goals and vision behind DeFi, which was, in my opinion, mainly to provide access and kind of equality in terms of access, whether it's to the capital market or to the new kind of assets that have been unavailable for a large part of the population in the world. So yeah, Bitcoin was definitely kind of a first attempt to achieve this vision and goals. And DeFi is sort of an extension that is built up on these ideas. And for some reason, even though technically this could have been done on Bitcoin, we've seen in the past some of the attempts to do things that basically we are now seeing in the DeFi space, but on Ethereum, on Bitcoin, it didn't get too much traction for whatever reason. But yeah, it's certainly part of it. And it's really nice that thanks for the introduction to the stablecoins, because they're definitely one of the key components of this whole thing. And it's gonna be really interesting to see, as you mentioned, there are different designs. Some are more centralized, some are more decentralized, and it's gonna be really interesting to see how it's gonna play out with, for example, also in terms of compliance with the current financial system.
And would you agree with the general categorization, topography that Roxana did in her presentation, David?
Yes, so I certainly agree with that. It's definitely like that. We've seen that so far the most successful ones were those that had the central authority behind them. I'm not sure if this type or this design is going to prevail in the future, because we probably all know that also within the European Union there are now lots of efforts to regulate these entities and these projects to ensure consumer protection, or whatever reasons they usually state for this kind of stuff. But maybe one thing that I want to kind of pin down here is that, which going back to the vision goals of DeFi, is providing really equal access to this capital and financial world, is that I think DeFi is really doing what most of the politicians have been promising to us, because they've been creating these walled gardens of the legacy financial institutions that became so over-focused on protection of the consumers and so on, that they have become unavailable to vast majority of the consumer in the world, or like a huge chunk of them. So I think it's very important that DeFi has emerged finally, and I believe that it's a good chance that these decentralized patterns and design will actually prevail in the end.
Okay, thanks, David. You mentioned the vision of DeFi and the original vision also of the coin sector. Do you see that threatened nowadays by these regulatory efforts and other influences?
To some extent, actually, yes. I mean, of course, this is not a new threat. This is a reoccurring threat. We had this already in the early 90s when digital currencies occurred for the first time. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so maybe you have provided more insight into this, but I've been following closely the most recent drafts that are coming from EU regarding to crypto assets. And when we just to get a little bit specific too, so our audience has an idea. So when we talk about, for example, what using the terminology of these latest proposals, the asset reference tokens, which is basically, you know, these kind of stable coins that are backed by certain digital commodities, for example, like Bitcoin, there will be lots of compliance burden on the entities issuing these tokens. And it will, I'm not sure myself how it's going to play out because Roxana mentioned WBTC, for example, which is quite simple because that's kind of centralized design and entity behind it. But if we talk about the alternatives that are not so widespread yet, like REN BTC, I'm really not sure how the regulators or how the legacy financial system is going to cope with projects and assets like this. I don't know, what's your take on that, Simon?
Well, I think what should be mentioned in this context is what the greater battle or greater concern is about. And I think this, to some extent, also comes down to ideologies. We have, of course, the vision of DeFi and the coins on the one hand. On the other hand, we have regulators and also central banks who don't particularly like that, because it also means to some extent losing their monopoly in that field. That is in particular true for the central banks. When we then look at regulatory efforts such as the ones you partly mentioned from the European Union, and also at national level, we see a concern of AML, anti-money laundering. And that's why alternative payment measures and decentralized finance has become more and more, or has come more and more on the radar of the regulator. You rightly mentioned also the newest EU efforts, and I understand you're actually staying in Vienna yourself, and so we are of course aware of the terrible events a few weeks ago in Vienna, and maybe we pick this up. I believe Roxana, you have looked into this as well. Most recent proposals coming from the EU. How do you assess this?
So I looked into particularly into how the EU is sort of working heavily to regulate stablecoins and not allow too much flexibility. So there's a lot of pressure from Germany and France, to be precise. And I think we need strong lobbying. We need people that understand the value proposition of crypto and can explain to non-tech savvy people, and especially people in the governments, that it's this is the future. So that's going to be very heavily impacted by effectively the power of people who advocate for certain things. And we were talking about the ban on encryption, for example. So how would that roll out? You had in February, the EU was advised to go into using Signal as their preferred messaging app. And then a couple of months later in October, early November, they were thinking of banning end-to-end encryption messaging tools. So there's a lot of confusion. And I don't think, especially in the EU, there's a very, let's say, on the surface understanding of what it means to deal with cryptocurrency, and what it means to have security and to have privacy by design implemented in all these solutions. And they're not really getting the essence of it.
Yes, and you're very, very right that the way forward must be lobbying. If you want to be heard and understood as a new industry, there's no way around that. David?
Yeah, like thanks for bring this up. It's especially in the light of the recent Viennese attacks. It's really interesting to see, and it actually bothers me a lot that, again, like as you mentioned, one of the first reactions of some of the authorities in Germany or in France was to propose again to ban encryption, and it's just so sad to see that we have been going through this already, like over and over again in the past. We had these first crypto wars in the early 90s when PGP was released initially, and it took a couple of years and lots of efforts of lobbying and community awareness and grassroots activism to fight this battle. And then we kind of concluded it for some time, and it reappears again and again. And I don't think it's the way to go. Apart from that, I also morally find it wrong, but it's also not efficient. And I think it's really the case also in this particular attack, where we could see that authorities actually had this attacker, he was sued like a year ago, but they completely failed to surveil his activities furthermore. And even though they were notified from other countries' authorities that this particular person was trying to buy some weapons there. So I don't think banning encryption is the way to go at all. And I just wanted to actually briefly get back to what you mentioned, Simon, recently, that how governments don't like the monopoly when it comes to the monetary policies, which is very kind of amusing to see how they are trying to fight like companies like Amazon when they kind of get some more bigger share of the market, and immediately these regulators called it like, hey, you are too big, you are a monopoly, and you might abuse your market power. But no one talks about this when it comes to the monetary politics, and how actually central banks are abusing their market power, and how they cover back for irresponsible policies of politicians. So I think it's really important that we have DeFi here and cryptocurrencies as such, because they are bringing justice to this.
Very good point. And actually, what you mentioned about central banks backing up wrong decisions, I mean, we have seen that very much so in a disputed way regarding the euro, which then also led to high prominent court cases, including in Germany, and actually almost to pretty much a battle of courts between the highest court in Germany and the European Court of Justice. So the European Court of Justice backing and supporting the central bank measures, and the German court being very critical about them. So indeed, we should not only challenge monopolies in the private sector, but also question their legitimacy in the public sector. Roxana? I believe we wanted to cover some of your work also that you have done in relation to African countries. I believe you have figures on Ghana to share with us.
Yes, we can just skip and go here. So Ghana is an interesting country because it was a first mover when it came to bringing, a good internet infrastructure and access to power and energy. And they're quite strategically positioned as well. And we started looking into understanding better because, we think of African countries, we don't understand a lot about them. So we started looking deeper into, the basic infrastructure, affordability, financial sector, and a lot of other things. And some of the things that I found, I just decided to share them with you all today in case any of you is interested in looking into, developing or underdeveloped markets. So in terms of the basic infrastructure that we found in Ghana, for example, was that the current energy generating capacity is 3.8 megawatts, and they require a total investment of $168 billion to increase the capacity to 50.2 megawatts, which is something that we typically have in Central and Western Europe, for example. And obviously they have the possibility to go for green energy as well, because it's just starting there. And the interesting fact that I found is that Ghana can finance most of these costs by itself, even to the point of covering it entirely. So their plan is that by 2047 they'll reach this target. And this is important because if you want people to get involved in open finance and sovereign, be your own bank, all kind of things, you need three things. So you need access to hardware, you need access to a stable internet connection, and you also need a stable power supply. And this is something that you don't typically have in underdeveloped countries. So before we go into grand gestures, thinking that we're helping countries in Africa or in Southeast Asia, we really have to look at the reality and research and understand it better. So Ghana has access to power. It is people from Ghana told me that on a scale of 1 to 10, they're around 7. But there are remote areas that don't have access to sustainable energy power levels. And then you have access to hardware or connectivity devices. And I found that they have access to smartphones and laptops, typically pre-owned, because there are a lot of fakes on the market. And they're around $150 to $300. The average salary is around $500, $600. So this is somewhere affordable for people that have a steady job. And then access to internet. There are a a couple of regions that have pointed out to have the best internet adoption. And those are Accra, which is actually the capital. So they have over 27% adoption rate. And then you have Eastern Ghana, Western Ghana, Central Ghana, and Ashanti and Upper West regions that have approximately 15% penetration rate. So that's something good to keep in mind if you want to roll out open finance projects or infrastructure projects there. There's a global connectivity index by Huawei, for example, and Ghana ranks 71st in 2019, but it's getting there. And I looked at prices to have an internet connection, like a fiber internet connection, which is more sustainable and balanced. And to offer speeds of up to 2 megabytes per second, it costs around $102 per month. And to have an unlimited offer with speeds up to 60 megabytes per second costs like almost $1,500. And this is shocking because, for example, in Romania, I pay less than $10 to have 1,000 megabytes per second.
Yeah. Probably another phenomenon in some African countries is that a lot of people actually have mobile or mobile only. That coverage may actually be pretty decent, but then indeed at the, let's say, more traditional land-based lines, you often will not have the speed that is required, or then at a very high price, as you say.
Exactly, and it's hard to. So while we can offer financial services to them, we can't exactly include them in the network earning structure, right? So if you have a protocol or a network that's running, so people can participate and sustain the network with nodes, and they earn through these nodes. Well, it's very hard to do this in countries that don't have that basic infrastructure. So basically, they can be. They can use an e-wallet, they can use your lending service, that's fine, but you can't include them, co-participate them into the earnings of a network. And that's something that ideally you'd want to do, because this is where we're winning against Visa and MasterCard. You have no way to co-participate in the earnings of Visa and MasterCard networks. But with crypto, you can. You have staking, you have proof of work. You also have just running nodes and generating.
Very good. I believe you have one slide left on Ghana. Is that correct?
Yeah, this will be the last one. This was very interesting because I looked at the inflation rates. They were quite obviously impacted by COVID since March. But I also looked at the banking. So they do have, I think COVID accelerated the digital services offering, to be fair. And, Ghana has microfinance institutions, insurance companies, privately held and government held banks. And in very remote areas, they have a crop rotation system. So that means that by the end of the year, everybody manages to be part of this crop rotation. Their exchange rate for USD and CEDI, their local currency. And with mobile payments, it was interesting because, I thought, maybe they could have Google Pay or Apple Pay, but they don't. They have the possibility to pay with mobile, and every single, for example, every single internet service provider in Ghana has its own e-payment system. So you can pay with your mobile, but you're never gonna have the type of e-banking / e-payment solutions that you have in Europe, for example, Revolut and Google Pay and Apple.
Okay, thanks a lot for preparing this, Roxana. I really appreciate it. David, any thoughts on Africa and Roxana's presentation.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, it's like one of the greatest challenge with crypto and DeFi or I mean, also to cover them with the internet network. But that's one of the reasons why I'm so excited to see the developing of basically kind of alternative ways to connect to the crypto networks, because not many people are familiar with the fact that there's currently already a couple of satellites circling around our globe that are providing access to the Bitcoin blockchain, for example. And which means that basically people can receive transaction without the internet connection through the satellite connection, which is very cool. Of course, it's not so comfortable, but it's a way to go perhaps in some of the areas, and even probably less convenient way of sending transactions is to do it through radio waves, which has been demonstrated in the past as well. But of course, it's also not the most secure way to do that. But it will be interesting to see if these ways and applications will eventually find their way to be applicable in at least some of the areas, and they will help us to increase inclusivity of the financial system. But yeah, of course, the internet will be probably always the major way how to access to these applications, which probably brings us also back to really the core of the DeFi projects and their challenges they are fighting, like how to really provide, because of course with these low-income countries, it's really hard to tackle and handle volatile assets, or for the fact the transaction fees that we are experiencing now on many of the blockchain networks, and of course the user interface and things like that. So there is still a long way to go for us and for people who are building this project to really make it accessible and to really make it useful for financial inclusion.
Thank you, David. I believe we also wanted to address some of the risks involved in open finance and coins. Would you like to give it a start, David, on this?
Yeah, sure. I mean, there are a lot of risks involved. Oftentimes, as most of us probably come from the Western world, in the US and the EU, we oftentimes encounter the arguments of related to the AML risk, anti-money laundering risk, that are often purported to be very much a big deal in the cryptocurrency, but in reality, they are not so much. We have lots of data from institutions that are doing the forensic analysis of the cryptocurrencies, and consistently these numbers show that it's around 1% of the all cryptocurrency transactions that relate to some illicit activities, crime, and so on. So I wouldn't be too worried about this aspect. What I would be worried much more about is are risks related to other things like smart contract risk. I think in DeFi, whoever follows DeFi is very familiar with that, because we experience it basically on a weekly basis, multiple times. Even I think just over the weekend we had Pickle, one of the DeFi projects, hacked. A few days before that it was Acropolis, which is one of the projects in DeFi I'm really hopeful for, as it allows unbanked people to get under-collateralized loans, which actually really helps a lot of people to get more access to capital through this community lending, which is very important. So there are really strong smart contract risks still in place. And that's why I think it's not probably ideal to really the people who need it most to play around with that and interact, because it's still highly risky. And then, of course, we mentioned some of the legal risk related to the interaction with the legacy financial system, which might be, of course, problematic in some way. And but when we talk about risk, it's important to mention that it's always related to different parties. There are different risks for developers, there are different risks for users, and of course there are different risks to regulators. But yeah, I think these are some of the most basic one, or most present one.
Yes, maybe you could also mention the fragility of the ecosystem. I believe in the first wave during March, we have seen quite a lot of prices going down. How do you see that, Roxana?
Well, I think we're definitely in stages where we experiment. I honestly think every single project in DeFi is just one experiment, and it will take years before we can actually see if it works or not. If you look at monetary systems, it took 300 years, for example, to get to a point where gold, you know, acquired the value of other markets to the point that it became the, you know, the precious metal most wanted. And then we may be lucky in maybe maybe in 20 years to see some actual development. But I think it's natural to have these fluctuations. You know, the crypto market is impacted by just like the stock market, by politics and economic crisis and all of that. I think it's positive to see a lot of the institutions getting into Bitcoin, for example, and then you have the institutional adoption. So that's a positive. I don't know what will trigger for actually for the other cryptocurrencies, but I do think that there's room for improvement. So I don't think we're done with seeing what can be triggered and created out there.
Thank you. Yes, please, David.
I would just add one notion to this, since we mentioned March 2020 and the Black Thursday and events that happened during the crash of the markets, which was reflected in the crash on the crypto markets as well. And it's also one of the biggest risks, but at the same time, one of the biggest advantage of DeFi is its composability, which means that we can stack up multiple applications that can interact between each other. And now we really a universe of such applications, thousands of them, and they all deal with quite a good amount of capital. And it can create a lot of, it can increase the market or resource allocation, efficiency of the resource allocation in the economy, which is great. But at the same time, it represents a lot of risk involved, because we don't know how no one probably understands how well enough how these applications may interact between each other, and which might be result sometimes into design flaws that have been already exploited multiple times, as we've seen in DeFi. So this is definitely one of the significant risks in DeFi as well.
Very good. Thank you, David. We're just getting a question in from our dear organizers, and the question will go to both of you. How do you think that the openness and transparency of decentralized finance will change our political landscape, or how it would change?
Roxana, want to start?
Yeah, I'll go first. I think it's pretty scary because, there's that theory that if you have a group of 50 people, they can trust one another without a middleman. And there's 1,225 direct one-to-one relationships. And you can trust that. But once you expand and you go into structures like societies and governments, you don't have the trust layer. So I think that opened up the opportunity for middlemen to gain a lot of advantage and to position themselves, basically what banks did, what a lot of the governments do, that they want to control a lot of the things that are happening. So I think this is very scary for them, because once they realize the true potential of Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, it's either they get in and they're part, because they can become part of alternative monetary systems, or they just get left out. But it'll take a long time. And I think one of the reasons why Bitcoin was designed to, the last Bitcoin to be mined like over 100 years later, it is precisely because it's a gradual process. So we won't see initially that they will try to regulate and impose the current laws, And then they realize that this doesn't exactly work, that they need to open up, you know, think of the bigger picture, and then maybe ultimately, by the time we're long gone, but our, you know, our kids or kids of our kids will be out there. They will see a different financial structure.
Yeah, so I have kind of an inner dilemma in this with myself, because on one hand, I'm really a bit worried that this huge bureaucratic machinery of the legacy political and financial world will, of course, try to dwarf this whole space, which makes me really worried. But at the same time, I'm being hopeful because I believe that it can really change patterns in our society and the political landscape, because you know, it can show us how it is not necessary to rely on trust that much, that we can minimize lots of processes in our society, that perhaps the discussion like if the votes have been counted well is something that we will not experience in the not so far future. And it can also expose the naked truth behind the, you know, certain monetary policies, let's say, or the nature of money. And now it just really question like how well the society, the mainstream society, will absorb this exposure to this knowledge, and how well we will be able to apply it.
Thanks, David. As we are slowly reaching the end of our session, I just would like to recap where we started in the beginning. And Roxana attempted categorization initially at our panel. And I wanted to ask you, you know, when you look at these various categories, what in your view will be the next big thing, and what on the other hand will maybe slowly fade away? Roxana, do you want to start?
Yes, I was muting myself. I think, and I'm being maybe generous when I say that 95% of the cryptocurrencies that we have today will just go away. I think I see Bitcoin is definitely moving towards a store of value, you know, settlement layer, and that's fine. Then you also have sort of like Web3, which can be Ethereum. I think Ethereum has the strongest developer mindshare on the market right now. And then you have all of these smaller cryptocurrencies that can be used, you know, just for remittance or money transfers or microloans or anything like that, either linked to the other two or just, you know, having a universal aspect to it so they can include the other currencies, cryptocurrencies available. But I think 95% of what we have today will go away, because you can build a million applications, but if they don't solve the problems of today, because the problems of today will be there tomorrow and the day after tomorrow as well. So we have to look at the actual reality.
Very good, thank you. David, you have the last word.
Okay, yeah, so I think, you know, the overarching theme that I think is the big thing is kind of a deployment of capital, and as I already mentioned, the more efficient allocation of resources, and, you know, deployment of the idle capital. And this it may be reflected or manifested in multiple forms. We talked about lending. Yeah, I think it's a really huge thing. Or if we talk about, you know, subcategory of lending, kind of a flash loans, which allow basically anybody to handle and to control a huge amount of capital, almost for free, for small price. So anybody can take a loan of $1 million and do a transaction with it. Of course, you have to return it at the end of the transaction, but through the composability of the DeFi space, you can deploy it in a way that you couldn't have before, and that's really a huge thing. And so yeah, so this like will be manifested in multiple forms. Now the cost of creating, you know, like a fund or participate on a fund it's much lower than it used to be in the past. So I think this is really a huge thing, and this is something that will stay here.
Thanks a lot, David, and thanks again, David, Roxana. I hope everybody much enjoyed it. I certainly did, and thanks a lot for this panel. And with that, I hand back to the organizers from fresh breeze of the ocean, back to Sultan.
Hi, Simon. Yes, yeah, it's certainly something different that we usually talk about at our other conferences, right? And so happy to have Roxana here, who we have been chasing her since 2019. Okay, thanks, guys. So I would like to invite the next speaker on stage, Ersin. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this correctly. Ersin, can you join us?
Hi, Zoltan. Hi, everyone. Yes, you got it right.
Okay, super. Okay, so I will leave you to host your presentation and we'll get back on screen after that. Thanks.
Perfect. Thanks a lot for having me today. Today, I would like to actually talk about the company that I co-founded, how it translates to like basically in the economies that we participate on the angle of like SME finance, technology, and I would like to give my viewpoints as well on how the future for finance may look like in these markets, especially on the SME angle. So before I basically dive into those topics, maybe also for the crowd, like for the audience, it might be good to give a bit of the background to give the context of what I will be speaking. So in that regard, I'm basically from Turkey. I studied electrical engineering. I worked for Toyota on autonomous driving vehicles and hybrid vehicles. Then I basically joined Rocket Internet, which they are one of the largest incubator in the world. They launched successful business models in mainly frontier and emerging markets. I joined them afterwards, and I've been to 18 countries in 8 months in Southeast Asia, Europe, and Africa. And I was offered to be the CEO of Jumia Africa. And I always loved Africa, and I was very curious. And I said, why not? This is a great opportunity. And I took the opportunity, and that business, Jumia, was the first large-scale e-commerce company in the continent, and it became the first tech unicorn of Africa. And where I met my business partner, Tunde, and he's the co-founding CEO of Jumia Nigeria. And we left together to launch the first consumer logistics, because that was the biggest bottleneck at the point in time to getting the items to the hands of the consumer as the e-commerce started to boom in Africa. And then we launched 4 years ago, Lydia, which is basically we give financing to SMEs, without taking any guarantor or collateral, mainly on the working capital side. And that's what we do. And as part of that, we first launched in Nigeria, and now we expanded to Poland and Czech Republic. And right now I'm in Warsaw, so as part of the expansion. And we have also a tech team in Portugal and some colleagues in the US. So that is my background, in a nutshell. And that being said, what is I was also listening the previous panel, we were talking about Ghana, Roxana, the presenter, and it was very interesting insights as well. So I would like to also, in that regard, give a bit of context, as we see now two very different continents in terms of demographics, in terms of geography, but a lot of similarities when it comes to finance and underlying certain behaviors, and how technology more or less fits 80% on the common part of solving this challenge. Of course, 20% we need to customize based on each country. So that being said, what we are I will give also a bit of the context, maybe in terms of demographics differences that part. For Nigeria, it's one of the youngest populations in the world. Half of the population is less than 25 years old, and infrastructure, as you were hearing from the previous panel, it's a young country, so therefore infrastructure needs to be built, in terms of roads, internet, healthcare, education. And where you look at Europe, it's much more established, its infrastructure is on the next level. And the healthcare, education, road kind of challenges don't exist for the most part compared to other parts of the world. And in that way, for example, I will give a bit of the context also through the 7 8 years ago when the e-commerce started in Africa. At that point in time, what we see is like you need like 3G, like to be able to like now we are talking about 5G, but at that time we needed 3G, like to be able to really kickstart like an internet economy, either physical goods or services. And most of the major cities had 3G. But beyond that, like most of the rest of the country, like and where most of the population lives, like they had only 2G. But with the introduction of 3G, like penetration getting more to the rural areas, and with also the introduction of cheap smartphones, like where you can buy like a basic entry smartphone on $30 to $50 levels, that started to really enable internet economy. Because in terms of the demographics as well, things are changing, but much of Europe used to access the internet through desktop or shop, like let's say for the goods through desktop, whereas like in Africa, it basically kind of leapfrogged that part and now directly on mobile, which also now Europe shifting towards that as well. So when we look at these patterns, like there was another point like from the previous panel is like how technology can solve like today's challenges. And of course, the challenges of yesterday or the challenges in far future will be very different. But for like what we do today to be relevant, to be successful as a company, we have to basically solve the challenges of today's world where what customers need. And in that regard, like what we see is when it comes to like finance, and when it comes to small and medium businesses, we work with a lot of like small and medium businesses through the like Jumia model, which is an Amazon model, or through the logistics model. And one thing that we saw is like the biggest bottleneck for them to get access to finance, I mean, to be able to get to the next level is access to finance. And when you look at the access to finance, there is like two parts of the equation for a business. One is the capital expenditure, which is like usually mid to long-term projects. And the other one is like operating basically capital, which is like short-term needs. And in that regard, on the long-term side, we see that the banks are a good fit because these projects usually like backed by collateral. You need to like longer underwriting process due to the project. But when it comes to like short-term financing, like that is where what banks require versus what most SMEs can provide, there is a big mismatch. And that's where we said in 21st century, we can just underwrite them just using data and without taking any guarantor or collateral and give access to finance to these SMEs. So that's how the idea of Lydia is born. And in that regard, like what we do is like, we basically first started in Nigeria. And in terms of like the part, in order to be able to underwrite these customers through data, you need to solve two parts of the data equation. One is where can we get good quality data, and where can we access the availability of data is also quite important. And what we realize is when you look at a business, like one thing that is very important is to understand the cash flow of the business. And then to be able to understand the cash flow of the business, we said, actually a bank account data, because you are looking at a population of 200 million people. And more or less 2 years ago, there were only like 10,000 like credit cards and 80,000 POS machines. So, but 35 million bank accounts. And that is a very like stark picture because with this very limited credit cards or POS machines, so you cannot have access to data like that you can do like in other parts of the world. So that's why we decided to use the bank account data. And then the other part that needs to be solved from data point of view is how do you get this data? Like, because there's no APIs, even with Europe, we are now integrating with banks through PSD2, but even like a good number of the banks are not still ready yet, like for PSD2 compliance. So they are just getting more and more as we progress. But the part is like when you get through the, you cannot get through the data through API, then the other option became how do we get the data from the customer directly? And then once you get the customer directly from the data, it becomes very important that you check for the authenticity. Is it the authentic one? And that's where we, as part of the conversation on the topic of the conference, like that's where we use machine learning today. And in the future, we will apply more, like start applying like artificial intelligence parts to be able to like, how to say, improve the system directly by the system itself, rather than like we are at the moment training the data. And that is the part that became very important, because at the moment with these things like that I mentioned, we can basically like analyze the data in seconds to underwrite an SME and to be able to like grant access to them in 1 day. And that became very important because like if you think of SME owners in our era, and it's going to be more and more because of the fact that we see with this coronavirus like situation, like the way that we used to work in the office is evolving. And in other part as well, there are a lot of like tools that enable you to be able to do entrepreneurship, because the cost of starting a business has significantly dropped. Because before you needed to open like an office space, a brick and mortar location, you had to invest in that, and that required much higher capital, but technology lowered that cost significantly. And because of that, like what is happening is we will see more entrepreneurs coming in, and with the supporting tools as well, it becomes easier to do your accounting or like to do certain things. But one thing that was also being mentioned is how do you then get access to finance as a business owner to be able to unlock the potential of your business, especially if there's a good product market fit. And in that way, that is where like we need to how to say, find innovative solutions to be able to deploy capital better. And we are trying to solve that angle in terms of the SME part, where there's also the consumer part that comes in as well. But for that being said, like we also started always like our equation, what are we trying to solve for, and what the customer wants is basically is an easy way to be able to answer that question, because we walk backwards from the customer. And when we look at from the customer perspective, like one thing that is very important is like these SME owners, they are like, is their livelihood. They basically take care of themselves and if the family as well. And they are good at what they do, like which is like providing a good quality service in a niche category, or like buying low, selling high. But when you like want them to provide a lot of collateral, or when you want them to provide you like financial statements, management reports, like unless you are doing a business in the finance, it won't be like your core part or core competency. And that is where we said like the easy way for them is let's evaluate them like with high confidence levels that we can basically get our money back. And because it's all about a probability game, we are solving a probability actually equation, and deploy the capital to them as fast as possible. So that way they can also like take into account to grow their business. They can focus what they do best, which is grow their business, and we can basically give more access to finance to them. And with these things mentioned, actually we've grown quite a lot, like in the last 4 years. So in like we actually we launched in Europe this year in the middle of the like lockdown in March and April. And we still financed close to $7 million of financing to SMEs in this market, which is like more or less like we gave like 1,000 loans already to the market. And we see very low default rates, and we see a very high repeat rate. And those are the things that was enabled through technology, because another thing that was important is we already built everything digital. And that is like, of course, nobody could foresee the pandemic like that will happen, or the effects of the pandemic. So we just built it like completely digital infrastructure. And that is coming from even like starting in Nigeria. And why we did that is from the access to finance point of view, like the number of bank branches per 100,000 people in Nigeria is 5. But if you look at like the Mediterranean countries is 70, 80, like usually like average like in US or like in North European countries is like 30. So when you look at that, like you have very limited access to finance in Nigeria. So, but you have much better now infrastructure to be able to access through the internet to different services. So that's why we said like, let's build like a completely digital process where we give like access to finance by just like looking at the data. And the part is also like quite important because we digitize the process in a country that is like, how to say, have one of the least advantages in terms of infrastructure, right? Like to be able to access, but it was like a surprisingly shocking like result. Actually, we found out that people are very keen to be able to access the services as long as the service is good. And in this case, good meaning like the quality is good, but also price versus value point is good as well. And because we do everything digital, we actually had a lot of fixed cost savings. And because we had the fixed cost savings, we could give the cheapest capital in the markets. And that was very important as well, because in terms of alternative finance, we are cheapest also in Poland, Czech Republic, and as well as in Nigeria. Why we did that is because we have low default rates, because we can see the data, we can underwrite them and see the probability of defaults much better. And then the other part is also because we don't have high fixed cost, and we can basically reflect those savings to the customers, where they can not only get easier access to finance, but also cheaper access to finance. And this is the points that enabled us to be able to use. And another part that we were really solving from the technology point of view is what can be used in terms of how we define a product that can be pretty much 80% country agnostic, 20% country dependent. Because when you take a product that you have to adjust a lot from country to country, or you have to build your software completely customized for each country, it can be great a kickstart point, and it can be quite fast in the beginning. But as you scale to more countries and as you scale to more customers, you it becomes very tough to maintain a proper IT infrastructure, and also a technology roadmap and features roadmap, and which we see actually with traditional banks. One of their challenges is they have legacy systems, but also they acquire banks as they consolidate. And the challenge becomes, of course, every bank kind of uses different kind of softwares, and some use the same, depending on the size and scale. But when you try to integrate those different banks together, or even within the same bank in different jurisdictions, that becomes very tough, now for the banks, as now they are focusing a lot to basically bring all of them under one platform and use more or less the same platform across all the jurisdictions as well. But this was one of the big start points. And technically today in Lydia, to launch a country on the digital side of things, it takes us 1 day to start a new country. Of course, still we need to incorporate in that country and invest in that country, and hire people, because at the end, that is, I will explain a bit more how we are approaching, maybe in terms of technology enabling, but at the same time, how we approach the human side of things. Those are the basically, it takes 1 day to launch a country, and that becomes very important for us, because we would like to cover more and more countries. So that way we can give easier access to finance and create a bigger scale for the society. Because my personal passion together with Tunde is to create jobs. We would like to be a positive catalyst in the ecosystems that we participate. So that is how it translates for us as the personal passion. But of course, that passion can become meaningful if we reach scale. So that is what we are solving for. And why we also maybe I will give maybe the human part of things, because at the end, depending on the finance type, it can be very different how you need to approach it. Because on the consumer side of things, once I know the brand is good, once I know the brand can be trusted, depending on if I'm an early adopter or a late adopter, I will basically try or hear word of mouth, or see some adverts and try testing it. And as I build confidence, I can put more time or resources into it. But when it comes to a business side of things, in today's world, we are actually dealing a very interesting generation, like shift, which is like our parents are brick and mortar generation. Like I am brick and click generation, and our kids will be like a click generation only for the most part. And in that regard, how can you provide a service where like you can serve all these different type of SME owners, right? Like, because some people want to talk like on the phone, like, or like exchange emails before like feeling comfortable to sign up or use the platform. And some say, look, I don't need to talk to engage anybody. I will just use digitally completely. And but overall, what we also see is because these SMEs are like taking care of their financials or their family's financials, they usually want to talk regardless of the generation, like in first with a person, like, and when they feel confident, then after they take the product a couple of times, we see a big shift towards fully digital. And that is another thing I think to keep in mind as well as we solve today's challenges, what the customer wants, basically, like in the segment that we are trying to serve. And we use then the technology to like take care of the things where we can bring a lot more efficiency, because one person at the moment can underwrite 5,000 loans a month. And that is the level of efficiency that we achieve through leveraging like machine learning, and as well as like to be able to like standardizing the platform and using the finding a product that can fit across like all the markets. And these are the things that how we are approaching it. And how we also look for the future is like at the moment, we are taking as a high growth startup, we are basically approaching with the mindset of let's take one product and take it across like multiple markets instead of like staying in one country and introducing more features because of the choice of the markets that we have. Why we choose like this method is like if we were maybe in US or China or India, like those markets are huge. So if you conquer that market, you already like have a big global presence. But when we focus on fast growing economies, like the size of Nigeria is huge, 200 million people, but addressable market in terms of like internet economy is like 10 million people, the size of Belgium. So that is why like we basically said like, let's build a product that's a good product market fit, and let's take it across multiple markets. And like why we also like choose like fast growing economies is because we believe like when it comes to SME finance, like more developed, slowly growing developed markets are like basically the capital markets deep enough, like, and there's a much better option for SMEs to have access to finance, especially if you are credit worthy, because the credit systems are more developed. But when you look at like frontier emerging markets or fast growing developed markets like Poland and Czech Republic, where you see is like the markets are growing so fast, and usually traditional finance institutions like banks play catch up in fast markets, so they can never give enough capital to the market. So we can basically deploy the capital into the market and become like a catalyst in the system to further boost the economy. And in that way also what we see is because the capital is always looking for yield, like we basically build the structure the way we built, which is like a American company as a Delaware C Corp. And we also have Luxembourg as the European holding, so that investors like from the Western Europe or US can deploy capital like through Lydia as a trusted platform. So we can basically bring fresh FDI into the countries, like instead of rotating the existing capital only within the market. So that will even further boost these economies and create more jobs, because SMEs at the end create the most jobs are the backbone of any economy. So and how the future we see is this coronavirus case has been very interesting in terms of it's been like usually most financial crises are like either demand or supply, but in the coronavirus case, it both affected demand and supply. So like in that case, like what is also we are maybe like the only positive thing that comes from this pandemic is it basically accelerated a lot the digitization process of the companies, as well as the digitalization of the experience on the consumer or on the business side of things as a customer. So this makes it like we see much more a trend now for like businesses to like serve these customers digitally, but as well as also customers are willing to accept to receive the products completely digital as well, and or services. And in that case, like we basically expect like more and more like innovation that can unlock through the digital channels. Like this can be decentralized finance, and it will be also in crypto as well, is getting more like investment from like large corporations, is also making the asset class much more investable by like large institutions. And I think that trend will keep continuing more and more. And those are the things that will enable more access to finance, and it will democratize access to finance, which is very important. Because why I personally do what I do is, as I mentioned, I'm passionate about like creating jobs, because also as I observed, like basically talent is equally distributed, but opportunities are not. So like therefore, like to be able to like with all these decentralized finance or like cryptocurrency innovations, or like basically innovations like on the different part of the world, like in terms of technology, like and access to like from infrastructure getting better and better, this enables us to be able to distribute like access to finance in a much more democratic way, and that becomes very important. Like and I think then any person in any country will have a better chance to like more or less catch up with the rest of the world, because today we don't compete anymore like domestically, we compete globally. And to be able to do that, like access to education, which is also YouTube is becoming like the best source or best university at the moment, in my view, in terms of access to information. Those are kind of things that will basically like change the way we access to like education, like or even the healthcare, because with the telemedicine or like as well, an innovation on the delivery of like actual like drugs, and as well as like with the finance, people will be able to grow their business and take it to the next level wherever they are. And these are things that I expect personally to happen. And our part with Lydia is how can we play a part to be a catalyst in that way by leveraging the technology to solve today's problems with an eye on the future. Like I will basically just pause here because I don't know if I have more time or not, but
okay, you still have 5 minutes if you want.
Yeah, Zoltan, on that one, however you prefer, would you like me to answer any questions like from the audience, or I can explain more as well on different areas also?
There are no questions at the moment from the audience, but so you can go on and explain for 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Sure. So in that regard, like what we basically like would like to, maybe I will touch base on the point of a bit like what we are seeing in terms of like maybe Poland and Czech Republic is like now versus like Nigeria, like just to give maybe more context like on these countries. So in terms of like Poland and Czech Republic, the availability of data and quality of data is like much more available. So in the part like we need to solve, of course, in these markets is the trust, because in finance, the biggest issue is trust. How can I trust to the other side of the equation? So like that is why we said like, how can we solve the trust issue? Like, because if I call an SME today and tell them I can give money to your bank, like in basically a few days, like no collateral, no guarantor, and the cheapest rates in the market, they'll be, why me? What is the catch? But so that's why what we realize is there are a lot of like good quality like SMEs that distribute the products of large corporations, like such as Coca-Cola, like Lafarge. And what we did is like we partner with these large institutions on the non-financial sector and as well as financial sector to be able to serve those customers. And in this case, on the non-financial sector, we basically work with mainly agriculture, like logistics, like as well as like pharmaceutical companies, And once they introduce us to their network, it becomes a very meaningful conversation. And on the finance side, we partner with like payment processors and as well as like ultimately with banks, because when it comes to banks, we don't really compete with them, even though we serve the same customer, because of the fact we cover at the different end of the spectrums. And ultimately, the customer is always better off, because when you have competition, you have better like prices in an efficient market, and as well as like you have more access to goods like or features or products. So I will just like pause here.
Yes, very interesting facts you stated over here, Estin. Yes, definitely something to consider for the audience. Okay, so thank you very much for this great presentation. We look forward to working with you again at our next events. And for our audience now, we will have 2 sets of recordings from our conference in 2019 in Prague, which we reminisce as a memory and hope to be back soon on the live stages. So I would just ask my team to start the video. It's about quantum technology, and afterwards is about cybersecurity. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Do you guys mind if I just put this? Sorry about this. I'll get started in a second. Yeah, academics are not very well known for keeping to time, so I just put a timer there. Okay, hi everyone, I'm André from Malta. And I'm kind of changing gears a bit, although I had a very interesting discussion with Manel over lunch, and I think there's actually some interesting philosophical connections between quantum mechanics and what Manel is doing, but that's something to discuss over lots of vodka, I guess, here. Anyway, so I have about 30 minutes, and of course I'm not going to go through the basics of quantum technologies on. What I plan to do is to give a sense for what's going on in the world of quantum technologies, what the use cases are, and where the money is and who the big players are. So basically it's a kind of a who's who and what's what of the field. And I want to get started by introducing quantum mechanics just very briefly, just to give you a sense for how it works. But before I do that, I want to warn you. If you look up quantum mechanics in any media publication or quantum technologies, they'll kind of paint it as a superpower that can do everything better than anything else. And we're kind of guilty of doing that because we've overhyped the technology a bit. What I'm going to try and do today is to really walk through some of the fundamentals, some of the ideas to kind of dispel the hype. But in a very real sense, quantum mechanics does give us some superpowers, some new ways of doing completely different things completely differently. Okay, so this is kind of the excitement that I want to share with you. However, my story starts from very humble beginning. So where does quantum mechanics come from? So quantum mechanics originally was developed to understand atoms. Okay, we're all made of atoms. Everything is made of atoms. And before quantum mechanics, all the theories we had basically told us that everything should disappear in a puff of energy. Since we don't see that, those theories were wrong, and people came up with quantum mechanics simply as a kind of a band-aid, a stopgap solution to understand why things exist. Then what happened was that people started taking this band-aid more and more seriously, and they started discovering that there's some really bizarre implications that come out of taking it seriously. And one of them in particular is something which many people have heard of. It's the Schrödinger cat. And brief 1-minute intro to the Schrödinger cat. There are certain atoms like uranium, the thing that's used to make bombs that Trump's always talking about. There's certain atoms like uranium which are unstable and they kind of break apart occasionally. Now, the only way we can understand that quantum mechanically is that each individual atom is at the same time in a kind of mixture of being both stable and broken apart. So Schrödinger said, okay, let me take one of these atoms, hook it up to a detector, the yellow thing over there. When the atom breaks apart, the detector clicks, it drops a hammer, hammer breaks the vial, vial leaks the poison, poison kills the cat. But then let's take it logically. if the atom can be both stable and broken apart at the same time, and we follow it through, the detector has not clicked and clicked at the same time, hammer is vertical and horizontal at the same time, poison is in and out at the same time, cat is alive and dead at the same time. And this idea was seen as an example of how quantum mechanics is crazy. It shouldn't be taken too seriously. But what we've done over the past 20, 30, 40 years is take it very, 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 very seriously. And instead of asking the question, why is the universe like that? We ask the question, okay, that's the way the universe is. What new technologies can we make out of it? Okay, so that's the kind of shift in viewpoint that we've had. And in a sense, this has kind of allowed us to break out of a prison. It's like, we were constrained to a sort of flat reality with all of our previous technologies, and all of a sudden quantum technology comes along, and it's kind of pulled us out of this flat reality, and we've discovered that the universe is actually a lot richer than our previous experience told us. Okay, and it's this new, richer experience that allows us to build completely new technologies. I'll get to that in a second, but before that, if you want a visual image of how we kind of think quantum technologies allow us to go beyond everything else, have you seen the movie Inception? A few nods, okay. So do you remember that scene where the city kind of folds in over itself? Okay, so there's an artist who reproduces this kind of effect with real-world images. So that's one of the bridges over the Bosphorus in Istanbul. And if we were one of the people over there, and we wanted to get to the other side, the shortest path is, well, across the bridge. But kind of being outside the image gives us a God's eye perspective. We see that actually, at least in the artist's perspective, the bridge and the land surrounding it is not actually flat, it's kind of bent in over itself. So there's a shorter way to get from this side to that side by kind of jumping over the bridge. Okay, and having a different perspective that quantum mechanics gives us allows us to play these tricks in technologies. Okay, so I'll use this as a kind of anchor in a few of my examples later on. Now, the way I want to structure the next 20 minutes or so is to go through 5 specific lines of technologies that we are seeing are benefiting greatly from a shift to the quantum realm. Okay, now I'm not going to start with the sexiest or the most hyped one, but I'm going to start with one of those that's much closer to market than others. Okay, so for those of you who are interested in making investments, now is the time to start taking notes. So I want to start talking about quantum communications in particular. Now, what I want to answer first is, okay, it's all well and good having a new way of doing communication, but it's pointless if there isn't a reason for doing that. Okay, so why the hell are we doing this? If you ask someone from the telecoms industry what the world looks like, that's probably the mental image they have. It's a kind of series of land and islands connected together with fiber optic cables. Now, there is no way that's currently used at the moment, no technology that's currently used at the moment, that allows me to send information along those fibers in a way that is absolutely secure. Everything that's used at the moment can be broken into. And we know that there's many actors, both at state level and below, that would like to get their hands on our data. So this is a real world problem. And how do we solve this question? How do we solve this problem? Because we really actually do not have a means for solving it properly, unless we look at quantum technologies. And one way of solving it uses something called entanglement. That's a fancy picture of entanglement. We can discuss this over more vodka later on. But what we do in sort of building quantum secured link is we create these entangled pairs of photons, okay, particles of light. I keep one and I send you the other one. We do some quantum voodoo, and what happens is that after some time, you and I both get a random number. Now, the laws of quantum mechanics, the laws of the universe, tell us that this random number popped into existence in 2 places at the same time, here and there. It wasn't sent anywhere. It just popped into existence in 2 places at the same time. What that means is that no one can use this information to hack into our communications. And because it's truly random, there's no way to predict it, there's no way to crack into it. So it's a truly impregnable means of communication. Now, there are some people putting these devices on the market already, but I want to temper the hype. There's still some technological hurdles to be overcome. And I'm actually quite proud we have the world record in sending this kind of entanglement, we call it, over the telecommunications network. So we did it between Malta and Sicily, and the world record is 192 kilometers from Malta to Sicily and back. So basically doing that loop over there. So it's still early days for parts of the technology, but there's already people on the market who are selling devices that can allow you to retrofit your existing communications channel and make them absolutely bulletproof, absolutely future-proof, absolutely secure. So who are the people in the field? Now, this is a personal choice, okay? So if anyone's watching or any of you know other people, oh, sorry, I apologize, I forgot about the slide. Before I get to who the people are in the field, I'm used to having a monitor in front of me. Before I get to the people who are in the field, I just want to point out that finally, there's increasing awareness even from the European Commission, so even from public funding. And this is a recurring issue. Private funding in Europe is a bit of a problem in the field of quantum technologies. Public funding is a bit better. And the European Commission recently launched something called the European Quantum Communication Infrastructure, a declaration which was signed by 7 countries, including Malta, quite proudly. And this will basically, over the next few years, roll out this kind of infrastructure throughout all of Europe. Okay, so the European Commission is setting the stage to becoming one of the biggest actors in the field. So who else is there in the field apart from the European Commission? And this is just a personal selection, okay? So please, if you know anyone else, don't feel offended. I chose them for specific reasons. So there's Toshiba, who's a massive company. They've got a lab in Scotland that works on this. Idequantique is the oldest company and the largest company that builds quantum secure communications devices. And they've been recently invested in or bought by, depending on your point of view, South Korea Telecom, which is now rolling out this kind of technology in its 5G network. Okay, so these are the people to watch out for. Unfortunately, in Europe, there's basically zero private funding going into this kind of technology, unlike the US and unlike Asia, actually. So unfortunately, in Europe, we tend to rely on the European Commission quite a lot. And this is a recurring theme in quantum technologies. So if there's any investors listening here, there are many opportunities. Now is the right time to get into it. So please speak to me if you want to know more about that. So quantum communication is a way of solving a problem that maybe we don't always know we have, but which is there and it's endemic. It's a systemic problem. It affects all the communication links in the world. Now, the one thing many people have heard of is quantum computers, which are promised to solve everything better than classical computers, better than ordinary computers. Now, okay, even this statement needs to be tampered a bit, okay? So there are applications for quantum computers, and there are applications where quantum computers are not better than ordinary computers, okay? So there's an application for each specific technology. Now, how do quantum computers work better than ordinary computers? Again, we don't have one answer for this. There's many different answers. I'm just going to choose one of them. And those of you who know me better know that I like a specific metaphor because I'm constantly hungry. So I'm constantly trying to find out where I can grab food from. And let's say I want to sort of code a computer program that solves this for me. So take me to lunch in the quickest possible way. Now, because I'm asking my laptop to do this, it's got some constraints. And in this metaphor, the constraints are that I can only move kind of horizontally and vertically to get to my destination. So the shortest algorithm that takes me there has 2 steps, right? 1 step horizontally, 1 step vertically. That's the best an ordinary laptop can do. Now, in the same spirit as this visual image I showed you of Turkey earlier on, of Istanbul earlier on, if I break out of this jail that our ordinary technology has and allow myself to use the new properties allowed by quantum technologies, then I can build a kind of quantum bypass that takes me straight to lunch in 1 step. Breaking out of the metaphor, I can shrink certain algorithms, say, from 2 steps to 1 step. Now, this doesn't sound quite exciting, right? You know, you've just removed 1 step. How many millions do you want to invest to just take something from 2 steps to 1 step? Where it becomes exciting is when we realize we can kind of layer this on itself. So from 2 steps we go to 1, from 4 we go to 2, but if we keep doing this, we get something like from 1,000 steps we can go to 10. Keep doing that, and you realize that the exponential speed up that quantum computers offer in certain problems are a true game changer. So for example, it would take a supercomputer maybe 1 million years to break RSA, some kind of encryption that many of us use. Under the right conditions, this might be possible in a few hours with a quantum computer, which is a scary prospect. Okay, because suddenly all our communications, which were completely impregnable for all intents and purposes, become accessible to anyone with enough time and effort. Okay, so this is quite a, you know, it's a nice thing, but it does open a few doors as well. So again, I don't want to go too much into detail because I really want to just give you a quick bird's eye perspective of what's going on in quantum technologies. Who are the main people who are working on quantum computers? Now, this is a huge, huge field. There is many billions of euros, dollars, yen, choose your currency, being spent and being invested in quantum computers. The biggest players are the biggest players in ordinary computer systems. Okay, so there's Intel, IBM, Google, Microsoft, and even Honeywell recently have joined the fray. Something which people coming from ordinary computer systems might not appreciate is that we still don't have, let me rephrase this, it's like we're still in the 40s, like how ordinary computers were in the 40s. So we still don't have like the killer quantum computing technology. So for example, IBM is using something called superconducting quantum devices, which are easier to build, but then have their own problems, including error correction. So it's a lot harder to get from a demonstration device to a production device. Microsoft is working on something called topological quantum qubits, which are a bitch to build. They're really hard to build, but they don't suffer from these problems. So it's absolutely unclear which of these two technologies is going to get there first. Okay, so the field is really quite wide open, and this is why there's a whole diversity of investment going on, a whole diversity of players in the market. I want to give a shout out to D-Wave. Many of you might have heard of D-Wave. It's the quantum computer company. I don't want to make enemies with this. However, the jury is still out as to whether what they produce is actually a quantum computer. So several $100 million were spent on D-Wave devices by anyone from NASA to Lockheed Martin to University of California, but it's still not clear whether their devices are actually quantum computers. Okay, so when we go through the literature, the jury is still out. So as far as we're concerned, as quantum technologists, we're still waiting for the big breakthroughs by some of the bigger guys. Unfortunately, if you look at this, there's basically no one in Europe. It's not that there's no work going on. There's a lot of work going on, but it's basically all in academia. And our problem in Europe has always been one of funding. So again, there's no or very few VCs who are far-sighted enough in Europe to invest in all of this. So it's a space which is extremely ripe for investment. And what's happening at the moment is we're developing the intelligence here, we're developing the technologies here, shipping them off to the US and getting them funded. So this has been a bit of an issue with the field, but nevertheless, it's a massive. We've seen massive improvements over the past few years. Now, I keep saying that these technologies are all different. We don't know which one is going to come out best, etc. My personal time frame is 5 to 10 years is when we're going to start seeing serious quantum computers doing serious stuff. So at the moment, we have these toy devices. You can go on the IBM website and play with their quantum computer if you wanted to. It's a toy quantum computer. It can't solve real-world problems. Eventually, we'll get to real-world computers as well. What happens in the intermediate? Is there something that we can do with devices that we already have? And this is something which we call quantum simulators. So quantum simulators very neatly fit in the gap between what we have at the moment in terms of toy quantum computers and where quantum computers will go. Now, those of you who haven't really heard of the word quantum simulators, you might know this guy. So this guy is Richard Feynman, and in one talk in the 1980s, he basically gave rise to the field of quantum computers, quantum simulators, and nanotechnology. So quite an influential talk. And what he said was, the reason it's very hard to develop new drugs, both legal and illegal, it's very hard to develop new drugs or new materials or superconductors, is that these are intrinsically quantum mechanical systems. Quantum mechanics is a hard subject. So it's very, very hard to kind of describe these systems using ordinary computers and see how they work. So why don't we turn the problem on its head? Why don't we use a complex quantum system to simulate and design a complex quantum system? And this is how quantum simulators originated. And the idea is to use
systems that we can control in the lab to develop materials that will allow us to carry electricity from the power plants to another power plant or through the grid, losing a lot less in the process, design new drugs, design new materials, and so on. And just to give you an idea for how these things work, that is a picture of, I haven't counted it, but probably like 200 atoms. So it's a picture of a few hundred atoms held in a specific configuration. And this is from NIST in the US, but there's dozens of labs in the world doing this. And the idea is that by changing how I hold the atoms, by changing the kind of atoms, by changing the light I shine on the atoms, etc., I can simulate different conditions on a material which doesn't exist in nature. And if I find something that I like, I can then go and try and build that material. Okay, so this is a kind of simulator that allows me to experiment on materials that do not exist in nature and come up with materials that have completely new properties. Now, there's a lot of work going on in academia, not so much that is visible, at least in industry in this field, but I want to give a shout out to the guys from the University of Innsbruck in particular, because they've recently published something which I believe will be a complete game changer. So what they've done is they've kind of hooked up a quantum simulator, like the one I've just shown, to a laptop, effectively. And what the laptop does is it chooses the parameters, sends them to the quantum system, the quantum coprocessor runs the simulation, sends the results back to the laptop, and the process is iterated until they find something which they like. And this is kind of reminiscent to how computers used to, I don't know if they still do, but they used to have a math coprocessor to do the hardcore mathematical stuff. We are now entering an era where we might actually have quantum coprocessors to do the hardcore quantum mechanical stuff and offload the simplest stuff that we understand better onto our laptops, onto our high-performance cluster. So this is something which is really quite exciting coming out of University of Innsbruck. Now, I've talked about the hardware part. So I've talked about both computers and simulators, but I haven't mentioned software. Now, I've gathered through, so speaking to most of you, that we're actually, a lot more people here are doing software than hardware. So what about this part of the ecosystem? I mean, there are some problems with the software as well. And again, when I say problem, there's an opportunity, because there's an opportunity to invest in new startups, invest in new ideas, and grow further. And what's happening in quantum software is quite interesting. So we don't yet know how to best describe how a quantum computer works. So there's people who use something like the picture behind me, which is called a gate model. And those of you who've been doing ordinary computational tasks or ordinary programming for a few years will be familiar with gate models from ordinary computers. However, the gates that we use in quantum computing are completely different. And this presents us with a challenge, because we can't just present something like this to an ordinary programmer and expect them to be able to program the quantum computer. So we have a problem of not knowing how to best translate the quantum hardware to software and how to best get programmers to make use of the software. Okay, so there's been some really, really interesting steps taken forward in the past couple of years. So again, IBM has put this thing online where I can just drag and drop quantum gates and let it run on a quantum computer. But going forward, we still lack a sort of a C++ equivalent language. And what's happening at the moment is that, again, the big guys, Microsoft, Google, Intel, IBM, and Atos, they're all coming up with their own high-level software paradigms for how we can program quantum computers. But as I said, it's still a very fragmented field. Atos is, well, European as far as I know, but the others are not. Okay, so again, even here, the amount of money being thrown into the problem in the US is orders of magnitude larger than that in Europe. The exception is QTech. So QTech is a small institution in Delft in the Netherlands. It's funded mostly by Microsoft and by the European Commission. And they've put forward some really, really interesting paradigms in quantum software, quantum communication, quantum computing, quantum everything really in the past couple of years. But again, if you look at this picture, it's mostly American-based, which is why we need to get more and more investors coming in, because over the next couple of years, we really will be moving from the laboratory to the market. I'll say a few more words about this in a couple of minutes' time. The last technology I want to bring to your attention is something called quantum sensors. Now, this might sound less sexy, but actually it's where there's a lot of money to be made. So there's a problem in oil exploration, for example, in trying to find out where oil is.
There's another problem when you have something like the City of London and trying to figure out where to drill a hole to pass a water main, for example, because there's so much history beneath the streets of London that's undocumented that actually costs them something like 10 or 100 million pounds every year to patch up holes dug in the wrong places. So it's a significant amount of money. I mean, if you just multiply that by every megacity, you can easily see where this is going. And so the idea is, can we build sensors that tell us what's beneath our feet more accurately? Now, unfortunately, every technology we have at the moment kind of hits a barrier and can't produce sensors that are accurate enough. And this is where something like this comes in. It looks like a fridge. It doesn't look pretty, but it's good. So this is an actual quantum sensor that senses how strong the gravitational field is at any point in space. Now, it might sound silly to some of us to actually measure the gravitational field, but why is this important? Well, if there's a big cavern beneath my feet, I'm going to be attracted to the Earth a bit less. If there's some denser rock, I'm going to be attracted more. So by measuring the gravitational field along a certain field, say, we can tell what's beneath the ground. The better the sensor, the better our picture of what's beneath the ground, the better we know where to dig. Now, what I like about this kind of thing is, as I said, it works on completely different principles. And it goes back to the Schrödinger cat picture that I showed at the very beginning. So I'm not going to go through the details, okay? So it's just a fancy picture, which I'm just going to talk over. So what happens is in here, we have a small ball of atoms, a small gas of atoms, and we kick this gas in two different directions at the same time. Now, this being a quantum mechanical system, each atom actually goes in two different directions at the same time. And because each atom goes in two different directions, it senses slightly different gravitational attraction to the Earth, because being here and being here, the Earth attracts me slightly less up here than it would down there. And when the atom is recombined, at the end, we can pick out this tiny difference. Okay, so it's a purely quantum mechanical effect. It only arises because each atom is literally split into two and then recombined. Okay, and through this kind of technology, we can build sensors that are super sensitive to gravitational fields, electromagnetic fields, anything you might care to think about. Okay, so it might sound a bit less sexy, but it's also where a lot of money is coming in at the moment. Many of the organizations behind this are public organizations. They're interested in measuring things better. So people like NIST in the US, NPL in the UK, and INRIM in Italy. But there are startup companies like MUñOZ, for example, that produces that fridge-like thing, which are already making money out of this. And again, the space is incredibly ripe for further investment. Okay, so this is something which I cannot overemphasize. Now, you've seen the European Commission logo quite a lot in my talks, and I said there's a lot of public money in Europe in this, and that's because of something called the quantum flagship. So those of you who want to make some money out of quantum mechanics, the quantum flagship is something which was launched recently by the European Commission. It's roughly 1 or 2 billion euros over the next few years worth of investment into these 5 lines that I identified. Okay, so quantum communication, quantum computers, quantum sensors, quantum simulators, and quantum software. And by pouring this amount of money into these advances, there's 2 things which are starting to emerge. First of all these technologies are getting closer to the marketplace. So we're already seeing in 2 or 3 years, we're already seeing many things getting out of the lab and going to the market. And because of this, we're starting to see more interest from VCs, from private funding, and we're kickstarting the whole economy going. So with that, I hope I didn't give you too much of a headache. With that, I'd like to thank you for your attention. If you're interested in anything to do with quantum, please get in touch. Either email me, find me on Twitter, go to my website. There's all my contact details over there. There's LinkedIn, everything else. Or visit me in Malta. It's a reasonably pleasant place to be, although I really like Prague. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention. And I don't know if should we have questions or should we just postpone? Because there's like 2 or 3 minutes left on my clock if there's any burning questions. If not, you can always find me. I'm going to be here all day. But...
I try to understand quantum computer because I went to the IBM website and I try to this way of language coding. It was not understandable for me. Then I was in touch with Rigetti, I don't know if you know, from the United States, which they are in contact with me because they try to build an application and they make a competition of about $1 million, something like this, for having some company to build an application using the quantum. Because up to now, there's no application able to use the quantum because it's, as I understood, unstable.
Okay, so there's a question of error correction, which means that, yeah, we still can't build quantum computers large enough to be actually useful. So we either do the quantum, the error corrections in post-processing, although that's not entirely correct thing to do, or else we have to wait until the quantum computer hardware matures enough. So at the moment, there's only things like 15 qubits on the IBM quantum hardware, maybe 50 on some of the other platforms, but it's not enough to do anything serious at all.
Yes. Yeah.
So that is a problem.
It's like a device, like a peripheral device at the moment, the use of the quantum computer.
Yes.
It's like a printer. I send to the printer information and then...
Yeah, it's still at a very early stage in the tech. So it's still at the stage where we're trying to perfect the hardware. At the same time coming up with the algorithms and the use cases. So I forgot to mention this, but Airbus recently launched a competition to solve 5 of their biggest problems using quantum algorithms, knowing that the algorithms they design will only be used by computers in 10 or 15 years' time. Okay, so this is the current state of the art. They're peripheral in the sense that we can only think about quantum co-processors, as I mentioned, as I called them earlier on. But even when we're talking about fully fledged quantum computers, at the moment they're too small to actually attack any real world problems. But this is a question which will, if you ask me this question in 2 or 3 years' time, it's going to be a completely different answer. I mean, things are really speeding up now.
Yes.
Very, very, very quickly.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Yes, thank you, André, for your speech. And so my question is maybe a short question. So what is your vision when this technology will be worldwide, or will it become worldwide, or will it stay just for such a companies like Boeing, Airbus, and other things?
Okay, so since you didn't ask specifically, I think it's about quantum computers that you're asking. Yeah. Okay. Because the answer depends on where exactly. Now, this is my personal opinion. Okay, so if someone's watching me, they might want to kill me. But this is my personal opinion that at least in the medium term, so we're talking about 10 years-ish, what we're likely to see is a kind of B2B scenario where we will have quantum computers which are hosted as quantum co-processors in high-performance computer data centers. And the issue there is to try and prevent exactly this situation from happening, because if we don't do anything, it's just going to be the IBMs and the Microsofts and the Googles who have these devices, which is good but scary at the same time. So that's where public money comes in, and that's where the European Commission wants to expand its HPC clusters to introduce quantum coprocessors into them. That's where I see it in the next 10-ish, 10, 15 years. Beyond that, will we ever have a quantum laptop? I don't know if there will ever be a use case for that. But certainly at the stage where I have a startup company that wants to develop new drugs or new materials, let me access this infrastructure which gives me access to a quantum computer. Certainly, in my opinion, around the 10-year mark, 5 to 10. That's my opinion. You're welcome. Maybe one. So I don't know how much time I have, but you know, I could keep doing this.
5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay.
Thank you. I have a question. It may be related to the question just asked, because the way you answer this reminds me of the situation about 40 years ago when I don't know if it was the CEO of IBM or somebody who said, like, basically, oh, we will only need 1 computer per country and there's no use case to having laptops and stuff like that. So looking back to that situation, isn't this a little bit similar scenario?
Yes. It's just that I think I've taken the personal decision to kind of pull back from overhyping things. So yes, I wish that we repeat history, but one never knows. So the thing which I
can see happening, you know, and I can actually see the roadmap to, is what I've just described. I cannot see the roadmap, you know, beyond 10 or 15 years. It's very, very, very hard to roadmap beyond that. Certainly, that option is open, and it would be extremely wonderful to see that. I'm not saying it won't happen. I'm just saying that if I roadmap the next 10 to 15 years, it's very, very hard to see those use cases. Okay, so we're still at the situation of a solution looking for a problem in some cases. Okay, so maybe once we solve that, we will immediately come to what you're saying. So I hope you're right. I hope you're right. Any further burning questions? Fantastic. Thank you for your attention, then.
Thank you. Thank you, Zoltan. Thank you, Zoltan. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you again for Zoltan for inviting us, and especially for the nice spread for lunch. Like every time, I'm really impressed. I do go to quite a bit of conferences and speaking opportunities, and I have to say that I really, really like your taste. All right. So I have 15 minutes to talk about security in the IoT space. That is very little. So I opted to give you a tiny bit of an overview on why security is important in the IoT space, and why it is so complicated, and why you should be a little bit afraid. Right. IoT, Internet of Things, right? Everybody knows that. Some perspective. In 2002, it was estimated that there is around 1 billion IoT devices on the Internet. Now we have 2019, and it's estimated to be around 27 billion IoT devices. Now keep in mind that those estimations, they come out of mass scans of the Internet and some number crunching. There is a whole of a lot hidden behind network address translation type situations. So these numbers are most likely quite under the reality. 2025, estimated around 75 billion IoT devices active. 2020, so next year, it's estimated around 460 to 500 $1 billion market. That's a fairly big cake, if you ask me. And 2025, of course, not 2015, the annual economic impact is measured around between $4 and $11 trillion. So that's significant. How do you like my animations? I made that myself. Yeah. IoT. Where is it? It's everywhere. Even these days, you know, if I, for example, 10 years or 15 years ago, I thought about IoT, I thought about home automation. And I actually have some friends, a couple, for example, they have a house. That shit is automated. I'm sorry, not decision. That house is automated, you know. You come home, it recognizes your phone, it loads your profile, you go in, the temperature is how you like it, the light is how you like it, maybe the coffee machine starts brewing, I don't know, all those kinds of things. But this is just a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of what IoT is really about. What we are going into is smart cities and smart buildings. Now that's where it gets really interesting, especially smart buildings is an extremely, extremely nice and future-prone idea, because you would not believe how much money, energy, effort you can save with a few sensors and some smart algorithms. You know, people tend to leave the light on. People tend to turn on the AC when they go out of a room. This kind of things eat energy, eat money. You can dial all that down. You know? And by that, of course, be green. And as I think as everybody has realized these days, with the green wave This is what's the future. Network transportation, that's all about Teslas, for example, right? An entity driving on a road, not a train network or anything like that, driving freely on the road. There is only so much you can do from a computational perspective with monitors, with sonar, with whatever technology you put in. The future is definitely with interconnected devices, interconnected cars, interconnected entities that communicate with each other and thereby deliver you safe and fast to your destination. Health technology. This has been probably the #1 IoT driving thing that's in the past and will be in the future. My colleagues, our head of lab at OSM Solutions, he developed in 2015, developed an exploit for a central medical pacemaker that would kill you if you got too close. He presented it in Las Vegas at the 2 big shows for hacking, and not much has moved since then. There's agriculture, there's manufacturing and retail, utilities and mining, and of course our forte, the industrial control systems and SCADA. Yeah? So if you guys, I don't know where you come from or which business you come from, but IoT is really big in industrial plants and industrial things. And of course, when we talk about industrial controls, we also talk about critical infrastructure. Critical infrastructure means energy, means water. Those kinds of things, if they get penetrated, if a country that doesn't like Slovakia very much decides that there should not be energy because they want to have uprising, then this would be a good starting point. So it's basically invaded all our lives, even if we don't really see it every day, right? Now, just to give you a little bit of an understanding where the complexity and the scales of IoT, in order to give you later a bit of an understanding on security. There is, in the IoT space, there is no generally accepted architecture model. This is a huge problem, you know. When we look back, when in the late 90s, early 2000s, there was the PC, there was a Unix infrastructure, there was a Mac, barely, even though Mac is also based on Unix. So we had the OSI model, and we all started. This is not true for IoT. There is quite a big number of clashing or competitive proposed models from the Cisco 7-layer to 6-layer, 5-layer, 3-layer models. Nobody has figured it out, and nobody has been able to really convince all the other or the majority of other players. Right? This is a big problem for security. It's actually a big problem also for functionality, because intercompatibility is, for a lot of applications, it's key, and it doesn't work these days. And of course, security issues, they tend to manifest in all of the layers. Yeah?
So funny of coming online after a video, a recorded video of our conference in Prague last year, which we so much missed now. And now we go back live with our upcoming panel discussion, which will be moderated by one of our team members at HIPTER. Alex. Hopefully you will do a better job than you did at our other conferences. Just kidding. Okay, guys, have fun.
Thank you. Hi, guys. Hopefully everyone hears us and everyone sees us. Hi, Felix. Hi, Sylvia. Hi, Peter. And hi, Camille. How are you all guys doing?
Hi, Alex. Great to be here.
Great. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks.
Awesome. Camille, are you with us? Do you hear us? Do you see us? Are we all good? Seems not for the moment. So let's kickstart this with, of course, ladies first. So Sylvia, please tell us a little bit about yourself, about your company, and we're gonna take turns.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Sylvia Stegaru. I'm a software engineer by day and an activist by night. And I'm a co-founder and president of CODET, which is the largest Romanian NGO and community in general for diversity and inclusion. And as a software developer, I work in the cybersecurity area in the anti-malware department of Bitdefender, but I don't work for my employer. I'm here in my capacity as community leader.
That's great. Camille, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and the company? Okay, it seems that we're having a little bit of technical difficulties on Camille's side. So Peter, can you take this on?
Sure. I hope you can hear me now. I'm a machine learning researcher, mainly focused on using machine learning to enhance user experience. My background is in user experience. I used to work for the biggest gambling company in the world, the Stars Group, in London as a senior manager. But recently I have moved back to Romania, and now I'm helping companies big and small. This year mostly big, but I'm open to all collaborations in enhancing the user experience in the gaming gambling sector and beyond. I also work with big banks and retailers and so forth. And I'm also trying to do my best to help the community, and this year I became member of the city council for the city where I live, Târgu Mureș.
That's really, really nice. Felix, enlighten us.
Thank you, Alex. By day, as Sylvia mentioned, I'm a Python software engineer. I have a background in philology and linguistics, and then I chose to pursue a master's in artificial intelligence. So I'm very excited in all of the topics that we have prepared for today.
That's just great to hear. So, as everyone told us a little bit about themselves, let me start with a general question, and then we can move further with some more specific and targeted questions. Whoever wants to take on starting the topic of what are the key differences between machine learning and artificial intelligence? Okay, pick me, Peter.
I can start if you want. There are many different approaches, and this is quite a broad subject, but my favorite approach to this distinction is that machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence, meaning that all machine learning projects are artificial intelligence projects, but quite the contrary, not all artificial intelligence is machine learning. And to bring this a bit closer, I like to introduce, especially to students, I usually introduce this in a very broad way. So the main difference between AI and non-AI programming in a very broad nutshell, bird's eye view phase, and please, you are more than welcome to argue with this, is that you can imagine the usual non-AI software development in a sense that you have a bunch of numbers, let's call them, you have an input, and you also have a procedure, something to do with that bunch of numbers, maybe some mathematical formula, maybe some cycles, whatever, and then your software will produce the output. So that's the basic. Now, with artificial intelligence, the equation is a bit different. You still have a huge pile of numbers as the input, but you no longer know the procedure yourself. Maybe it's too complicated, maybe you can't be bothered, maybe both, but anyway, you don't have mathematical formula, you don't have a set number of steps which you need to program. Instead, you know at least a few got good results. So you know that, okay, we have 10,000 numbers as the input, and we know that those 10,000 numbers produce that sort of output, but we don't know how. But we need an algorithm to learn and figure out the way how to produce those. And by learning this, it can, in the end, work on an unknown set of new numbers. So if I input the next 1,000 number, in that case, my algorithm with a good accuracy, and this will be a key later, with a good accuracy predict what should be the output without me needing to know the exact process. And this is very important because when you think about machine learning, and nowadays most AI discussions revolve around machine learning, you think about this learning process where the algorithm through many cycles, or as we call them, epochs, through many epochs, it will figure out how to produce a better and better number. And this is why it's machine learning, because the machine learns the way those numbers produce those other set of numbers. So this is machine learning. But AI by far is much more than this. It's not just learning. Basically, anything that resembles intelligence in our human understanding can be classified as AI, and some especially not so scientific sources, but popular media portrays AI even for things which most software developers would just say, okay, this is just a bunch of ifs or something like this. So it's even for really simple decisions, the popular culture tends to call it AI, especially nowadays when AI is a nice to have thing. All companies, especially corporations who are publicly traded, need to have an AI division. In those cases, most software will have some sort of AI component, quote unquote, because it's something that sells. So unfortunately, AI became so broad and it became a buzzword in a sense that it's very hard to have a scientific approach when you encounter AI. That's why machine learning and a subset of machine learning, deep learning, which is just machine learning through the use of deep neural networks, is becoming more common in conferences as a topic, because that's more tangible, and that's more aligned with what we try to discuss today, hopefully.
Thanks a lot, Peter, for this very broad and specific explanation. I'm really sure that most of our followers really got this through. Moving on to the next part of our panel, the ethics section. Sylvia, would you be so kind to take on this and maybe explain a little bit more what are we referring to when we talk about ethics in regards to AI?
Sure, Alex. I think this is a very complex subject because we have people ethics and we haven't figured that out yet. So
yeah.
AI ethics is double the conundrum. So we have many applications and we need to analyze what we are doing wrong, what is not fair about them. And here we can talk a bit about the subject of fairness. What is fairness to us? And how can an AI be fair? And after we talk about fairness, there's also the subject of security and in AI and how it relates to ethics, because you see a lot of malvolence today, and the advent of, I don't know, everything is connected to the internet, everything has software in it in some form or another, and you see a lot of, I don't know, most of the attacks are actually not necessarily software made, pure software made, but they're actually in some way or another, they require social engineering. So having an AI impersonate humans, either through deepfakes or, I don't know, just you can see there's a lot of AI bots writing content nowadays. So how can they take social engineering to a whole new level? And how does that connect to ethics? And is it also immoral next to illegal and so on? And taking security again together with ethics, we can also study, again, I'll talk about fake news. And we saw how deep fakes actually could make things illegal and impersonate somebody, but fake news is not necessarily illegal, but it can actually influence people into taking decisions. And when masses of people take decisions such as voting, and voting with one candidate or another, then you have ethics at a whole new level, and it gets dangerous.
Okay, I got it. Thanks a lot. I saw that Camille has joined us. Are you all okay now?
Yes, sorry. I think always when we start to talk about technology, it starts to struggle, so I couldn't hear you previously.
Yeah, no, not a problem. Glad that you're with us now. So, Camille, tell us a little bit about yourself, about the company, and I think you can take on the next topic in from what you proposed, meaning the blurred lines and changes in both ethics and AI, and where these two basically are overlapping.
Great. So yes, my name is Kamila Valatkaite. I'm the legal counsel at Telia Company, and I'm really happy to join this very interesting discussion, even though I'm not a philosopher or scientist or from the governmental body. I'm just a person who is really interested into technology and specializing actually in legal tech. I work for Telia Company, which is the 5th largest telecommunication company in Europe, and it provides the mobile network. And even though our headquarters are in Stockholm, we actually focus in Baltics and Scandinavia. We have over 20,000 employees, and the similar amount of the suppliers. And on a daily basis, actually, I support the cross-border team for the sourcing matters and the negotiations. So we, Telia, we're not the ones that we innovate or create something new. We are the ones that we will research this area and try to provide some solutions for the customers when outsource something. So that is why in 2019 we actually had the principles of the AI ethics, and which is to complement already existing policies, such as for our daring goals from the sustainability perspective, and for 2030 agenda, that is in general to have big achievements, to have zero waste, zero CO2, and to have 100% our colleagues' involvement. And to complement another thing, which is supplier code of conduct, which defines the requirements to ensure the highest degree of ethical business practices and behavior. And the core of our principles is our customer, and what we can provide with how to be responsible, and our values, and that the customer and our stakeholders would be the centric of those solutions. That would be human-centric, and of course that it would respond to all the human rights, and of course the privacy, and that we would be able to have the control of those solutions, that we would be able to be accountable, and if there would be any questions raised on the topic or certain solutions, that we would be able to explain that it would be safe and secure, of course the transparent and explainable, fair and equal, and of course continuous review and dialogue for the future developments. And going now to those blurred lines, so I think it goes to one of the aspects. So then, as discussed just previously, what is ethical and what is not. And as I said, I would like to be very down to earth. I think many of us watched the Netflix documentary, The Social Dilemma. And it talks about real life situations, and where I think most of them we already know that lots of data is collected from our giants companies which are in the market, Google, Facebook, and others, and it brings quite few interesting points. The one which I really liked, it was that it says that if you're not paying for the certain solution, it means that you are the product. And it made me really think, and it made me think about the risks we facing, or we might face, or it might come up sometime in the future. It's regarding all these new technologies. Even though I'm very, very supportive about it, but it still brings lots of things and topics to discuss. And when we start discussing, we're trying to find the solutions, how to mitigate those risks. And how I see it, that we should look at from very simple economical perspective. What kind of demand is for those AI solutions, and what is, and that it should come to the certain supply. And the meaning is that I can give very simple example from my real life. 1 year ago, when I was still able to walk out of my house and to visit schools, I was visiting one of the school and talking about new technologies and my career, to suggest some suggestions for their career path. And I wanted to take a picture of that session, and some girls raised their hand and they said they don't want their picture to be taken. And the teacher was like, okay, why, what is wrong? And I said, oh, that's fine. I'm really happy for that answer for them, that they don't want their picture to be taken or published somewhere. They're really taking care of their privacy and their face and everything. And I said, it's totally fine. So it made me think that maybe new generation will come up with a new demand of those solutions, how they should be created. And I really hope that those even giants, so I'm very optimistic and thinking that those solutions will be adapted to certain standards and requirements from us as it comes from the personal data and security, which I think is very important.
Thank you very much, Camille. There are quite some important points you mentioned over there, and I want to dig a little bit deeper in this. So I'm gonna ask Felix to tell us a little bit more in order to understand how humans are learning compared to how algorithms or how AI is learning, so to speak.
Yes, yes, Alex. Thank you. That's a great point. And I think we can start the discussion by building off the introduction that Peter provided for us. And I want to start with the idea that you have a data set which we'll call an input. And what we're trying to do is we're either trying to predict certain dependent variables within that data set, or we're trying to find hidden patterns in that data set. So the way that happens is you have this algorithm that behind the hood is basically trying to find a very complex mathematical function that can, as accurately as possible, map your inputs to your desired outputs. And obviously, this is something that a lot of people are well aware of, in that the more data you have to feed into the algorithm, the better the algorithm gets, right? This is also one of the points made in the Netflix documentary that Camille mentioned. And that's a key, and I believe it's the key difference between how machines learn in what we call machine learning and how humans learn, because we don't have to do this. So I am not a cognitive psychologist, so the question of how humans learn in cognitive sciences or in philosophy, which is called epistemology, is very complex, and there are a lot of contradicting views, and it's open to interpretation. However, I do know how humans learn language. So I think the example of natural language processing is gonna help us illustrate the difference very, very clearly, in that once you have a person, usually you have a child, and you tell the child, look, that's a cat. They understand what that means, and you no longer have to say that every time they encounter another cat to reinforce that learning. So humans learn with something that is called conceptual based learning. They understand the idea, and once that happens, they are able to apply that idea indiscriminately in the future. They are able to identify any cat that they encounter from that point on, and they're able to identify representations of cat, for example, right, in paintings, which machines may have trouble with. So I think this is the most important point between the way humans learn, which is extraordinarily complex, and the way machines try to describe certain systems using mathematical formulas. I hope that helped answer the question.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Felix. So basically, we're stumbling upon some very specific but yet not fully understandable concepts here. We're talking about lots of gray areas, and one of them is the people's perception of AI invading our life experience. And one of the most critical, I think, especially in 2020, considering the pandemic situation, one of the most precious things to people are their jobs. So I'm gonna ask Sylvia to tell us her input on how do you see AI affecting jobs and job opportunities? Are jobs going to increase the job offerings, or are they going to decrease? And as many people say, is AI going to take our jobs?
Yeah, people are actually scared of AI and the advent of AI because of this, because they believe they will become redundant if the AI gets smart enough to do their job. So it's natural that they would want to prevent it from reaching that point. But the truth is, if we look historically, that's not what's going to happen. Software has actually helped us create more jobs. So we have no indication that the advent of intelligent software will decrease the number of jobs. It will actually, they will actually increase. And I'm going to give one example. In the 70s, the ATM was invented, and bank tellers were very, very scared that they were going to lose their jobs. And in the beginning, some of them did. There was a slight decrease. I mean, from the, I don't know, an average of 21 workers, it decreased to 13 workers per office. But that was per office, because the ATMs actually took on a large role and automized something that was very, the bank tellers didn't actually like to do all these mechanical parts of the job. It was not satisfying intellectually. So because the ATMs actually took on this large part of automatic, I don't know, paperwork, let's say, the number of offices actually increased. So it didn't matter that the number of average people per office decreased, because the number of offices increased, because it was actually cheaper to have a bank office. And that we can actually see how many bank offices there are and how many banks, and it's actually right in front of us. And that actually happened because the ATMs decreased the how much banks had to pay to actually run an office. However, I would actually like to also add the question is about how well the AI could actually perform that job. Because right now we have in banks and in other jobs, I don't know, Uber and so on, we actually have a bit of diversity. But if we bring AI into the picture, AI is pretty much one-minded. It's one-minded because it depends on the training set and how you train it. And that's why we've seen a lot of disturbing AIs launched by big companies. And I can just remind everyone about the Twitter bot Microsoft did a while ago that's learned from Twitter and became a Nazi bot and had to be taken down. I can also remind you about how Google failed with its AI and misclassified Black people as gorillas. And that's terribly offending. I mean, who does that? And no one as humans would classify actual people as animals or anything else. So the AI was actually fed more information about, I don't know, pictures of gorillas than pictures of Black people. And this is actually a bias of the people who train the AI. Because if we look at the Twitter bot that I mentioned, that learned from Twitter and turned out to be a Nazi bot, well, if you would ask women or minorities about how about harassment on social media and about toxic environments, they would have flagged this. They would have said, okay, and they have been saying for years now about how Twitter and Facebook have to improve their general ethics and how they implement ethics in their companies and how they deal with this. So as long as we don't listen to diverse voices, we are doomed to work a lot and put a lot of effort into software that might actually fail. So we actually need more diversity in the training sets, such that when AIs actually start to do jobs, relevant jobs, they don't fail us.
I see. You actually touched a point there that I really meant to have it debated. So AI basically is programmed to learn. That's its core function. And we, or by we I mean the programmers, the developers, are pointing them to what to learn and how to learn. So in the moment that we consider that an unethical behavior has emerged at some point, who is to blame? Is AI malicious or flawed? Or are the programmers or the developers not in the position to comprehend or to cover such a wide area? I'm kind of asking Peter to take on this one, and afterwards I would have another very short one for you.
Okay, so that's a rather complex topic. So can we split this a bit apart? So what was the first thing you are after here, just to make sure that it's not a 10-minute reply?
Okay, so basically what I'm saying is AI is programmed to learn. We are programming it to learn. So in the moment that something bad happens or a project goes sideways, who is to blame? The AI as the general public is doing it in this moment? Or should we focus on presenting the real facts, meaning that the programmers had a slip on something?
Yeah, I would definitely say the programmers, but not just the programmers, instead the whole team. So unless it's an early seed startup or something like that, or maybe just a scientific research done by one or two researchers, usually in commercial applications of AI, there is a fairly large team working on that AI. And this team usually, when you look at the flow of the project, the first step is it has very little to do with AI itself. It's mainly a data science, data gathering, data cleanup, and exploratory data analysis step. So this is the step where really large amounts of data are coming in, but because the training of AI is very slow, even with the current GPU or TPU infrastructure, it's very, very slow as a process. So people need to find the best features, and it also has other benefits, the best features of those data. So it's very common to reduce the data which is received by the team to 1% when it's transformed into tensors, which will be the basis of the learning, which will be badged into the learning process. And with this really hard and really hard to do data reduction process, it's very easy to do mistakes, and it's mainly human error, but not always with a bad intention. Most of the time, at least what I have seen, and all the examples Sylvia mentioned, could be attributed to the lack of time and the lack of human effort. So basically, that part of the team, the data preparation and exploratory data analysis part of the team is usually overworked, and of course the machine learning engineers are pushing hard to get the cleaned up data as fast as possible in the best shape possible, and usually this results in a situation where most of the data is discarded, and this is one of the reasons why many commercial applications of machine learning are proven to be way less accurate than it was predicted to be, what the initial research suggested, because people just discard a lot and lots of data because there is no capacity. So I would say that the blame is shared by the whole team, but definitely not the AI itself, because the AI, no matter how complex it is, at the moment is far below the level of complexity of the human mind. And of course, it's just as complex as we make it to be. So of course, there is a very short summary sentence which you might have heard in data science. If you put in garbage, garbage comes out, and this is the case tenfold with the AI. So it's definitely the human error.
I see. Thanks, Peter. I know that there is a topic that Camille would really like to develop on, and it's something related to what you have just explained, Peter. It seems that AI is involving a tremendous amount of work, a huge number of people, big teams, big data, big resources, and a lot of time invested, a lot of money invested. So what is the actual demand of AI in the times we're living right now, and how much are processes asking for AI involvement?
Mm-hmm. I can explain a bit more from our legal department and our projects that we've been working on. We started with one very simple one that we implemented, the chatbot, which is, I guess most of you know, on the website on the right-hand side corner. Usually there is a small robot that will help you to answer the questions. And we utilized it internally as a simplified solution to respond to frequently asked questions regarding GDPR. And next, what we done, that we gathered all the know-how information regarding the data processing agreements, and we actually piloted the artificial intelligence lawyer, which was the solution that would help us to process quite faster the data processing agreements. When we have the agreement and we send to the supplier, we get many comments. When it get it back, it usually, for me, it would take a day or two, and this system can work in 20 minutes. It was really interesting project, but yes, it takes. It needs to be the homework done, that everything should be digitalized, and all the documentation, we have to be prepared. You need to have been done all the homeworks prior to even implement certain solutions in your daily job. And next, it's important to involve all the team and to understand what is doing what, and kind of to train that program to work for you. And yes, so at the moment it was just piloted, and due to certain financial investments, because it's still quite expensive solution, so at the moment this project is postponed, and we working on a simplified solution for the contract automation. Contract automation, where it's a system where you enter certain details and answer the questions through the questionnaire, and you get a gathered contract for you. So this is what we are working at the moment in the legal department, and there are lots of other, I guess, solutions. Maybe others can share their experience, what they have.
Great, thank you very much. So, guys, what are your opinions on this topic? Where are we in regards to AI, the AI need, the demand of AI on the market? Anyone? Okay, Felix or Peter, go on.
No, it's okay. Felix can go.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to say that I think the demand is going to be extremely high and it's going to keep growing because, and although this term is not quite such a buzz term anymore, we still live in the world of big data and we're still generating and we're still outputting a lot of data. And the more data we have, the more reason to believe that there's a need to find patterns in said data, to try to cluster it, to try to predict certain aspects of it. So I think there is a direct one-to-one correlation between the amount of data that we just put out there on the internet and the need for AI per se.
Okay.
I would like to add a comment.
Yeah, please.
I would like to, yes, I'd like to add the comment that a bit controversial one. That is why we're talking about the ethics and yes, there is a lot of data and the data is growing. But again, we need to be very secure because we can't just give the gun and let shooting and see what happens. We need to find a solution that would be in respect of all the aspects of which are important and what is important for each of the person, and especially from the security aspects.
That's really great, and you just led me to Sylvia's next point. Ethics as a security issue, and how is AI used to manipulate or reinforce human beliefs?
Yeah, it's a very interesting topic, and I believe Camille actually talked a bit about the subject in her first question about privacy. And also, she said something that I knew beforehand, but she reminded me of this, about the fact that when you don't have to pay for software, then you are the product. So you have to be asking yourselves, what is the information that I'm giving about me? And it's not about you being hacked specifically or you being manipulated specifically. It's about AIs getting more information about people such as you who have a certain background, a certain education, a certain age, a certain gender, and so on. And AIs can learn from this public information and understand how they can best sell something to you, whether it's an idea, whether it's a product, whether it's a dress, whether it's a car. And it can also, as we have seen, sell the United States elections in some ways. Yeah. So it can actually influence people through targeted advertising, through the exact types of messages that could convince you to do something. And this is actually an ethical question, because at its core, we need to ask ourselves, yeah, we are manipulated all the time, because when I go down the road, I see a lot of, I don't know, Coca-Cola commercials, and yes, they are manipulative, but they are not targeted. They are there for everyone to see. But when people like me are targeted for certain preferences, and with them knowing something about my background, and that's a whole another level. And we need to ask ourselves, how are we handling this? How can we actually do more about handling the privacy of customers and the privacy of people online and their security online? And this has a lot of answers. We need to educate people more about their rights and about how they should, what types of informations they should and they shouldn't put online, what they want to be known and what they should keep for themselves. it's also a systemic issue because companies need to take this seriously, and especially when they put software online, they need to know, okay, what if I get hacked and this information is stolen? I'm responsible for that, aren't I? And so on. But it also goes higher. And actually, the European Union is discussing right now the Digital Service Act. And they are going to talk more about the responsibilities of social media and social media-like companies that are online. It's going to hopefully not be too hard on startups because you can't actually provide all the layers and not start with a bankruptcy. So it's an economical issue at the core too. So we can see that the problem is not so simple, and we need to keep talking about it and to keep talking about the challenges such that we will find together a solution. And I don't believe, you mentioned earlier that who is to blame if an AI goes rogue or if something happens. I actually don't believe a programmer carries that much responsibility. It's a systemic issue. We are all to blame because we all need to start right now implementing processes and making the world a safer place. And it's not just the responsibility of a programmer who follows the, I don't know, what the program manager tells him or her to do, or what comes down the hierarchy and so on.
I see. Thanks for your input. Felix, based on what Sylvia just told us, and on both Camille and Peter's input, we talked a lot about who's to blame if an AI goes rogue, or who's to blame if something is not functioning all right. But let's twist it a little bit. If everything goes as planned, if the AI does its job perfectly, if everything is in the project's parameters, who is to blame if people are misusing the AI, if they're taking it to work in a different environment that it was concepted to work in?
Thank you, Alex. I love twists in general, especially this one. So this is just as Peter and Sylvia had underlined, an extremely complex issue, and there is this famous story, especially in physics and mathematics, or the science in general, about Oppenheimer, who, upon seeing the destructive power of the atomic bomb during testing, he had a sudden epiphany, a realization, and he quoted from Hindu sacred texts saying, "And now I am become Shiva, the destroyer of words." So there comes this problem into the debate, which is the answer to the question, how much is Oppenheimer to blame for Hiroshima and Nagasaki? And it's a difficult question for a lot of people, because depending on the answer that you will give to this question, you subscribe to one of two possible philosophical schools of morality, which are consequentialism and deontology. So on the one hand, you have consequentialism, which says that an action is either good or bad, strictly depending on its consequences, right? And then on the other hand, you have deontology, which says, well, no, some actions are inherently bad, and that makes them bad, even if they are quote unquote put for the purpose of greater good. So I think you can apply that to the problem of misusing AI, right? You can have an extremely powerful NLP model. Google, by the way, recently, I believe it was summer this year, released GTP3, which is the most powerful natural language processor we have up to date. And the access to it is restricted because of the fear it can be used to create fake news with such a high degree of speed that we will be unable to basically to control what's happening out there. So my personal reply and answer, so as not to eschew answering your question, I think that in the use of any tool, it is the people who bear the responsibility of how they use that specific tool. But then again, opinions differ, and the discussion can get quite complicated from here.
Yeah, I see that putting these two concepts in the same panel, ethics and AI, basically only generates these kind of topics that can go on forever. And I have another one for you: regulations. So I'm gonna start with Camille from the legal point of view. How should we start? How should we start thinking on regulations in the AI environment? Can we regulate them, and what should we regulate? The AI itself, the development process, or the usage of AI?
I will split this question as well into two separate parts, and I will start with the previous answer and about the responsibilities. And about this new era, about this new technology and the uses, and in general this topic, I think everything should feel responsible and kind of accountable, starting from each person and starting from their use of data, and especially personal data, in their group, in their environment, and then from the country level, and of course in whole general in the globe, and big companies, and everyone in different components. Then as well, it's not a legal matter, it's not development matter, philosophers and scientists, is everyone's. Once again, it should be combined, all information all together. I see it that from all the discussions and all the educational, even today, this discussion, it'd be great, it would lead to certain strategic view of the solutions. And it is also very great that even the European Commission, they are working on certain guidelines and how to direct and what to do. And in a one way, it's good that we kind of set certain roadmap. But on the other hand, sometimes certain solutions get restricted, and for example in European Union it is quite difficult to develop something new, when in the US, as an example, and China, certain AI solutions are in a much more advanced. So there are lots of levels from which corner we will look at it. So I guess there is no one good or bad answer to this, but I think if we will work together, if we will talk about it, and not, like I mentioned before, not gonna let big giants go and try the new solutions and just do and try with our data, but if we work with certain rules and with all this highest technology, then we come up with a great result.
Thanks a lot, Camille. We're going to stick to the regulation part, and considering that we're only having a little bit more than 8 minutes left, I would like for every one of you to have their input on the regulation side of the things. So, Peter, considering it's 2020, almost 2021, where do you think the focus should be on in this very moment? Regulating the R&D of AI, the research and development sector, or switching focus to regulating on how are we using it?
I would say the main focus should be on the use, because first of all, I believe that if we start to regulate, or let's say over-regulate the research, that would lead to the decreased competitiveness of this area compared to China or even the United States, where the regulations might be a lot looser. And there are quite a few fields where because of the European Union being highly regulated, some researchers feel that they can't perform even research which could prove very beneficial, and there are many domains which fall in this area. So I would really love if the regulators in the European Union would focus more on the use of AI, and especially on certain applications such as military or certain commercial applications, instead of trying to regulate researchers and trying to mingle with research bots. So that's one thing. And when we think about how to regulate the use, it should be fairly similar to how we regulate all the other technologies. If you take another very common technology nowadays is cars, for instance. If you want to research a new vehicle, a new car, design a new car, no one is stopping you to do that. You can even test it on closed circuits, whatever. The regulators will not interfere with that. But as soon as you start mass producing your new car, then there will be a lot of regulatory and compliance and so forth things you need to deal with. And that's fairly normal, because when you are just researching something, you are endangering worst case scenario, your own and maybe your team members. But beyond that, that's not a public safety concern. But let's say that you are developing a self-driving car, then it as soon as you let it go out and you let it drive by itself on the public roads, then you will, of course, have the possibility of endangering other humans who had nothing to do with your research. So that's why I would certainly shift focus on regulating the application itself. And there you also need to be kind of have a kind of a good understanding of the possibilities and the near future possibilities of AI development, to make sure that you are enabling new AI research to appear on the market, and you are not blocking companies from the EU to compete with those from China or the United States, while you also making sure that people who live in the EU are safe from any harmful effects, or their privacy is kept in safety and so forth. So that's why I'm very pleased to see that the EU is taking that stance. And although it's hated by many, GDPR by itself has quite a few implications on AI research, the way you are allowed to collect data. But that's a good thing, because privacy by itself is something that people should be more aware of, as Camille also said at the beginning. So that's a good direction, I would say.
Okay, thanks a lot. Sticking to both regulation and the new AI on the market, I'm asking Sylvia right now, do you think in the maybe not so far future, would it be possible to have an AI developed to regulate other AIs?
That would be fun to see, but I don't think so. So for the most part, I agree with Peter. R&D should not actually be regulated, but this coming from the fact that we all know that AI hasn't had many breakthroughs. I mean, if you look at neural networks, genetic algorithms, and all these important algorithms that are actually used right now in AI, they've been around since the 50s or 60s. Yes, they are that old. So whatever R&D we see in this area, they're just minor tweaks. Think of them as precision, as doing something to get closer to the result, but it's nothing that's revolutionary. It's nothing that actually says innovation on AI. So it's actually, nowadays we see more interesting results because of how they do the training. And in the training part, this is where I would insist with regulations in the training and of course the use. And if we are to have an AI that actually self-regulates or regulates other AIs, we need to sort the training part first, because, and I'm going to go back to diversity for a bit, we already see that the lack of diversity in tech is giving us a lot of beta software. I don't know many people that are actually really satisfied with the software that we use nowadays. It's almost like everything we use is freshly out of beta, and before a new update comes, it shuts down and we use something new and it's beta again. So it's really unsatisfying. And if we are to have an AI that self-regulates, we need to take care about the training part, because if it's not properly trained with everyone in mind, it's going to represent no one. So we actually need to solve this part first. And if we don't regulate it, companies aren't going to take this into account, and they're going to give us these crappy betas softwares again. And I really don't want to see beta AIs, because I don't know how they will respond towards our needs. So if we want an AI that actually responds to our needs, we need to take care of this part. And of course, the usage. But using an AI is fairly easy, because they're pretty much one-sided, one-minded. They are built for one purpose, trained for one purpose, and it's a bit hard to actually use it for different purposes. A chatbot is a chatbot, and something that gives you social media metrics or writes content for journalistic blogs, it's going to do just that. It's not going to, I don't know, start running cars or something else. So I strongly believe that the training part is a requirement, a central requirement nowadays. And to tackle your question about an AI self-regulating or regulating other AIs, it has to represent everyone, as I said, and it has to think about all the knowledge. So it has to do some fuzzing, maybe use another AI to just mutate the input data and see where it gets us. And I don't see us reaching that point really soon. I think it's a very high effort for companies, and I don't think companies are willing to invest in something that requires this much effort unless it's regulated. So if they see that something is easier to tackle in software or automate or something like that, they will go for it. If not,
I see.
many
Well,
chances of it happening.
thank you all, guys. It's been an amazing panel, and I'm sure that if we were to have been meeting live and have a beer next to these discussions, Christmas would have been here, and we will be still talking about, I don't know, the first 2 or 3 bullet points. So the topic itself is really vast. But I think we touched based on some of the important questions. At least we scratched the surface of them. And I really wish to thank you a lot, all of you. It's been an amazing panel, and I think it's time to give the stage to Zoltan to prep the next one. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, it was an awesome panel discussion, and I would like everyone to invite to give a virtual applause for everyone in this panel. All right, so you haven't heard anything yet. because as I opened the conference this morning, I was telling you that maybe 2020 was sometimes stated as just like in that movie Groundhog Day, when you wake up every morning and it's the same thing. But actually it's different, because you wake up every morning, but it's getting worse and worse every day. It's like you hear that, wait, you haven't seen anything yet. So I would like to invite on the virtual stage Dr. Mihaela Ulieriu, who is here in the audience already.
Hello.
Hi, Mihaela. Hi, how are you?
Wonderful. Can you see me well?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
And Dean is also here. I'm asking him to start the video. Hi, Dean. How are you?
Hi.
Long time no see.
Hi.
Yes, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be on board of a conference in a virtual form, in a digital form. We are moving completely digital.
Yes, we are. And Dean, it's also nice to see you, because you've been on at our other virtual conference in June as well.
Yes.
So we are keep going with this virtual.
Virtual or not, I have to say I will take a rain check for Alex's invitation to a discussion over beer as soon as we can meet in person, because it cannot be, nothing can replace that. But we'll do our best here with digital beer.
Yes, digital beer. Yeah, in the meantime, we are so happy that we have around 2,000 viewers online on YouTube. So it's a really well attended conference. And I would like to already dive in. We will have plenty of time because Alexander is missing from this panel. So as I was saying, 2020 is an interesting year. And while blockchain and AI have been around for a while now, one can help but notice that even if we possess a lot of technology, an upgrade in consciousness is needed for everyone. And I think that 2020 and beyond will have this magical upgrade on society. And when we created the topics and program for this autumn edition, we wanted to approach things differently. Hence the colorful speakers we have today with interesting topics around blockchain, fintech, AI, and even later we are complementing with fashion tech, which is also something really awesome. So I have the honor to moderate the decentralized flexible organization, blockchain and AI in healthcare and hospitality industry panel discussion, and have access to two of the most leading minds in the fields. And I would like to welcome officially now Dr. Mihaela Ulieriu, who is the president at Impact Institute of Digital Economy. And last but not least, somebody well known already in our tech conference series, Dean Rakic, who is a chief scientist at TAAL Distributed Technologies. Is that correct, right?
Yes, right.
Okay.
Right.
So before we dive in, I would like to ask you to give a short introduction of yourself for the viewers about your experience in your own words so they can know you better. So let's start with Mihaela then.
Hi, yes, very briefly, I can coin it myself as a decentralization warrior. I have a PhD in automation and robotics, can be coordinated either centrally or decentralized. So if you have now, swarms of robots and so on and so forth. So I started to create infrastructures for decentralization at a technological level since the beginning of my career. And then I moved into, as an academic and a professor and a research leader into the e-society and looking into more productive ways of doing things by decentralization, by decentralizing governance structures. So this is in a nutshell, and that's why I'm so happy to share my experiences on this panel. Thank you so much for inviting me. I just have to also acknowledge that indeed many are giving a lot of lip service to women in blockchain, women in technologies. I have to say that this conference indeed is walking. You are walking your talk, guys, and thank you so much for what you are doing and for giving us a platform to share our experience and our perspectives, as the previous panel mentioned, because we need this diversity of views.
Okay, you are very welcome. Okay, Dean.
Yes, from my side, also a few words that probably could describe my background. But first of all, just once again, thank you for giving a free slot for having part in this panel and topics that we can discuss. From my side, in the background, I can say almost 30 years in information and technology science. Last 10 years so deeply in the blockchain technology. With so many implementation, mostly in some areas about the healthcare, about the automotive, and social networking. From educational background, my second master I did on the topic of blockchain and deep learning with some mathematical approach and implementation in different industries. And also my doctorate degree is based on blockchain interoperability. And besides, I'm teaching also, I'm a professor at the Rome Business School, teaching a blockchain in a healthcare, in a e-health, actually, in the digital transformation of healthcare management.
That's very impressive. We are also very honored to have you once again.
Thank
you. So before we dive into the questions for this panel, let's have a short warm-up with an individual question to both of you.
Yeah.
And we are in the early stages of, we can say, a new economic system that fundamentally thrives on sharing and open distribution of resources, right?
Yeah.
So we see that the political and economic power is rapidly shifting from the century-old centralized institution to a more agile one, adaptable and distributed socio-economic frameworks. And yet we witness every day how these innovative frameworks are rapidly acquired and controlled by established power structures, which is something not nice. And do you think that will this utopia of digitalization drive equality and opportunity, or will it merely be the case of one ruling class replacing the other, with incumbency and inequality further entrenching by the ever-increasing dominion of technology? So, Michaela, would you like to take this one first?
Yes, I could, yeah, because I will be pretty short, I mean, yes, decentralization, digitalization, they are all intertwined. And of course, as the leader and the creator of the World Economic Forum mentioned when he started the fourth industrial revolution movement, let's call it this way, we are really at the brink of promise or peril. So it is really, we are at this crossroads now. And the previous panel rightfully pointed to the perilous side as well, and why we need regulation and why we really need to check, because progress means going forward, moving forward. But I can move forward towards, let's say, enhancing and oiling the old system to exploit me more, or I can move forward towards actually building a more equitable world. So this is my answer. I really wish I would have a more clear one, but I just have to underline that as a decentralization warrior, this is what I'm doing. I'm pushing this momentum towards a more equitable world.
Okay.
Towards that kind, because utopia, utopia can be positive or negative. So both of them are utopian visions. We can have the big brother supervising us as cog in the social machine, or we can simply be happy and use that for everyone.
Yes, fair. Dean.
Yeah, I agree with Dr. Michaela about this. This is part of utopia, but we are starving to get into the utopia, I suppose, as a digital transformation heroes, and we are still in the early stage of a digital transformation. All over the Europe and all over the world, the governments and the people from science, from different structures, are full mouth up about the digital transformation, actually. And I think still we have to put ourselves from science part and from technological influential part to strive and to go inside about the digital transformation, and firstly to describe and to make a distinct point what digital transformation actually is, because the from my point of view, the digital transformation should resolve some obstacles that we have in a different part of our cultures, different patch some mistakes, and so on and so on. If we are just talking about digital transformation and put on a scientific and academic level, that will stay on that level. We have to spread our ideas into the, so to say, audience through the different institutions, to the governments. We have to public our work. As Dr. Michaela says, we have to be digital heroes inside of utopia. We have to show that the utopia is already possible, and we are already approaching that. But just narrowing on a few listed threads in technology that can use. We have to spread it through laws, through different kinds of institutions, and to put that on level that the wide audience can use it.
Okay, yeah, but somehow these restrictions, even with us, with the conferences, are limiting us, and this is also part of a digitalization, because we have actually we streamed our first conference in 2018 or something like that from Prague, from a live conference. We had a session which we streamed online. So back then nobody cared about that, but now all the conferences are broadcasted and streamed. So this is also part of that movement.
Yes.
Yeah. So okay. So Michaela, I have the first question for you. I have prepared 5 questions for each of you. So I will go Michaela, Dean, okay.
And of course, I hope Dean will help in my answers, and I offer to help if
Of course. Therefore, we are sitting
dialogue.
here.
Yes.
Yes, it's
I
so
count
nice.
on you.
Yes,
It's
for
so
sure.
nice. It's so nice that we are just 3 here and we can have an interesting discussion. Okay, so it has been now almost 1 year since the start of COVID-19 crisis. Because I think COVID celebrated its birthday last week or something like that.
Oh.
I'm being sarcastic here, okay? And while there are the latest good news about the vaccine, which brings hope to some, we know that the world will never be the same. That's for certain. And what was your experience during these times? How has the pandemic most destabilized our traditional financial and political institutions? So this question can go for both of you.
Yes, thank you so much. So, I do not know if you can see the background here with the obelisk and the Capitol. I'm in the US capital city. So, at least from this perspective, where I was stuck during this pandemic for 1 year, we experienced this year, riots, killer hornets, hurricanes, elections. So it was really, the pandemic is all what we needed, but the pandemic definitely brought its infusion. It was like a catalyst for all these movements. Not to mention that it is kind of, we do not know yet, natural or man-made disaster. But in any case, what I can say for sure is that the response to the pandemic was a bigger disaster here in the US. And I think, if we look at around the world, and this is what absolutely shattered the people's trust in our governance structures. And also, it's been so highly politicized that it exposed the fractures in our system, but also in our society, because we have a social fracture here in the US, which is being experienced right now with the elections. And it's being exposed pretty, strikingly. So we cannot run away from it. It is the elephant in the room. So half of the country voted for one for the right, half of the country voted for the left. So it's kind of, a slim margin, and that's why it's still contested. Masks, were politicized. They are regarded either as an empowering instrument or as a threat to sovereignty. So some regard them as a civic responsibility. So it's just so much confusion around that. That's why I agree with you that the vaccine is the only thing that can really take us out of this wormhole, I would call it.
At least theoretically for some.
At least theoretically. But what I want to say here is that, at least from what I have seen and how I have experienced it, because this is your question, is that The pandemic has reminded me, and I'm speaking in a personal capacity here, how interdependent we are, how much my health depends on your health, and vice versa, and how actually, you know, just like Bitcoin spread, or, you know, the pandemic spreads without borders. So it doesn't have borders, it doesn't have anything. And it actually, you know, we can, I think it can either, let's say, disintegrate our social fabric or remind us of our shared sense of destiny and bring us more together to in this common fight, if we want to call it like that. And because you mentioned, yes, there is of course, how the Wall Street responding. And I would say, at least from what I see here, because I'm pretty close to Wall Street, is that the markets did pretty well this year. But why? Especially because of this digitalization and the companies, the FANGs, which actually are bringing us, in my opinion, you know, towards peril in the end. So it's not the road which I want to take. They did very well. And why? Because this year we had what is called a bear market for humans. That means the AIs, the software, which wherever it can replace us, it will. And this has proven to really be now and take flight. So it is absolutely crucial, as we mentioned, as the previous panelists mentioned, to look at the regulations and to actually, you know, re-give people their role in all this ecosystem, in all this financial ecosystem. I have more to say, but I'm sure Dean also has a lot of ideas. So thank you.
Thank you, Michaela, for that. I just will add a few. I agree, and it was a good insight about the happens from the beginning of this year, actually, with the COVID pandemic happening that we are starting all of the days. The last sentence you said, that's also mentioned the previous panelist that's talking about regulation and the influence of people inside of that. I will touch a point about one technical thing that we have put inside between the governments and regulations, and then also the wide nations. It's just simple. It's a data. From the early beginning stage of pandemic, we approach the problem about information and sharing information, what kind of information are suitable for the people, what are not. Some of those suggest, okay, that's not true, it's true, and so on and so on. The first line was trustness that we approach from the beginning. If the pandemic data that the governments and institutions from a healthcare shared are already trustless or not trust, vice versa. And we're talking about data. Of course, the virus is here. We cannot say that's not. The vaccine, all medical things that will help us to solve this pandemic war, I can say world war. We are just struggling on a daily basis with more and more people that are with COVID-19 and so on on each country, all over the world. But if we are not informed, the people in the right way, what are the benefits of any kind of information that we are shared, how we share the information, and who is the person of trust, if it is a patient that owns his data or someone that can manipulate any kind of data. Therefore, we can jump in with technology, with some solutions that we have from the scientific part to bridge the medical field solution and also the scientific part that will solve or help to solve the pandemic big question.
Yeah, this is very interesting because we had a webinar this year about the use of artificial intelligence in healthcare, and we had a small startup invited to speak about their project, and they said that they are, how can I put this to not sound very bad, they are afraid to get a bigger investment from a large company, because then all that the efforts that they made to making it transparent and making it fair will be somehow put into use for data use and for financial gains by that certain company. So
yes, that's true. That's obvious. That happens already on the market in the different areas of science, of technology, of industry, or healthcare, or a medical field, or any kind of industry. But we have to sit on the table and agree about the technology stack that we have to use.
Yeah, but who?
The governments should decide, because the people still believe to the governments. It's simple, it's obvious. No matter if you have some elections, oppositions, and so on and so on. But when the point about the surviving nations, then the governments should transparently stand behind the technology and approve that technology will help us and put directly into the solution. We can agree, we can suggest. Science also has his minding about technology, about the methodologies, how to solve it, but the regulation and the political decision makers are at the top of our pyramid, who will decide and give the last information to the audience, to the people, to the wide world, nations. Yes, we have to use the vaccine or not to use, just simple. And that will be a single point of trust, so to say.
Yeah, I'm thinking that even if now, if some government official would go online with the public and say, in regards to the restrictions and everything, the lockdowns they imposed, okay, it worked, it has not worked. If it hasn't worked, we are sorry about it, we tried. I think that would be even open for the public if that were the case.
Sure.
But that doesn't happen in this ideal world we're living in. Okay, so remaining in politics and finance, because they are so deeply intertwined, that any shifts in the way we transact value will have a major effect on our government structure. How do you think that the openness and transparency of decentralized finance will change our political landscape? Michaela, would you like to take this question first?
Sure. Sure, absolutely. But first, I also want to say that, yes, to underline what Dean was stressing about, the government can do a lot, indeed, but the government also has to have the wisdom to do the right thing. And for example, here in the US, instead of enabling such things, which you mentioned, simply through communication, it's just such a simple thing to do, to tell people the truth. They actually started a mess, like having states compete for, infrastructure and so on and so forth. So yes, governments, yes, they are trusted to the extent to which they are doing, as we call it, the right thing. But okay, let's move on to the financial intertwine with the politics. So of course, what we are witnessing for some time, at least since the Bitcoin paper was launched, the internet and money collision, that's how I call it. So this is actually a very interesting phenomenon. Why? Because so far, the financial system has been ruled from the outside, while Bitcoin has set the rules inside the system, in the internet, in the rails of how money is actually distributed. So we do not need that outside regulation, not for Bitcoin, right? So what we witnessed in the financial system since this revolution is that, I sum it up and this is not my, metaphor, but it's quite widely circulated. I just want to spell it out here again. Horse rules applied to spaceship. So how do we actually, what do we have in the financial system is like those kind of unpaved roads. And now we want to launch a spaceship to fly to Mars with that infrastructure. It's impossible. So this incompatibility, of course, because of it, the financial system is suffering. We are suffering because obviously we are caught in this old rails and old system. While we already had the infrastructure to deploy smart money, programmable governance for our financial system, however you want to call it, programmable taxes. I will give you just this example because I'm on the Council of Economic Advisors of the SOV Alliance. This is the sovereign which is deploying the first fiat currency on blockchain for the Marshall Islands. And how this is done, this is departing from everything, is departing from the horse-prone roads, and it is actually mounting that launch pad for the spaceship for the financial system. So what is happening? The money is deployed on blockchain from the start. It's called the SOV. The programmability, the governance of the financial infrastructure there is deployed on blockchain in form of smart contracts. There is an annual 4% deployment according to Milton Friedman X% rule for everyone in the country in form of a universal basic income every year. Every person receives from that 4% deployed every year, money supply. And also automatically money goes into, and that was voted democratically by the people of the country, into various funds like the healthcare fund, the Women in Tech Fund, you name it, the climate fund. So all this is done automatically and transparently. So it's not like the black box which you have now, by which the financial institutions and political institutions are actually fooling us people. And I have a lot to say there. But I just wanted to end with this phrase which Mitch Kapor so genially, he coined: architecture is politics. So how we actually are architecting our digital systems, like either, as I mentioned, or to oil the old traditional financial institutions, is the world in which we will live. So the software, what Dean was mentioning, the technologists have a crucial role in the future of our financial system.
Thank you. Thank you, Mihaela. Dean, would you like to add to this subject?
Yes, the DeFi or DEFI is a wide area. Actually, it's an entire ecosystem with the goal to give everyone access to the traditional financial service through a borderless, permissionless, and somehow uncensored system based on dApps, on some technology, peer-to-peer global networks, and so on and so on. But it's still unknown how to transfer that DeFi technology to the people. Is really a future of our system to switch to the DeFi, to the decentralized, because there are still obstacles also in the DeFi. I don't want to struggle. Also, I'm mostly on the scientific part of native blockchain technology and Bitcoin and on the Satoshi technology from the early stage. Although this is based on the Ethereum and some other technology, it's everything fine. It's a protocols that has with the variety of parameters should solve the risk and make not collateral to be used. And that could be simple influenced into the different geographical location with currencies, with income, with ages, with different professionals. And that should process the global economic growth and serve the increase and between up the have and have nots, something between technology and usage, because we have to survive a period since last 10 years approximately. I think the traditional finance approach are limitations. It's not only just a technical limitation, infrastructural limitation. It's about our control of money, and also the dictate who can or cannot have access to the financial services. We have to put into the regulation also. The finance is not available to everyone, and to those who are within the system are also charged and to keep their money in banks or somewhere else. This story is not just a part of putting technology inside. We have this phenomena to put on a stage that also the regulation shall decide, yes, we have to switch our finance on a new level.
Got it. Yeah, Dean, I remain with you now for the next question because you approach censorship. So this has been something that has been going on several online communities this year. Even myself being targeted by AI for a sarcastic photo I have uploaded to Facebook. And there has been a huge move to several online communities which has been built to offer a decentralized experience. They have been built on blockchain in the light that the main social media platforms have started filtering the content and doing so many restrictions. And it seems that blockchain is also a solution for the social media platforms. So what problems has blockchain solved by its implementation in social media, and is still an emerging technology trend that we will see?
Yeah, just short. The social media and what is a blockchain social media? Why decentralized social networks? What are the challenges that blockchain implementation in social media? Also, the questions that we can add to the list that you already mentioned. But first, just to mention some digital numbers about the total population that use social media. We are approaching 8 billion capita on our Earth, and most of half are also already in social networking. More than 5 billion already use mobile phones. Almost the 5 billion people on Earth use internet users, and that's from some last surveys that I saw. Approximately 4 billion people are active social media users. That's the bigger point that we have to the introduction of blockchain. We don't have to go inside the blockchain and to describe what is a blockchain and how it's work and so on, technology part. But the introduction of blockchain in the social networks will be probably able to solve some problems related to known social media scandals, privacy breaches, some data control, and as I see, among most important, content relevance. Therefore, a mix of blockchain in the domain of the social media is still remaining an emerging technical trend in this year, and in the next few years will be also. Because by applying a blockchain, it can be ensured that all published data on a social network or networks remain without a trace and cannot be duplicated, even after its deletion. Even those if someone delete their own data, it could not be replicated and duplicated after that. Besides that, user of social media or networking medias users will be able to store more data securely with retaining their ownership. Yeah. The ownership of data. Who owns my data is the main questions in the social media and the networking they're using a digital approach of social mediation. Besides that, blockchain can also ensure that the power of the importance of the content still remains and lies in the hands of those who created, about the creator, rather than the platform owner. Because if we are putting something on the network, on the same platform that already exists, it's centralized, we are not owning our data.
Yeah, it's already shared with that.
Yes, of course. Then the blockchain with its solution, no matter if it is a public or consortia blockchain, never mind what type of technology inside of blockchain, will make that user feel safer because the user itself can control what he wants to see and wants to share. That's the most important part. And also that we are struggling since last year is a GDPR. privacy law inside the EU and the other laws that are already in the US and in some other areas of the world. The daunting task is to persuade social media platforms to implement it.
Yeah.
That's it. It's just simple. We can discuss so widely about why decentralized networks, the privacy and security of personal data, the consolidation of power in the hands of central system, the user check its own commodification, because we are also when we are improving and implementing and introducing blockchain technology. Especially in this area of social networks, social media networking. We have to talk about assets. What kind of assets we have to put in digital form, especially in the media, is not so clear what kind of object should be transferred to the asset. Then control of data can be in the mind, behavior, and other aspects of the data producer. What kind of data should remain centralized or decentralized? If we use technology based on the blockchain, it's promising, but still have so many obstacles. But it's going on. I can say it's about a 40% of implementation in the social media. We have still a long runway to implement a secure, transparent, and immutable decentralized consensus mechanism as the blockchain social media platforms that to be ensure the greater privacy and help realized users to express their freely inside of networks.
Okay, thank you, Dean. Mihaela, would you like to add to this one?
Well, I mean, just, it's nothing more to add, but I just want to underline a few salient points which Dean mentioned. And from my perspective, yes, so definitely with blockchain, what we can do, and I'm telling you this because I've been advising several blockchain social media platforms since the beginning, 2017 and so on, like Sapient Network and Profila. You can find them. They, they are active. So the main purpose of such platforms is to give us back our social experience, which has been hijacked by the Facebooks of the universe, and in which, as Dean was mentioning, yes. So we, since the internet was unleashed, we thought that technology will bring us more freedom, but this is not automatically true. Yes, it's obviously, and it's been proven that we're being pushed into this. Let's say I'm not an algorithm, right? But I'm I'm becoming an algorithm, and being pushed on the road to unfreedom by such schemes, I would call it. Yes, and of course, movies like documentaries like Social Dilemma and now Code Bias are starting to reveal what's behind and how they function, actually, these platforms. So it is absolutely crucial to take note in the first place and to change, to hold these platforms accountable. But what blockchain also brings are technologies that will give us back our identity. So we can now anonymize ourselves. We can also participate if we want and choose to participate, as I call it, to solve the advertising conundrum. So I can directly link with my favorite brand. I do not need Facebook to actually do this for me. So now at least we have a technology that can give us this freedom, sovereignty, which is actually is the ethos which we find in the Bitcoin paper. So now it translates into the social network.
Okay, thank you. Staying with you, Mihaela, in regards to digital finance, which may be disruptive, but the largest patent holders in the blockchain technologies for financial services are the same banking institutions that run our current centralized system. Is there a danger that the old guard will also dominate the new digital world? And how do we ensure that the same mistakes aren't made again? This question can go to Dean as well afterwards.
Yeah, definitely. This is, again, promise or peril. So it's just we are on the same discussion here, because so what? Of course, the established institutions are going to use any new technology in order to enhance their profits and to do better. Of course, in the name of serving us as customers better. Yeah. So we know that game. The point is now we are waking up now to this game. So we can either, blindly stay in those systems and continue to use them, those centralized black boxes, which are actually manipulating the financial system. There is a very, very interesting article by a former banker who actually shows how blockchain has the ability to disintermediate completely the commercial banks, because most of the money is created by the commercial banks. So that's I don't want to go into those details, but what I want to underline that, are we going to stay there in this road to unfreedom and being pushed by the banking, the financial leaders, as they were called by one of my peers, the priests, the voodoo priests, who are preaching to us, oh, I'm going to increase your wealth and everything. Give me all your money and I'm going to make you rich. I'm sure many of in your audience have tried that, and maybe they lost a lot of their income. Or are we going to wake up and really appreciate what this technology can do, to appreciate the diverse systems of governance, which we can now, as I mentioned, with the Sovereign and the Sov Alliance, which we can actually implement directly into the fabric of money? This is the question, and the answer is in our will. And of course, technology and technologists have a crucial role here.
Yeah, you see, as I stated before, upgrading consciousness. We are waking up to these things.
Yes, totally.
Yes, sure. I just want to add a few sentences here on that point, on this topic. You already mentioned that someone, our central point is still our governments, or someone is still owning the most of the patents about the finance and using the finance. Maybe I can be free to share some knowledge directly from someone who is responsible as a chief scientist for the intellectual property and direct blockchain patents. I had opportunity to read most of the blockchain patents for consensus, for the proof of work, for hashing, for everything, most of them, and also I wrote some of them to be honest, and it's a path that we are putting as a community based on the surrounded or the blockchain technology. Most of the instruments inside new patents, inside a new way of decentralized work with finance. It's not only, yes, we have to talk about the fiat money, converting fiat money, it will be copy pasting. Most organizations in the world are still copy pasting existing procedures, how to work with finance. It doesn't matter if it is the banks, if it is some bond markets or bourse or something like that. It doesn't. We don't have to care about that. We have to care about the methods that is based on the blockchain, and those methods step by step in each small tiny parts like a patterns should be patented and then put into the market, and then the centralized will not survive. Until then, it still will be centralized, and still we are going a step forward, each from month to month, from day to day, from year to year. It's not so easy. There are so many instruments already implemented in the financial institutions and academia also, and teaching the quant technology and also the all economics on the world. We have not to struggle. We have to step by step change methodologies that we have used. I cannot say, but maybe it could be say old-fashioned technology. We have to innovate the way of transaction world based on the blockchain shows already the decentralization in finance can survive and can have a benefits to wide nations without bordering of everything.
No, so there's also the ever-growing blockchain solutions which from businesses can particularly benefit and that are now already available. And Dina, will remain with you on this one because you mentioned e-healthcare. You mentioned the hospitality business. So what are the business solutions that blockchain offers in these fields?
There are already so many. Mostly of them are patient-centric solution. On the market, we can approach hundreds already, maybe thousands solutions, applications, blockchain-based EHR, electronic health records. It's only one point in the complete sea of a solution that should be catch that hot potato, as I like to say, of a healthcare.
Sorry to interrupt you. Are there any particular cases in which they are already being implemented?
There are so many. There are so many.
So they are already.
Yes, they're already. They're already, but still mostly in the proof of concept. I would make a focus here also, but at another dilemma, so to say. It's about interoperability. It's still unsolved. First, just to tell what interoperability is and how it's influenced into healthcare. The interoperability is the degree to which two or more systems can usefully exchange meaningful information via interfaces in a particular content. In the healthcare, it is an ability of health information systems to work together within the cross-organizational boundaries in only one order to advance the effective delivery of healthcare for individuals and communities. That's the interoperability. There are so many standards, protocols that we already in a digital manner introduced to a healthcare. There are so many levels of interoperability from the legal, foundational, structural, semantic, technical, and so on and so on. But still we remain to so many obstacles in the healthcare. And why does the interoperability matter in the healthcare? We're touching with that point, that topic, a list of some obstacles. It's a lack of common clinical vocabulary. Still not exists. It's a limitation in the health analytics. There is no standardization for clean and accurate patient information collection. Although we put electronic health record in the blockchain, but patient information collection is not still clear. There is also a lack of interoperability between e-health solutions. All those solutions could not exchange data amongst them. We are still on the market struggling which solution is better, which gives more advantages to the audience. Then it's not so easy. It's a source complexity on e-health domains.
Okay.
It's so deep complexity. It's then no space for integration between closed hardware and then the software system. There are differences in architecture in the platforms, in some conflicting standards of data retrieving, and actually there is no still unified coding systems inside the healthcare and the health units. It's a lack of balance between the location of the costs and the benefits of semantics of complete healthcare information. We deal with data, with the healthcare data. There is a why I can see that interoperability based on the blockchain can solve something or help something. It's not only just putting some portion of patient data in the blockchain and then everything is solved. No, it's the beginning. We're just on the early stage of beginning implementing a new digital assets-based technology based on the blockchain into the healthcare. We have a long runway in the next 7 to 10 years, approximately, to solve all of those steps in the healthcare, because the first benefit will be touching the patient-centric. It's a single longitudinal patient record because of compiling episodes from the disease registries, from lab results, from treatments. The blockchain based in patent ambulatory and wearable data solve that single longitudinal patient records. Then we approach the problem about master patient indices or index. The patient identification data were hashed to the ledger and content will remain unique. There is only a way how we can solve. All parties will deal with only one header, but only authorized nodes. Physician, lab technicians, and someone can view patient data. Then we solve the problem, who owns my data as a patient? Then automatic verification, where we can solve the claims adjunctions. Also supply chain management. We already saw some really useful cases in the practical manner in the production for the supply chain management. Also in the healthcare, because the smart contract can assist healthcare organization in process of monitoring supply demand cycles through the entire life cycle, and put the threads connected between pharma and all other ingredients in the healthcare. Then we can talk about a shared information based on the authorized provider and secure and standardized way, and eliminate costs and so on, data reconciliation and so on. But I just wanted to add one more point. The data verification. Although we have solved all of those that I listed, still will remain the point to verify data. Who will verify data? How to verify data? At the moment, we have a protocol or a standard based on HL7 and FHIR, Fast Healthcare Interoperability Resources. It's wide world known and applied standards, but there's still obstacle inside. Each entity develop its own resource. While we are still developing own resources, we are going wide, much more wider from the interoperability, and there is no a single point of way of verification data. We have to make a verification at the early stage, directly from the data source, from the data beginning, from the datafication process to simplified how the data will from the source transferred to any kind of end user.
Yeah, fair. that's some very valuable input right here that our 1,900 viewers on YouTube received for free now. Mihaela, would you like to add to this as well, or should we move on to another question?
We can move on, but I just wanted to say that listening to Dean, I can see that many things from the financial world are really valid also in the health world. So how I call this is what blockchain is enabling is actually what I call sovereign health. And that also is shifting the power balance between the doctor and the patient. Because now, yes, we can share our data, or we may choose not to. And also, yes, I think it's for us to decide if it's in our advantage. For once, yes, I want to share it, for example, for the development of better treatments and so on, and faster, but in an anonymized manner. And I can choose what I share. So sovereignty comes here with what I call accountability. Also, what blockchain enables is this anonymity. Like there are many solutions now which can track if I've been in the vicinity of someone who later on got infected with the virus, and only through this, through the vicinity of my mobile phone, in the vicinity of their mobile phone, and nobody will know who I am or who that person was, but I just know that if I want, I can go get tested or monitor myself that I have been exposed. So many tricks can be done through technology in this universe, which I call sovereign health, that blockchain in healthcare is opening. And of course, the interoperability, because like the pandemic, my health is borderless. And this, I'm traveling a lot, and we were supposed to be in person, and we will be next year. I would like that if something happens to me in another country, doctors there to have immediate access to my health record. Obviously, this is vital. So it goes without saying, yes.
Yeah, staying at the digital evolution and private institution, that it's not just private institutions gaining leadership over our digital evolution. Some countries are taking a dramatic lead on this. And China, for example, has been a long early adopter of emerging technologies and is quickly becoming a front runner when it comes to DeFi. Do you believe that this could change the global balance of power, which is currently now being rocked?
Oh my. Just the metaphor comes immediately to mind now. So, and I am working with several, I have many colleagues in China, many scientists and colleagues who are developing such technologies there, and they are really at the forefront. So, but I have to say that, like the pandemic has spread, now we see the digital yuan spreading from China. And it's, of course, a concern here in the US. How this is regarded is, okay, we have to get in the race with a digital dollar. So the Congressional Blockchain Caucus, the digital dollar task force,
the digital euro, because that's also
of course, the digital euro as well. So you look from that from that part of the world. We are in Tech Euro conference. So again, I'm coming back to the promise and peril, because what I see also in China is that how they are using such digital infrastructure, and now they will have access to the spendings of people, right? So this is getting even more, I can say, can be critically dangerous as well, because I do not know how many of you are aware of the digital infrastructure in China now being used to offer a digital good citizen score for every citizen there. So they are actually practically manipulating my behavior or observing it like the big brother and pointing out to me if I do something to step out of line. So again, I think I see that as a very big danger to sovereignty and liberty. And obviously, as it's at a societal level, it can look just like the voodoo priests are telling me how you will become more wealthy if you play with me and stay in line. And the same manner, society can really regard this as, oh, that's absolutely good. We're gonna look and identify all the dissidents and everyone who is not playing by our rules. But this is not obviously a democracy. And so using the digital infrastructure in such a way is the way, in my view, more towards peril than promise. But we must be very careful in this regard. And of course, with regard to the power structure, with the power balance, definitely the digital environment gives an advantage. And the first mover, there's this, like now we can say money has legs, money moves, and the digital yuan can pervade the world much faster in that form, on those rails, if we do not keep up. So I would say we have to counterbalance that from our democracies and democratic societies, and see what happens.
Dean, would you like to touch base on this subject?
Yes, I would go back on the first point, first idea of a blockchain technology, not a Bitcoin, not a crypto, not a currencies, not any kind of changing value from value to value, from fiat to digital euro, digital dollar, yuan, and so on and so on. We're talking about technology and misuse and use of technology. At democratic level, we have to decide what is a misused technology. And using also technology, we can put that in a transparency. And with transparency, we can decide which is misused and which not. We have to be open and talk about that. We have to openly discuss about misusing a technology. We don't. I'm still believe that we are on a positive side, on a good side, and the science and technology will stop the misusing of technology in the future. The science is that which is always a base for having that in the misusing or having that on the positive side. The academia and the institutions worldwide, I hope, will survive and stay on a positive side and don't lead the misusing, never mind in which country that happens. One separate country, no matter where it's a bigger or a smaller industrial or a less industrial help, no matter. The misleading and misusing is misusing, and it's not democratic. We have democratically discuss about that and openly talk about that and spread idea that something that is not on a democratic level and a democratic base should not be implemented.
Okay, so utopia.
Yes, actually, I like that.
Okay, so yeah, because philosophers and political theorists have long speculated on the qualities of an ideal and more equitable world, like how we started this discussion. We now have powerful technologies that can help us create platforms for open sharing ideas, tools, talent, blah, blah, blah. Do you think that this will bring our future society evolution closer to a potential utopia or shift anywhere else? Who would like to take this one first?
Yeah. You know, the point is what kind of utopia. But Dean, please go ahead if you want to start. So what?
Since my childhood, I like to think and talk about utopia, and still now maybe using a novel technology and being part of a digital revolution, so to say. Number 4, number 5, maybe next 10 years we will approach industrial revolution number 10. Who knows? Because it's rapidly going over the night and changing the things that we already know from the science, and the 1,000 years are just overjumped in a few months completely from the science approach. And I can say I can believe in utopia, but not like just a poem in some book or something that we can talk about that, or a subject in a history with a small title, utopia is not existing or something like that. If we agree completely on the wide level, the national level, that this utopia is based on something that we already produced and that is beneficial to the community, then the utopia will be realistic. Otherwise, the utopia will still remain as a utopia in the book.
That's fair. Michaela?
Yes, and I'm taking on from where Dean left it. I think it all boils down to how we govern the technology. And if our leaders will stop with a short-term, narrow, linear way of thinking that will bring them immediate profits at the expense of society, we will fail. We are very good at such a game, we have seen. However, humanity as a whole, since history is known, has thrived in the quest for a better life on this blue dot. So I'm optimistic when it comes to this utopia that we will actually choose leaders who are going to use such forces of disruption and innovation in order to align them to the right values for society, in order to bring better life to our people. And creativity, empathy, stewardship. As I mentioned, this interdependence in the world, we are an ecosystem. the virus reminded us even more. Rather than staying divided and building bigger walls, let's play together and bring our innovative spirit together in synergy to conquer it all, including, not only the virus, but also build our better life using, and we have so much technology. This technology also, in the end, I'd like to underline that it really has exponential effects. So if we just stay on the sidelines and watch, it's like, we are in a stadium and the water and just like the pandemic has shown, I mean, there were a few cases and then the whole US exploded. If I am in a stadium and the water is to my knees, let's say there is a big torrential rain, then I will say we can still continue to play the game, but in no time, in 5 minutes, the water will go above my head. That means exponential effect. So we cannot wait and see what's going to happen, because we will reach the peril much sooner than if we actually change course or do something. So I will end with this reminder that we can actually become better people now through this pandemic experience and humanize humanity with this shared sense of destiny, and that bringing us together like you did, Zoltan, in this event is actually what technology can do.
I told you, upgrading consciousness. That's what we need. Okay, so I would like to end this panel discussion on a high note, because we all have Elon Musk, who is going to move us to Mars pretty soon.
Yes.
So utopia, here we go on a different planet. It's no problem. Okay. So I think that this is the best way to end this panel discussion, which was really, really good. We talked about many things in 1 hour.
Yes,
and there is still so much to talk about.
Just to say about the Mars idea, yes, let's hope. And of course, that is a very valid idea, especially when we look at technologies that now, of course, robots can serve us, and longevity research and so on. But let's hope we can actually, do some atonement here on our planet first, and that we will not have to start all over again on Mars because we destroyed our planet and ourselves. So
yes.
I agree with the positive note. I'm all in.
Thank you, guys. A virtual applause for both of you.
Thank you.
Was an awesome panel
Thank you
discussion.
for organizing this.
And stay here for the next one, because Jovita is coming online now with an interesting panel discussion about fashion tech. Jovita. Hello. Let's see if she can hear us.
Do you hear me well?
Yes, we can. Hi.
Okay, so hello to everyone. I'm looking just, all my panel is in place. So I'm very glad to see everyone once again. Thank you, Zoltan.
I will pass on the virtual microphone for you now, so you can get started with your panel.
Okay, so hello to everyone and hello to my panel. It's very nice to see you again. And we are today speaking about the topic which is quite oftenly used now, about fashion tech. So the fashion was always innovating, but usually the innovation was not that much about the technologies, but that innovation was a little bit, about the design, about the creativity. However, still another side of all this, creativity is the customers who are reaching out for the designs. And today, thanks to the pandemic, or maybe not thanks to the pandemic, we do have entirely different situation. So I think we are pretty, close community over here, and some of us know each other very well. But to those who do not know who we are having on this panel today, so I'm totally happy to introduce Craig Crawford. He is the digital transformation strategist who has an enormous experience helping the brands, traditional, very, luxury brands, for example, Burberry, going online. So later on, he will present himself. We do have on the panel Yeva Zubavichute, who is an angel investor and the lady who is, doing many things related to fashion and communications. So in on all the wide spectrum of her activities, we do have also the recruitment activity. So she will be able to speak, as a brand voice and to tell what are the brands, especially the sustainable ones, are about today. We also have Alina Trapova. So she's a lawyer just like me. Hello, Alina. And she is also a person who is educating, the artists, the art people, and who is spreading the message in Bocconi University. And she's also an of counsel in an Italian law firm. And also we do have here Vilija Butenine. She's a CEO and co-founder of Insoftia. And I do really like, Vilija, your presentation when you say that you are the lady who's helping to transform visitors into customers. So now we are all here. And I was thinking that for the very beginning, it should be the best to start from the strategy. Oh, I forgot to present myself. So I'm an attorney at law. I've been working a lot on litigation. But now I'm quite a lot also moving to the creative side and helping businesses in various ways. So as a litigator, from what I always start, so I usually start from the strategy. And here I will ask probably Craig, the question, let's say if a traditional retail, sector is thinking of going online, so what should they start from? How should they think? And how should you think about this, digital strategy from the very beginning? And why, maybe tell a little bit why Burberry case, your experience you had, letting all the Burberry strategy going, luxury brand online, how it is still relevant in these days?
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here, and I'm super excited to participate in this conversation with you guys. Just a few things in terms of understanding digital strategy and transformation. At Burberry and any brand that is successful at reinventing themselves in terms of how they behave and how they track with consumer behavior, the very first thing is, understanding who the brand is, understanding your brand DNA. If you do not know your brand DNA, then there's no point in trying to be digital. At Burberry, Thomas Burberry had invented wool gabardine, right? He had the patent on wool gabardine, and that cloth protected it and explorers. It was used in the military. It was used, it still is used by the royals for weatherproofing. So, we looked at protect, explore, and inspire as our North Star, our brand values, our brand DNA. And then all of those activities cascaded from that. Now, we understood that the next generation luxury consumer coming out of India, coming out of China, coming out of Latin America were 12 to 25 years younger than their Western counterparts. And so we knew we needed to target millennials. We needed to target the new luxury consumer who's born digitally, right? So putting the customer first, understanding that that customer then was mobile, right? And so everything needed to be mobile. And then we wanted to create a community. We wanted people to be engaged with what we were doing. We didn't have a blueprint at Burberry that said, this is how you do it. We did this by our own instinct, guided by that brand DNA, knowing who the customer was, knowing they were mobile first, and therefore digital storytelling being so terribly important. And also understanding that mobile device, our phones connect us to the world, right? We're global citizens now. Here we are in the Baltics, and I'm sitting in London, and we probably have viewers in the United States watching us, right? All because of technology. So blurring that physical and digital. And then guess what? You get so much data out of all of these activities, right? And you and I actually were having a conversation the other day about this. From the year 0 to the year 2013, 10% of the world's data was created, right? So in the first 2013 years, just 10%. Every 2 years since then, we create 90% of the world's data. 90%. That is a lot of information. So looking at that and understanding what that means. And that means it's not one person, right? It's the whole group of people. And so I think the last thing to think about as we talk today is the role of every single employee. You know, at Burberry, we empowered our employees so that they understood the strategy, but we gave them digital tools on the inside to continue to communicate and learn and evolve, because digital is not a project. Digital is a journey, and we're not done with this. We're not done with this at all.
So many thanks, Greg. It is very, valuable strategy point. I was counting, so I counted till 7. I counted then that once you start, like your strategy, you should have brand DNA, understand your customer, to know how you're gonna go mobile first, keep the storytelling, keep the data-driven approach, and do empower the employees. So I think that's also a nice structure, to continue our conversation. And over here, I would have a question to Yeva, I think, about the brand DNA. I know, Yeva, that you do work a lot with the sustainable brands. And can you tell a little bit, what about the sustainable brands? What is the brand DNA in itself? How would you define, what is that DNA for what you have to look for yourself before, thinking of going online?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. So I will jump straight away to the answer. Yes, basically, I would say that when we talk about sustainable brands, we should start looking at the brand DNA from the values point of view. And we hear the values-based relationship or the values-based branding, everything values now more and more. But when we talk about sustainability, it's particularly important. And if the value system that is original and genuine is embedded in that brand, or the startup, let's say, it doesn't have to be a brand necessarily, then to actually communicate and to preserve and to create and to enhance that brand DNA is possible and doable if it's genuine. So I would say that whatever the values are, it can be, or priorities, we can call them priorities first. It can be social sustainability and responsibility, can be environmental, can be both, can be a small part of it. Let's say just starting from paying fair wages throughout our supply chain, or at least in the office, or at least to some part of the supply chain. So it depends what actually matters. And that's when you start creating that DNA. It doesn't have to be a sustainable brand, but if you call yourself or you aim to become one, then definitely your values is where you should start. And all the communication and positioning goes around that. I hope I answered the question.
I think you did, and I think it's an interesting, point to notice that I think it's not absolutely necessary to everyone to be sustainable. I mean, it's very nice if someone becomes sustainable. I believe also, in the eco crisis, and we have to think of how we consume, etc. But now I totally agree with you that sustainability should be at the core of your DNA. And if it's not, I think consumers also feel that, and simply saying that you are sustainable, well, it doesn't go to the bottom of the problem. So I totally agree with you. And the second point made by Craig was understanding and listening to the customer. So I think that question goes to Vilja now. So you say that you work, helping the people to transform simple visitors into customers. So what tools do you use? How do you listen to that customer? Because Craig said it's important to listen to the customer. So how would you do that? How would you digitally, listen to that customer in order, to translate it to the one that buys a lot, let's say?
Good afternoon, everybody. it's a great question, and it's very important these days, you know, to answer this question. So as I specialize in e-commerce conversion optimization, so the thing that is important for me to you know, to take care and make and to take care of and to make a brand to be aware of is optimized customer journey online. Okay, so what it is, so it is about making, you know, that journey really smooth, removing all the blockages. For example, if there are no multiple payment options, or that customer can't, you know, have any customer support available to discuss the product availability or to discuss certain features he is looking for. So that, you know, all those difficulties come into the customer's way, and it can be here when we are talking about mobile first commerce, right? When everybody is using mobile phones to shop, so we need to make that customer journey really smooth. So while we talk about that, we are coming back to the biggest challenge, which isn't what new trend to follow, but basically choosing a good balance of channels and trends that resonate with your audience and ensuring sustainable growth and revenue for your brand or for you as a retailer. Okay, so there comes a data analysis about your customers, and that data would only make sense of new trends, right? So it's not necessarily about very specific tools we use for that. We talk about digital analytics tools. You can use, you know, Google Analytics. You can use anything else. There are so many startups dealing with those issues, you know, and solving problems about how to check each and every step and stage of customer journey, right? So they send that data to you, but it's not about the tools you use, but of how you deal with that data you have. It's about making sense and having a strategy of how and what you are looking for, right? Because as Craig said, we have got so much data around, right? You have plenty of data, but the point here is how you what you do with that data, what in particular like you are looking for, and making sense of that data and introducing the trends that are suitable and the best for your customers, for your audience. Because, you know, sometimes as being a small brand or medium brand, you can't implement the trends that larger or leading retailers are using straight away to your brand. You know, you have to adjust that to your customer journey and see, you know, what they are looking for. Maybe.
Yes. So basically, Vilja, it is great. All we agree that Craig said and Vilja said, it's all about the data, and data is, you know, becoming larger in enormous amounts. But for us lawyers, so here I will want, you know, to have Alina's opinion, because, you know, we were discussing with Craig, you know, Craig is keep telling that data is a huge opportunity, you know, that many stores do collect plenty of data, but they do not take the advantage of that data they could. But here the lawyers come and say, well, before doing that, you know, you should consider, you know, how much that data you can collect. How do you do that, you know, and what's going to happen? Because recently, before this conference, I have been researching, you know, online. And I saw, you know, I think Tommy Hilfiger has these jeans, you know, where they put you the chip, you know, which goes with you everywhere, and you get the points, you know, for wearing these jeans. But basically, you know, it kind of collects information about, you know, where my butt was sitting, you know, and what trajectory, you know, I was traveling. So I was joking, you know, maybe I get, you know, the points doubled if I sit at particular sofa. But it's, you know, it's very confidential information to collect. So Alina, can you jump in and just, you know, have a comment about the GDPR, which is, you know, such a popular term among lawyers now?
Thank you very much. First of all, thanks for having me. It's really great to connect with everyone from different points and to have this input in the tech conference. So actually, yeah, I was exactly, my bells were ringing when I first heard the word data. Apart from the fact that it is particularly hot topic, it's the new oil. It fuels the data economy, our information society, and it is basically what we mainly use right now and even more during the pandemic, because since the whole consumption of different goods, fashion including, turned into the online world, data became even more important. So for sure, data protection issues with the GDPR, and especially these genes that I admit I hadn't heard of them until yesterday when we discussed this. It is very sensitive, and I mean, just the fact that it is attached to your bottom is good enough reason to have your bells ringing. But I would like to also stress another point of view, because I come from an intellectual property law background. So when we talk about data, it is, all of us probably have heard about the GDPR, wanted or not. We received tons of emails several years ago when it came into effect. But data is much more than that as well. It's related to all the content that companies use also online. So fashion companies also, as I said, had to move to digital marketing, had to enforce and reinforce a lot their tools through online advertising. So as I also have, as I am primarily an academic, as well as collaborating with law firms, I have one or two slides which I would like to share with you, just to include a visual to what I'm trying to say, because I think it is very important to put actually a face to this. You should be able to see my slides.
We do, thank you.
Fantastic. So as I was saying, the pandemic actually changed the way we buy things and what we buy. Fashion had to move much more to digital. And I am currently based in Milan. So in the months of March, we had to move everything online, which included also the Milano Fashion Week. There was a lot of discussion in the beginning whether it would be entirely digital, and then things such as merging, what Craig was saying actually really resonates with this, blurring the line between digital and physical. So finally we moved into, at one point, to something of a mixed hybrid module. But I would like to show you just very briefly, without playing the sound, because I think the visuals are sufficient enough, a very interesting virtual catwalk that took place just I think a month ago, which of course all fashion shows moved online, but this is something very different. This is not just the recording of the fashion show, as you can see. This is practically a video virtual catwalk, which includes virtual models, clothes that were designed. It's by this Italian brand, GCDS. And in terms of intellectual property, what I was trying to say is that here we have a lot of IP rights, a lot of brand rights that had to be licensed, a lot of rights related to celebrities, because later on in this video, you actually see celebrities sitting at the front row of this fashion show, or their little avatars that are made to look a lot like them, and licensing agreements had to be signed here. There was licensing agreements, obviously, about the music, about the fashion designers. So none of these issues are actually that new. What is actually new is the scale of this. Since it's digital, since it's staying on the platform for a very, very long time, the licensing agreements that used to be signed before are not necessarily the same as those that we have to sign right now. So without overstepping, taking the floor too much, this is what I was trying to refer to. These are the celebrity couples that we are very used to seeing at fashion shows. Now they were turned into digital versions of them. Obviously, licensing agreements were in place here, but I think apart from data and the GDPR that immediately rings, at least in Europe, our bells, we have to really keep in mind that there's a lot of IP going on there too.
Oh yes, there's a plenty of it. And actually, since we have also the marketing and business people in here, and because I could go, deep down with you on this path of law. So let's do that separately. And then if someone likes, let's do a separate conference on this, because it's an event of 2 days, speaking of that, or even a week. So from the business point of view, since now we had sports, now we have esports, we had fashion, now we have digital fashion, etc., etc. What do you think from the brand's point of view? So to say, I saw that, for example, Burberry, they launched a game where by themselves, by the way, not by someone else. They launched a game where they have those trench coats weared by some digital creatures. So what do you think? What's going to happen in the industry? Just I know that it's we are all best guessing now, but maybe Alina and later on Craig, maybe you will have some insights. What do you think is going to happen about the gaming industry and fashion industry merging? Because now fashion houses seems to produce the games, and of course the game industry for quite a long has been using the Chanel apparel or some fancy clothing in the game industry. So how would you see this happening? Will it all merge and everything's gonna be virtual and I'm gonna wear a virtual dress like now? I mean, because it's also possible, later on, Eva, I think will tell a little bit. So starting from Alina, how do you imagine, that industry of the brands in games and the games in brands? What's going to happen?
It's already happening, actually, and it's not happening just as it's mini games that we can imagine, that the fashion company develops individually, or it is happening as a large scale collaboration. So actually, the gaming industry is really taking a big step in there, as well as the fashion industry. Huge games such as League of Legends, for instance, have collaborated with huge fashion brands such as Louis Vuitton to create clothing. Like, these are cosmetic additions that you can add to your virtual characters, weapons, and so all sorts of things, which sometimes you can, in the game, sometimes you can unlock by playing the game, but other times you can actually buy with virtual money or with real money. So collaborations of this kind are very entertaining, for sure, but they really bear as well a lot of legal implications, because this, in a way, can be related to if the item that you get is an item by chance, so you unlock it in a completely random way, that can be linked to these ideas about gambling and these regulations that are on that market. But at the same time,
that's another conference, Alina.
I know, but there's so many things that I want to.
They have to tell organizers that our panel needs a separate conference, just to go.
Oh, no, absolutely.
Topic. What do you think? Let's say if I
wanted to see what Craig thinks
kind of retail sector, and I would be going online. So you said, all the strategy things that I have to think of. So do you have any comment about, these visions? What's going to happen, with this digital creativity, etc.? Just, something practical. I mean, maybe we shouldn't start, from something very creative, or we should, or vice versa. What's going to be with all this and how should, a brand or platform going online, all these things, because there's so many novelties. I mean, the scale is unimaginable. Every day you have something new. For example, Farfetch is collaborating, I don't know, with maybe tens of small, apps and etc. And they are, being big, integrate them. So how should I understand myself in all this, huge picture? How do I select I will cooperate with you and I will not cooperate with you, for example? Do I need this, feature in my platform, or I don't?
Shall I tackle some of that? Yeah?
Yes, please.
Yeah, well, so I think we're at an extremely interesting point, and from my perspective, a very exciting point in time. So it's the convergence of cinematography, right? We did some work at Burberry with Nova, which was a division of DreamWorks, where people could interact and personalize scarves and play on the Piccadilly screen in London, and yet still go to Regent Street and buy that product, right? we're at a point now where cinematography and gaming, and not just gaming as we know it, but the engine and the technology behind it, allowing us to combine that with technology that's been around for a while, 3D technology, so we can create realistic virtual clothes. So even though it may not seem like people are going to play a game with those clothes, we can go to market before we manufacture. We actually can, and some brands are starting to do that. So it's the interesting combination for me of all of these powerful technologies coming together. And then we also have this new addition of 5G, which means as consumers, the more brands give us big size files, big interactivity, the more we can play now on our mobile phones or our laptops or our iPads or tablets. So I think it's those opportunities. You know, I don't know if you've heard of the Fabricant, but certainly the Fabricant, Replica, the Digitals, the people that are making now models that people don't even know they're avatars, right? They're that real. You know, avatars that actually have been used. This is I probably shouldn't even bring this up, but I will because I'm talking to the lawyers as well, but avatars that have been used to catch pedophiles because they are so realistic, right? So we are now looking at that technology and how do we turn that into something that people can personalize for themselves and try their clothes on and share them on social media, right? And back to your legal questions, you know, I think it's fascinating because all of this unlocks a giant Pandora's box for you guys on making sure that that digital is brand authentic, approved by the brand, right? And approved for use in different regions. When we started streaming music into our stores, we had all kinds of different rules and regulations for the regions because that meant we were broadcasting. Before, we were just playing music in store, but if we're centralized streaming it, the law applies differently in different places, right? So you guys are absolutely on top of it, and it's a lot of opportunity and a lot of challenge, but at the end of the day, I still say it goes back to what's right for the brand, what's that brand DNA, and what does the consumer want? How do they want to engage? You can make all the games in the world you want, but if they're not meaningful to me as a consumer, they don't make my choice better, they don't inform me about the brand, I don't feel like I'm part of that community, I'm not gonna engage. So it has to still be meaningful, I think. And I think if you look at those things, then you've got all kinds of amazing opportunities that we'll all collaborate and do together, because this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning.
Oh yes, it is. It indeed, I think it is, and it's very interesting, you know, to think of that in legal terms, as we were discussing with Alina, that, you know, since you do not have new laws, you apply the rules that you have. So the rules already are in place. It's not that it's all unregulated. No, rules are still in place. If you have invented something that is totally new, it doesn't mean that it doesn't have any rules and you can do anything. This is not true. So, but still, you know, I would still, you know, would like to have Eva's opinion about the digital dress, because I know that she had a conference of her own and she was, you know, speaking of some brand, you know, that are like doing digital clothes. For the audience, I can say that digital clothes can be understood in various ways. It can be a digital copy of an existing something, or it can be purely digital, and it can be used, you know, for some, so to say, just fashion show, but it can also used for the, for example, Instagram profile. Let's say if my only purpose, you know, is to show myself on the Instagram, so do I really need a big wardrobe, you know, in my house, just, you know, because my purpose is just online? So Eva, do you have any comments about this digital apparel, and like, do you like it?
I don't wear it, but I think I'm a bit lagging behind the times, so that's just me. But to be honest, so yes, that Craig has mentioned Fabricant. So we had just one speaker at our conference who is originally a wholesale sales agency. But as you know, in the fashion industry, wholesale business is a bit going down, and it's changing inevitably. So they kind of reinvented just recently themselves to become a platform of selling designer clothes that are purely digital. So any designer can apply and work with them as an agency too. And their clothes will be transferred into digital, either created just pure digital or a copy, as you said, Jovita, of their original clothing in a digital form. and you can wear it online, basically. I can say like an inside information because our conference was for the brands. And when we had a discussion after the conference with the brands that we were listening to, I must say the small designers were really skeptical about it, designers themselves. But it's kind of inevitable, I would say, especially with all the gaming industry and with all the online presence. You can't avoid it. But the creatives, I would say the majority are still hesitant and scared, and you know, they comment it as if it's something being taken off them, you know, the whole material, and it's like, what is this digital dress and digital whatever, you know, product? So I think that the changes definitely not maybe replace, but expand this market, but not without resistance.
Well, you know, it goes both ways because, you know, there was a time when we were saying that everyone who's online is going digital, and now some digital natives are starting to have online stores. So I think it can go both ways. For example, we used to have movies, and based on these movies, we had games. And now, based on the games, we are having movies.
Definitely,
so
yeah.
it's happening vice versa. So, Vilija, do you have any addition over here? You know the customers, you've been dealing a lot. So, is there a particular, you know, chapter, a part of customers that would never ever go into these things, and maybe you should approach them differently? Because people, as Yeva said, the pure creatives who like the Kashmir, you know, and the touch of it, they still exist. It's not everything about the digital. So how do you approach that? How you separate one from another? Or are we going to be all forced, you know, to wear digital at the end because it's cheaper?
Okay, it's a great question, you know. I'm, you know, myself, so I'm a really late follower. So, you know, I'm not going to wear that the next year. But I think there are definitely customers who are looking forward to it. However, these are not the brands I usually deal with because I deal with small and medium-sized businesses. So those might, you know, take this opportunity later on. But yeah. I would come back, you know, to customer research in this case, because it would be better to come back and to chat with those people, you know, with your audience, and ask after they purchase your products. So what would you envision going next with our brand, with our, you know, collections and so on? It might be the best way to ask them, and then to combine those with very recent trends. So also I would like to come back about, you know, marketplaces and how brands deal in different ways, and how the traditional shopping is changing, because I think it might resonate really well what Yeva just said also. So I do really think that it's the perfect time to look for marketplaces that go beyond traditional shopping, right, and align well with your audience again. So, for example, I would like to mention one leading platform in China. So it's Pinduoduo. Maybe you've heard about that one. So what they do, so they connect consumers' preferences and manufacturers, right? So currently they have more than 400 million buyers, and their total revenue is, you know, increasing year by year. So what they do, so basically, they are changing the traditional shopping, which is primarily driven by search engines. So as a customer, you actively search on shopping platforms searching for shopping platforms online, and you search for what you need, what you're looking for. But Pinduoduo works in a different way. So what they do, they encourage customers communicate to manufacturers about their preferences and what they are looking for. And then manufacturers listen to them, and they are aware of buying preferences in advance, so they can allocate resources more efficiently and, you know, to produce products that buyers are really looking forward to. So also I would like to mention one aspect about this platform, because it also adds one more layer on top of that. So they are adding a more transparent aspect to that. So what they do, so they live stream, they produce live streaming videos on their app to educate customers on manufacturing process and basically make everything more transparent and gain trust from those buyers.
This sounds
so
great. Can you repeat the name? It's Dua Dua. How I'm sorry,
no,
don't pay us for the advertising, but still,
okay.
but still I want to try that.
It's an example. It's an example of how traditional shopping changes. So that was my point, not to promote that brand itself, but it's Pin Dua Dua. So it's a Chinese name, and it's Pin Dua Dua.
It's exactly the point Craig was making at the beginning. He said that you have to start from the customer, what the customer wants, and not just what. Of course, you have to have a DNA, but still that DNA must be compatible with what the customer does want, because otherwise it's no business in here. It's pure creativity, which also does exist. So this is fine. I can understand that. So Alina, maybe just not to forget us, the lawyers. So to say, if you have a traditional marketplace, how many contracts do you need? I know this is from a lawyer. It's a strange question. I know that. But just let's be, like in the kindergarten. So this is like GDPR thing. This is licensing thing. So how many names of the contracts? 5?
Well, even more. It really ties to what Craig was saying and what we were discussing about the brand DNA and the customer. So if your brand is really heavy on branding, on logos, on slogans, on the message they send to the clients, that's a lot of trademark licensing. If you have creatives, if your fashion shows are more like movies, that's a lot of copyright licensing. There's a lot of personality rights, as I was mentioning, if you're associating yourself with celebrities. But there was something else as well that came to my mind that when you were talking, when it started with the digital dress and the digital identity. So with you, we were discussing this idea about virtual influencers. And related to this, the fact that many of the laws that we have actually apply to all these new virtual, digital, AI, sci-fi things that we discussed. And it's the same thing about these virtual influencers. So for me, it's a rather new phenomenon because I never thought that we would reach this stage, honestly. But apparently there is influencers, because influencers themselves are rather...
For the audience, I want to interrupt because I know that it's 600 and plus watchers on YouTube. So from the 600 people, there might be someone who doesn't know. By saying virtual influencer, we do not mean an influencer who's just online. We literally mean a robo creature. And now like now traditional, they were just not long time ago, influencer was something very not traditional. So now we call them traditional. And those, just purely digital influencers, we call those the one you speak of.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking as well, because until several years ago, influencers were the new trend. They were the new hot thing. And now we talk about virtual influencers, which is people, personalities that do not exist in real life, flesh and bone, like you and me do, but they are digital creatures. But the same national and international and European advertising laws that apply to us apply to them, which means that every time there is an endorsement of any product that these influencers, virtual influencers, robo-influencers, they have to disclose this with hashtag ad, hashtag sponsored. Obviously, this is really regulated based on the national law of the different member states that you're in, or the country that you are if you're not in the European Union. But the point is that the fact that they are robo doesn't change the fact that they are not human doesn't change the applicable legal framework. Actually, what is happening even more now from a legal perspective is that we and platforms have to become even more transparent for these things, even more transparent than before, because consumers rely a lot on platforms and on the internet. Now we're all locked in, so obviously we all rely on this, but we all rely on these intermediaries to help us reach the final target. And virtual influencers of this kind are also seen as an intermediary stop to your final destination, be that the product. So there's a huge
talk on every single aspect of the law which relates to transparency. This is a lot with the data protection in the GDPR, but also in all types of misleading advertising, all types of infringing content, copyright infringing, fake products, counterfeits. So the level of transparency is really, really high. That became topic number one in most of the regulations. So yeah, these virtual influencers really grabbed my attention, and I'll be interested to hear what the others, if they have any experience with that.
Well, you know, one thought, I was not preparing this thought, but just suddenly jumped to my mind, you know, that it's the reputation thing. Because if you have, let's say, a celebrity, if there is a reputation. Once you have that digital creature, I mean, you created one, you can create another face, and this reputational thing goes, you know, a little bit differently. And when we speak, you know, about the digital creatures, we don't have, you know, still there is a human spirit, as I call it. And now I would, you know, a little bit bring back the discussion back to ground a little bit, because I remember when we were discussing with Craig, you know, all the strategy, we were talking about, you know, once you try to approach the consumer needs, there is also this data, you know, this information, but there's also this tiny little grasp of very human touch. Yes. And sometimes for the understanding, you know, what does the customer want? It might be not only the numbers of data, which is very important, I do not deny, but still you need somehow to collect that spiritual data, as I call it, you know, to get that sense and to get that feel, you know, and that's here I would like, you know, to ask Eva, because I know she's hiring, you know, people for the sustainable brands. She's looking this, you know, perfect match of the employee, you know, and an employer. So Eva, do you have any, you know, comments on this? Because now brands are looking, you know, as we speak of the values, the brand has to have value. So you need someone to spread these values, because I mean, who's going to do the value job? It's not the numbers, it's also, you know, the approach. So do you have any comments over here?
Yeah, maybe quickly I'll just add on this human factor, as you say. So the human factor, I suppose, is not necessarily just how you communicate yourself to your customer, right? But also internally, internal communication and internal relationship with your employees. So this cultural sustainability, or just basically company culture, is a very important factor indeed, especially now. And as a recruiter, I see a huge demand on both sides, but especially on the candidates or job seekers or future job seekers who are actually trying to match their values, not just their skills or knowledge, with their future new employer. And that's really fascinating how and why it is important for the brands and companies and startups to be ahead of the time and not to be lagging, you know, to even if they're doing something and not communicating yet, or maybe not doing or just planning in terms of their value system, right? It's really important to attract and retain talent just based on that. That's the competitive advantage. And it's that simple calculation. So a good example is, my favorite example is Patagonia, right? The American outdoors company. So they're very vocal about their responsible approach to what they do, about taking care of their employees and so on. And they prove that, they talk about that, they show off that. And as a result, in the fashion industry, seemingly their transition of the employees, turnover of the employees is like less than 4% a year, which is really, really low in the fashion industry, especially with like, I don't know how many, like over 4,000 to 500 employees in total at Patagonia. So that's the proof that you actually save money. If that's the only motivation, basically, by establishing some sort of values, following them and communicating about them, you basically directly save money in the recruitment and retention process.
Well, that's very practical approach, actually. And Craig, do you have anything to add about listening to the, you was telling about, you know, the empowerment of the staff at the brand, because sometimes we do have this top to bottom approach, but there's another approach from bottom to top, you know. Do you have any comments on this?
It's terribly important, I think. And I think Yeva really did point out, you know, when employees identify, when they understand the strategy, right? When they identify with the company, they understand how they can contribute. You know, we do our best. Gosh, we had a number of things that, yes, some things would come top down, but when they go into the operational mode, there's feedback that's terribly important. You know, if you say, for example, we're going to click and collect, right? Which everyone expects now. So we're going to click and collect. Well, that means, and we're going to also, let's add one more complexity to that. We're going to fulfill online orders from the store if the warehouse is out of stock, right? Because sometimes something isn't selling in store, but selling online. So when it's easy to look at inventory, it's easy to create endless aisle. But when you do that, you're now asking the store as click and collect and as endless aisle to act as a distribution hub, right? So now the store needs to pull stock, fill orders, look online, understand what's happening, look what's come to them, get it ready. And if someone's coming in to pick something up, unpack that if it's come in, get it ready, you know, make sure that the customer is aware, and then have a place to not only engage with the customer, but to do that operational work. Well, I don't know how many of you have been in the back office of a retail establishment, but usually it's under the stairs, behind a closet. You practically have to crawl in because we keep the shop front as much square footage as possible. So you're suddenly turning your store into a warehouse or a distribution hub. And that's a challenge. So it's technology and it's consumer driven, but if you don't let the store managers come back and tell you how that's working, come back and tell you they need a different space, come back and tell you they're going to give up a fitting room. I mean, I've had clients where they just shut fitting rooms down. Well, how does that work? Because it doesn't, right? So there has to be that complete collaborative communication flow. And a lot of times brands fail to do that. They fail to do that. And I think that that's when we allow employees to contribute, we retain them. And we get better at what we do because the guys and gals in the stores or on the call centers are our front line, right? They know, and we need to hear that. And many times that's just not permitted, not because of policy, but they don't have a platform to do it, or there's, you know, stores usually get one email address, right? So when you think about it, just how easy for then there's a meeting, maybe there's a daily stand-up meeting, but there's a lot to be talked about in that. So when you give them places to actually collaborate, it improves things so much. So yeah, it's really important.
So
really
the values are important on both sides, on the customer side and on the employee side. So Vilja, do you have anything to add on the value approach from the customer side? Like how do you empower that customer values, like in a very pragmatic way? Let's say I have a brand, I have particular communication I want to have, and how do I employ that in practice?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I would see this as a really sustainable trend that is here to stay. So I would name it as a values-driven online shopping. So it happens when a platform or a website enables, for example, product filtering by customer values, okay? Or they do the brand screening to meet requirements of the quality, or they check whether those brands they bring on the platform, they are fair trade, they adjust to fair trade commitments, right? So basically they do research in order to offer carefully chosen products instead of the customer. So I see that as a lasting community impact, okay, those platforms. So the good example is in the fashion industry is thefairbazaar.com. So it is a marketplace connecting mindful shoppers with sustainable lifestyle products, and it enables shopping based on value. So for example, you can filter products based on for example, small scale production or recycling or vegan or zero waste. So basically, if you are aware as a customer, you are aware of this particular product you want to have, so you go and you browse, you know, not choosing t-shirts necessarily or trousers or whatever, but you know what product and what value you would like to shop by. And also there is another platform, MUñOZ. So they work with transparent brands, and they introduce traceability and fairly made products only. So it's basically about driving consumer engagement through values-driven online shopping. And I'm a big believer of that. Of course, you should come back to your audience and check whether it's something you have to implement or you have to work with certain platforms. But I'm sure it's the future, and it's about your value consistency, right? And making your brand strong and showing that through your partner network, through partnering with those platforms, you know, and having a very consistent process and product messaging, right? It's not about giving to charity from time to time. It's about your whole strategy about that. So I think it's definitely related to
you have to really practice what you preach, as I call it. So
yes, you have to show that on every step you take. So yes.
So that's an interesting topic. We are now coming back to that transparency, as you said, because that's also a transparency aspect, because if you do have values and if you merely communicate them, the customers don't believe you. So speaking of transparency, Alina, do you have any, because we did not discuss this earlier, but that would be an interesting legal topic to explore. We do have, for example, a EU regulation. What apple can be called, the ecological apple? We know, what carrot can be called the ecological carrot. Do you think in a soon future we're gonna have, the name for the, so to say, a green or sustainable T-shirt? Because, I see many labels everywhere around, but there's no unique legal system, saying what is what. For the apples we have, for the pears we have, but we do not have it for the skirt.
That's actually a very, very hot topic. And I was not that positive. Unfortunately, there was not too much done in that direction several years ago. But recently, there is much more stress on sustainability from the point of view of an EU commitment to that. I am not aware of any regulation like you to that kind that gives you that stamp, but that's partly problems from that point of view come also from the fact that the industry is very global. As we know, the supply chain is extremely diverse. Products are produced, manufactured, brought, and marketed in various places, and you go finally and you buy it in Milan, or you don't know where it came from. So that is part of the industry itself, and the industry, I think, itself defends itself in a very good, in a very honest way, saying that we want our products to be the best, so that's why we need them to be produced here and there, and we cannot, we want to bring them to you here in Italy or in Germany or wherever else, but for that point we need to make the production in one place or another. Now, there is much more, as I said, emphasis on sustainability, but it involves bringing a lot of different players to the same table, as you are very well aware of, and I'm very happy to that end that we have such a diverse panel here, because without conversations of this kind, we cannot reach any sort of a sustainable legal marketing strategy solution. So we, the lawyers, can talk to each other as long as we want. I can talk to my students as long as I want for that, but if the message stays there and does not move horizontally, there is also no regulation at an EU level. So I think this is a positive
No, not
first
yet,
step.
not yet. There is no regulation, but there are initiatives, there are papers.
There are initiatives.
They are speaking, because I've monitored lots of times, because I'm in legal practice more than 15 years. So I kind of watched lots of time, you know, how they regulated other things. And it all starts very soft, you know, it starts from like green paper, white paper, etc. And suddenly you have, you know, the regulation in place, and they say, no to countries if they are not, you know, enforcing that. So my gut feeling, like my legal intuition, is telling me that it might happen. I don't say, you know, that's a warrant, it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
But legal, you know, intuition tells me. So we were talking, you know, about how that looks like. So Craig, what do you think? We were talking with you, you know, about the products of this type that are already in place, you know, disclosing the way the item came from. Do you have any comments over here? I could try to demonstrate actually one, if you'd make an introduction.
And I'm happy to show this as well. If I think we're talking about the same thing, but we are. Again, I go back to the convergence of technology, and exactly to Elena's point about how diverse and complex the supply chain is. Part of the reason for sustainability challenges is not for want of trying, it's for traceability and visibility. I mean, you know, when you talked about the platform in China where it's live streaming and showing people how things are done, right? All of these are ways that we can begin to see and understand that data as we go. And one of the things that we struggle with, I think, as brands is tidying as we go. Let's face it, as human beings, we're kind of messy and we don't do that. And in fashion brands, we make decisions so quickly because we want people to buy things because they buy based on an emotional response. And so we're quick to change our minds or do whatever. And then we try to chase back upstream. But what I can show you, because this kind of goes, and so let me see if I can do this correctly, if that's all right with you. But
and then everyone, you know, who's watching us, we're gonna need, I think, the barcode scanner. It's an app on a phone.
Well,
so
actually, no, you don't. No? If you can see that, if that's coming through, let me know. All you need to do is aim your camera. That's it.
Oh, okay, it's the camera, because I'm trying, you know, I'm taking my phone, I'm gonna do it.
All you have to do is your camera. And the reason why, because GS1 label standards are now such that every product can have a website address, and that's called a digitally born product. And so this is an example. Now in this instance, this company is called Everything, and it's the Internet of Things, really. But this is a brand, a luxury startup brand in New York called Another Tomorrow, in the United States called Another Tomorrow. And this is their story about this particular garment. So all you have to do is aim your camera at the code, and then it will automatically ask you to open a link, and then you can see whatever the brand wants you to know.
I'm just showing, so, you know, if someone didn't open, I just want to show, you know, I don't know if you can see it. So what I see on the screen once I put, you know, this barcode, so that, you know, this is the nice, very nice text, you know, with the you know, pictures coming up to me. So I just literally scanned, you know, the barcode, and I see all this nicely put information.
That's right. Now I'll stop sharing, but you guys can take a photograph of that and go look at it at another time. But the point is, because of the convergence of technology, the phones can scan anything without a separate app. See, you thought you needed an app. You don't. Your camera does that. And if we keep the data in order as we go, then we can determine what we want to share with the consumer. And in this case, they're doing two things. They are starting with sharing the sustainability story of that product, of every one of their products, because sustainability is at the core. But the second thing they're going to do is start a resale market, because it's luxury, and that will authenticate that it's real product, going back to IP, right? So now they can use that to authenticate to start a whole new market, which is reselling product. So, and really that's IoT, that's Internet of Things, something that we just think about as not making much sense, but it's all starting to come together. So I hope that illustrates exactly what we've been talking about, because I think it kind of ties a lot of it up, doesn't it?
So that's an amazing, because, you know, I always love, you know, sometimes since I'm a very practical lawyer, as I call it, I have a very hands-on approach, you know, on things. So I do love, you know, that we kind of got, you know, a possibility to, you know, to taste it, what it is. So, you know, it's about time, you know, to end up our very nice conversation, but vice versa. I did not do a long introduction of everyone in the beginning, because I know what happens in the conferences. Everyone is coming a bit 5 minutes late, and they don't see that beginning. So I see much of the more of the point, if you introduce yourselves now and you say a few words of what you are doing, because now we have evidence that you know a lot and you come from the industry. So just before Zoltan clicks the button and puts us off, can you tell, let's say, what you are doing and why it might be interesting to meet with you after the conference? So Vilija, maybe let's start from you. That's
okay, sure. Yeah.
It's after the conference. It's not in the beginning you introduce yourself, but it's after.
That's very innovative, yes. So the first thing that you should connect with me on LinkedIn is that I would definitely want to share sustainable trends that make lasting impact. So that's what I haven't done during this conversation, which was really innovative and interesting and exciting. So let's connect and I'll share this with you. So who I am, so once again, I'm Vilija Butenene, the CEO and co-founder of Insoftia. And Insoftia is an international company that helps online businesses turn visitors into paying customers by improving customer shopping experience. And I personally specialize in e-commerce conversion optimization. I've got 8+ years of experience in marketing, digital solutions and startups. So I can help your company identify and remove critical blockages in your online customer journey and also maximize user engagement. So let's connect and chat.
Cool.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Evita, once again. So primarily, I work as a recruitment and strategy advisor with positive impact brands and innovative startups and sustainability. So if on both sides, if you want to change your career and try to work with a sustainable business, or if you are a sustainable wannabe business and looking to grow your team, I'm your woman. But also I am an investor in sustainable fashion brands and startups, and I'm always on the lookout for small companies that are doing good big things in the world, and I'm keen to join and help them grow. So in a nutshell, with my skills and my knowledge and my everyday activities, I am aiming to help the good guys grow.
That sounds cool, Craig. But I don't know. I know you do many things, but name a few of them.
So again, my name is Craig Crawford, and thank you for having me here. I'm a creative person with technology as a background. I help brands understand digital strategy, create a digital strategy, whether you're a small brand, whether you're a large brand. I also work with technology providers and help them understand how their offerings fit into an overall ecosystem within brands. So I work with brands all over the world. And that's what I do. And for more about me, my website is crawfordit.com. So have a look there, connect with me on LinkedIn, and let's have a conversation. Thank you.
We have still Alina left.
Thank you. My name is Alina Tarapova, and I also have several hats. In my academic capacity, I teach intellectual property law to fashion and design students. I research copyright and artificial intelligence here at Bocconi University in Milan. But in my non-academic hat, in my professional capacities, I collaborate with a law firm in the field of interactive entertainment law. So we do a lot of video game law, a lot of IP as well, and fashion. So I'll be happy to connect with anyone who has a passion for Italian video games, IP, and anything interactive entertainment related. Thanks a lot for having us. It was really wonderful. And we have to thank you as well for moderating this wonderful panel.
Well, thanks a lot. Actually, Zoltan knows, he's the organizer, that, we did this panel quite, in a short timing, because we decided, it's not a decision not to come out, because we usually would meet alive. I would normally, like to shake your hands and to have a glass, of fizzy drinks in a nice conversation. So for someone who doesn't know me, I'm an attorney at law. I've been practicing in litigation. So I have, those negotiation skills, asking questions, looking, where the dots can connect. But also I do have a passion for fashion. It's a very, saying that many of the people say, but with this experience that I have, I kind of realized it's real and it cannot be denied any longer. So I'm also pioneering, a fashion law, and this way in Lithuania and in the Baltic states. So I would be, glad to connect to someone who has a problem and needs it solved from the litigation perspective. And I'll also, would happy to help the creatives, to implement their ideas. And I also, have this also passion, as Eva does have. I like, this value-driven approach. And if I like the project, I just kind of want to join it. So basically, Zoltan, sorry, we're just 7 minutes out of time.
No problem, no problem. Yeah, Jovita, I was going to ask you to introduce yourself, and you forgot one thing. You're also the ambassador for the tech conference Baltic series.
Yes. I thought this one's obvious, Yes, everywhere on my social media I was inviting. It's not the first panel. If someone's interested, there is, a recording of the panel number 1, where we also had an amazing team. So that's a panel, online number 2. So I think if panel 1 and panel 2 would meet, somewhere alive, I think it would be a blast, because all these people would have many conversations. We had Philippa from Farfetch, we had, Suki from Market Orders. So I think, you can think of these indirect connections besides of this panel. So I'm Zoltan, many thanks for the opportunity, to also be an ambassador in the Baltic states of this big business coming here.
Well, it's not that big, but hopefully next year we will be able to host a hybrid conference, but let's just hope for, because I don't think in May it's going to happen like we proposed it, but in the summer it will definitely take place somehow.
Summer in the Baltics is very nice. I vote for the summer, instead of May, to be honest.
And based on the reaction we had here, and seeing that there are still 400 people watching on YouTube right now, we could have a maybe half of day dedicated to fashion technology.
They want to know when the conference is going to happen online. Or
yeah,
not
we will.
Online. They are waiting, for the secret date. You need, in fashion, you have to hide things a little bit and then just to show a little bit. So to have, this.
Thank you, everyone. Let's give a virtual applause for the panelists of this awesome panel discussion. And thank you, everyone, for joining us today.
Thank you.
We talked at 2,100 viewers on YouTube today. And one news that you might already know, that next year, either way, if we are going to have a hybrid conference or not, we will have 3 editions of Tech Conference Europe, one dedicated for Central and Eastern Europe, one for the Baltics, and there's going to be a global one in the autumn. So everybody stay safe. Like I started this conference, everybody says that the year 2020 is like that movie Groundhog Day, when every day it starts the same, but actually it's not like that, because every day it's getting worse. So it's something like every day you are looking at a photo that says, wait, there's still more, and you haven't seen anything yet. But hopefully this will turn into better in the next year. And thank you everyone for joining us once again. See you. Bye.